Um, Sorry about the technical difficulties, guys. That's something serious. Anyway, we do this shit live, so it's bound to happen at some fucking point. It is bound to happen at some point. Anywho, build it while we fly it. What we're gonna talk about today is the whole minimum wage argument. So, shit, where are my fucking manners, dude? Welcome to the No Excuses podcast, where we don't sugarcoat the truth, we don't coddle grown people, and we damn sure don't make room for those sorry ass excuses that you have as to why you're not where you want to be within the world. This is a show for the doers, this is a show for the builders, this is a show for the people that know that success isn't given to them, it's earned. And if you're tired of hearing the same tired victim mentality BS, okay? If you're fed up with the culture of entitlement, and if you're ready to take control of your career, of your life, of your money, then I'd say that you're in the right place. Okay? Every week we break down real issues that are holding people back: financial ignorance, lazy ambition, weak mindsets, excuses, things of the like. And we replace those things with tools, truth, and a lot of tough love in order to get people towards the underlying goal, which is nobody's coming to save you. It's on you to be successful. It always has been and it always will be. Okay? I'm your host, Phoenix Dukes, business owner, builder, and unapologetic believer in accountability. Let's get right into it, shall we? People that want the minimum wage to go up are lazy and entitled. And let me tell you why I think what I think. Let me tell you why I say that. I say that because we have a problem in this country with with entitlement. We have a problem in this country with entitlement. We have a problem in this country with people taking accountability for their own decision making and always thinking that it's somebody else's fault. We have a problem with things like that. And if we're really being honest about it, the loudest voices that are begging, and I do call it begging, the loudest voices that are begging for a higher minimum wage are not demanding it because they became more valuable. They're demanding it because life got more expensive for them and they want somebody else to pay the price for it. That's what they're doing. They want somebody else to pay the price for it. And by somebody else, just know that they mean you. The person that did what they were supposed to do. The person that, if you went to college, went. The person that, if you're in a trade, you're working your ass off inside of that trade. The person that, is an EMT, the person that's a firefighter, the person that's a police officer. They want it off of your tax dollars. Okay? Simply because life got more expensive, not because they became a more valuable person to the society that they're living in. And they want something, but so yeah, they want somebody else to pay for it, man. I don't think that's hustle. I think that's entitlement. I do. I think that's entitlement. And the minimum wage is just a starting point. It's not supposed to be a safety net. It's where you learn discipline. It's where you learn basic skills and work ethic. It's not supposed to fund your Netflix and your Uber Eats and your apartment downtown and your brand new BMW and your um, expensive coffee taste, expensive restaurants, your dates, booty calls. It's not supposed to fund all that. You know what I'm saying? If you've been and here's is my this is my thought process on the situation. If you're working a minimum wage job for longer than 3 years, and that's anywhere from 725, which is less than 2% of the country. It's not a lot of people, but it's anywhere from 725, which is the federal minimum wage, to $15 an hour, which is the I call it the real minimum wage, right? If you're working there for longer than 3 years, you're in the danger fucking zone. You're in the red zone, dude. You're in the red zone. You need to be trying to get up out of there. You need to be getting the skills that you need to try to get the fuck up out of there. If you're working there longer than 5 years, once you reach year 5 with no upskill, no certifications, no career moves, that's not you getting stuck. That's you staying stuck. And that's not society's fault. That's your decision. And once you reach that 5-year mark, man, I consider that laziness, man. And entitlement, when laziness presents itself, entitlement ain't far behind it. I can tell you why calling it entitlement is the right word. I could do that. Whoa, holy shit. Concerned citizen, how you doing?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm good, man. How old are you? What do you do for a living?
42, corporate finance manager.
Corporate finance manager. Okay. What's going on, man? What do you have to say on the topic?
Uh, so as being a corporate finance manager, we oftentimes make wage decisions, and what we provide for a wage isn't value of the employee, but the lowest acceptable, marketable dollar amounts that could hire the people that we need. It's a mathematical formula. So whatever you create the minimum wage, you're creating the floor that all other wages are based upon. And I think that when you say that raising the minimum wage somehow implies a sense of entitlement, it's negating, while that may be true on a sociology level, it's negating the economics of wage, or the minimum wage, and how economically raising the minimum wage negates and expedites the raising of all other associated wages due to you creating a floor at which all people must be paid.
Okay. Is that I? If I can go ahead and speak, you're finished. So
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I mean, it's a sound
I didn't want to
economical
cut you off, but the yeah, I just didn't want to cut you off. Thanks for saying that, man. I appreciate it. There's a reason why I say that it's entitlement. If you don't mind me explaining what I mean, can you please give me the definition of the word entitlement, please?
I'm not sure. I guess it's something that people feel that
Give
they
me
have a
your
right,
definition of entitlement.
something that people feel they have the right to.
What?
Something people feel they have a right to, something that's enshrined in their existence.
Oh, so a easy way of saying it would be entitlement is wanting more without doing more. Correct?
No, that's I mean to want more without doing
What
more
do
is
you mean?
greed.
No.
Because to want more without doing more is greed, not because entitlement means okay, like you're entitled to your feelings means that because you exist, you are entitled to have feelings. You're entitled to your inheritance. Then
I'm
these
going
are
to give
common
you the
phrases
definition
in
of this
culture.
word so that we can move on because I can't believe you just said that that's not the definition of that word. Entitlement is the belief that you inherently deserve special treatment, privileges, or rewards without necessarily earning or working for them. So, wanting more without doing more is a very simple way to say it.
Right. So I just went to the dictionary and it says believing oneself to be inherently deserving of privileges or special treatment. That's one definition. You are correct. The second is to give a legal right or just claim to receive something. That's the one I was speaking on because I read this from a point of view of economics, not one of sociology.
I'm not.
Now,
I'm not. Listen, man. It's really not. It's not like a. It doesn't have to be like this, like super high IQ conversation. We could just talk like normal people. Normal
I,
people understand that entitlement means that you want something without you believe you on what you believe you are entitled to something. That means that you believe you should get something without doing the work to get that thing. I don't know why that was hard for you.
well, there are more than one definitions.
No, I understand that there's more than one definition, but there's a universal definition that people understand. You know, understand? You understand what I'm saying? Like, I understand that there's multiple definitions for words, and you might be doing this so that you could keep up with your argument of what you were saying, which I don't think that it's like. I don't think that your argument is incorrect or anything.
No,
But I just want to talk like normal people, bro. Like, I get it. You might be this type of person out in real life, but everybody isn't on the same. Like, if I ask somebody what entitlement means, they're gonna say wanting more without doing more is a very basic way to say what the word means. Okay.
Okay, sure. Let's
Like,
use that definition.
so people that want higher pay, okay, that reject overtime, that reject second jobs, that reject trade schools, that reject certifications. You know, they want middle class income, but they have entry level effort. I don't really think that that's oppression. I think that's laziness, kind of disguised as a demand for fairness. So when people are working these minimum wage jobs for 5+ years at a time, and they're not doing anything in order to move up in the society that we live in. They're not doing anything to get more education. They're not doing anything to get more qualified within their own job, let alone something else. But they want more money. And what's the reason that they want more money? What do you think?
Because they're delivering more value to the organization that is also earning more money.
No. Try again.
Well, I understand that's not the definition you want, but much like entitlement, I am giving you.
No, I'm asking. No, you have to understand. I've talked to these people. Why do you think that they want more money? It's a very simple answer.
Well, I've talked to billionaires. Elon Musk is currently earning more money without doing more.
I don't care about Elon Musk. I don't care about Elon Musk, dude. Y'all got to get off the billionaire's dick. I'm talking about normal, average, everyday people.
Why are we denigrating people who are working 40 hours
a week? So check this out. I asked you a question. I'll answer your question that you just asked me if you answer mine first. Mm-hmm. Why do you think people want to earn? Why do you think people are advocating that they earn more money?
They're delivering more value to the company.
No, it's just it has nothing to do with that. It's because the world that they live in is more expensive, and they want to be able to navigate the world better. It's an easy answer. I don't know why you couldn't come up with that.
But sir, I think you have an argument you're trying to lead me down, and the fact that you can't pivot means that you have only learned. Okay, there's several ways.
I'm not trying to lead you down anything.
You've only learned one.
I just want you to answer a simple. Like, people want to earn more money because the world that they live in the cost of living is higher. That's why they want to earn more money.
Yeah, may I offer an analogy? I work at a car dealership. I work 40 hours a week. When I was new, I used to sell 10 cars a week because I didn't really understand the pitfalls. But as I got better, now I'm selling 30 cars a week. But my pay hasn't changed. Now the company's earning more money. I've gotten more proficient using the time that I work. People get paid, they exchange time for dollars. As they get better at their jobs, usually people give them a raise. But if you are working in an organization that's saturated within a market, there's no incentive for, when you work in a job that there's pretty common.
Hold on. First of all, slow down, so that everybody can understand what you're saying. Just take a breather. But what's the biggest raise that you've ever got from a company?
Like $50,000.
Okay. Do you think that that's normal?
In my industry, yes.
It's not what I asked you. I said, do you think that is normal?
No, because most people don't go to college.
It has nothing, man. No, it's not normal. Most people don't get $50,000 raises. So when we're talking about people that are doing more and within the workplace, okay, that are more productive within the workplace, whether it be because they're just better at their job because they've been there for a certain amount of time, or because of the technology that's been implemented inside of the workplace that helps them be more productive because the technology is making their job easier. And people are saying that you're lying about getting a $50K raise. Guys, that happens. I don't know what y'all are talking about. It happens. People get promoted. Like, that happens. When you're in finance, that's not abnormal.
Yeah, I went and got my master's degree, and it changed my ability to maneuver within the company because it opened up so many more different positions.
Thank you. I just want y'all to know. I don't want y'all to go out into the world and think that somebody getting a $50K raise is like unattainable. It doesn't happen a lot. It's typically within accounting, finance, law, things of that nature. But like, people get raises, people get promotions. regardless of that. Hold on. Give me a second.
Sure.
They say you listen.
Let me just make a quick no PSA to the audience, right? Okay, folks, about 1 in 8 people in America earn more than 150 grand a year, right? 1 in 8 earn more than 200 grand a year. I need you guys to look around. If you see 8 people, somebody's making some money. If you are not currently earning the money you want in America, it is only because you've convinced yourself it's unattainable. Please know your value and stop devaluing yourself. That's when I see this conversation about the minimum wage. In certain ways, I think to myself, it's a good conversation, but that's why I'm actively fighting to raise the minimum wage, because people get locked in this mentality.
But I think that's a waste. I think that's a waste of your time, man.
Why? Why should the owner earn the output of all your labor?
Because I'm the owner, so I get it. I make the rules. Because the United States rewards doers. That's why. Well, if you want the money, then go start some shit and build some shit yourself, man. Like it's not an easy thing to do. It's high risk, high reward.
Well, it sounds like zero risk, all reward.
You think starting a bit? Listen, dude, I have 7 businesses. You think there was no risk in that? Seriously?
I think your risk curve inverts with time,
brother.
Yeah, no, I agree. In the first 5 years, it's very risky. In the next 15, it's not.
Dude, no. If you have a business, right? Because you guys think that these millionaires really only care about themselves. Let me explain something to you. I have 10 employees. Okay, I have 10 employees. You want to know what the risk is? The risk is my business fails and I have 10 separate families that I have now put out of a job. That's the risk.
That may offer a different point of view?
No. There's literally no other point. If my businesses fail, my employees bank. My employees bank off of me paying them the wage that we agreed to when they got hired, or some of them make more than they make when they initially got hired. Okay, if I don't operate my business the way that it's supposed to be operated, which is it's damn near a 15 to 18 hour day job, especially when you're first starting. They're out of a job and they have to go and look for another one within this economy. Okay, that is a risk that I am taking, and I'm going out into the marketplace saying I can go out here and compete with all of these companies even though they make way more money than me. I can pay you. Like I can do those things. There is a risk involved in that. You could lose everything. You could get everything stolen from you. You could lose your house, you could lose your car, you could lose a whole bunch of stuff. There is a risk involved.
Yes. I mean, yes, of course there's risk. But as your company matures, the risk divests from you and goes down ladder. Right?
But it's not because it matures. It's because, well.
Yeah, it's exactly why. Exactly. Because you've already recruited
your business can mature and be worse off over time, or it can be stagnant over time. You have to put in the measurable steps in order to grow your business over time, which most businesses don't do. You can't say there's no risk in being a business owner when 60% of them fail. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if they fail in the first 2 years. So if you fail fast. That's a model of
Yeah, it's fast to you. It's not fast to the business owner that put in all that work over those 2 years, and it was probably longer than that.
Well, they didn't lose anything. But anyway,
no. We're gonna stay on it. Why do you think that they didn't lose anything?
Okay, so let me. I want to give you an analogy. I'm gonna tell you the story, and this is what we do. I'm gonna tell you the story. You tell me what this person lost. You open a bakery. You invest $60,000, your entire life savings, into this bakery. Right?
First of all, dude, talk to me normally.
You
are speed running through this shit. Okay. Talk to me like you actually want me to listen to what you're saying.
This is why Trump is a great politician, because he can definitely speak better than I can to a certain demographic. How could I say this? If you invest 60 grand into an item, $60,000 into a business that you're creating, and the business the first year makes you 30 grand, so you're down net 30, but you continue. The second year the business,
this analogy's already off though.
What do you mean?
If you invest $60,000 into a business, and you're saying if they make $30,000 in their first year,
Yeah,
then they're net what?
the net negative.
Correct, but
Right.
that's not happening. You understand that. Anyway, go ahead.
That can't. So that happens all the time. It's
Go
called
ahead.
growth.
Go
You
ahead.
can't spend much. You can, yeah, I mean, very few businesses start out profitable in their first 3 years. Almost none, actually. I mean, if you're profitable in your first year as a business, congratulations, because you have such high fixed
Well,
costs.
then
Okay.
you just fucking destroyed your own argument. We just said most 60% of businesses fail within the first 2 years. You just said within the first 3 years, most businesses aren't profitable. So if they lose their business within 2 years, they're net negative.
So, all
So they
right.
did lose something.
So, now I see why I make so much money. I always figure it out. Okay, there's thing called like a cash. So in accounting, when you own a business, the fixed cost, the cost to acquire the building, all the equipment, that gets what's called depreciated, right? So you don't, so you show paper losses, but you actually didn't lose the money. Okay, it's also something called a cash flow statement. So cash is how the your ability to pay your monthly bills in your house, right? So sometimes you live your paycheck to paycheck because you only get cash every 14 days, and you got to make it last at least 14 days, 15 or 20 days, so that you can stay cash flow positive, so you don't have a negative in your bank account or overdraft fee, right? Hopefully this makes sense. So as cash is flowing through a business can stay abroad, stay afloat, but even though they have debt, credit card debt that they need to pay off or losses on paper, they can still stay profitable through that period as long as there's cash coming in the door. They're growing. She's selling more cupcakes each and every week. She's getting more cash from customers. And that's how businesses can tend to survive through dark periods. Now, take a large corporation like something like Amazon, right? Amazon was able to burn through money because investors was also supplementing their losses, right? So it's giving them cash to buying their shares of stock. There are ways that businesses can remain solvent even though they're not profitable. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but
Yeah, you're missing the point, dude. When businesses fail, you are losing things. I'm sorry that you don't think that they are. I don't know what you have against the people that go out here and build the places you work at, but they're losing things. I'm sorry to tell you. Credit score, if their credit score goes down, their personal credit tanks,
Mhm.
okay? Because they miss business loans,
Well,
that's
I,
losing something,
I just want
okay?
to be clear that Donald Trump bankrupted himself 6 times and lost $0. When
Okay,
you
that's
have
great.
good
Stop
lawyers,
talking about the fucking minority and talk about the people that are actually out here making making people, giving people jobs, which is not the public companies. It's the private businesses that are giving people jobs.
well, there are no public companies. You mean publicly traded companies? I see. Sorry, in my mind, I'm thinking public, like government companies. I don't think there are any in America.
Anyway,
But yeah,
they lose years of effort, years of sacrifice, miss personal moments that are gone that they can't get back. Some people build these businesses and they didn't get to see their fucking kids walk. That's
but
losing things. If your
so
business
do the
fails,
employees.
if you don't have, it's not like a job.
So
You
do the
don't get
employees.
severance if you're bit. Okay, are you listening to what I'm saying? Or are you trying to talk?
I'm listening.
Okay, but you're talking while I'm talking. I didn't talk while you were talking.
You did.
And if I did, it's my shit, and I can fucking do it. Listen to what I'm saying, because you seem to have like you're in this accountant brain, and I think y'all kind of it's a little different from the way that business owners actually feel about this. Not that you give a flying fuck anyway, but the a failed business doesn't give you severance, unemployment, letters of recommendation. Like you're losing all of that time. You're losing reputation. Failed businesses burn bridges with vendors, clients, employees, and banks and investors. And they carry that failure stigma into their next venture, which is why you even brought up the whole Donald Trump thing, him being bankrupt all those times, because it follows you. Employee loyalty, you lose that. You have to lay off people that relied on you to pay them. Do you think they're going to come back and work for you when you start your next business? You lose those people. The emotional weight, you lose it. The mental health, because like
Can
business owners tie their identities to the businesses that they create. That gives them depression, anxiety, self-doubt, burnout. Like you're losing a ton of things that you're not. I didn't even get into personal finances. The debt
Right.
that like the collateral, the debt if they didn't set it up properly, like you're losing all of those things. So
So
for you
if
to
I
just sit up here and say that you're not really losing anything, it's fucking bullshit.
if I could, I just want to offer. I just want to say a couple things. So first, I can tell that you clearly have a lot of on-the-job experience, and you clearly are passionate about the subject matter. Right? And for me, working with folks like you in the past, it's been some of my favorite experiences because they definitely take the time to understand that you're right. They put in the long days and hours. That's absolutely correct. However, I will say the best leaders I've ever worked with combined that on the job experience and with technical know-how. And I would encourage you if you I know not everybody looks greatly upon formal education, but I think you would be a beast in the world if you actually took the time to formalize some of your training, to rough out some of these edges, and to be able to have conversations with people who can literally change your lives. Because if you don't think the world that I live in changes lives in a second. And I think you would. Oh God, I wish I could mentor you because you have everything it takes, except you're not willing
I'm
to
so
do the
confused.
work.
What are you talking about? You've talked to me for less than 30 minutes. Okay?
Yeah, hmm
You
I
don't
have.
understand you don't understand anything about me when it comes to a professional setting, how I
You
run
don't have
my
an MBA.
companies.
I can
We
tell
don't
you don't have an MBA, and I think you should get one.
you can tell I
And,
don't have
and
you can tell I don't have a what?
you don't have an MBA and Masters in Business Administration. You don't have any. You don't have that technical know-how. You just don't. And I would just say that you would benefit
Why do
greatly
you
from it.
guys think that those why do you guys think those degrees mean so much? I've met plenty of I know people with MBAs that aren't
Uh,
fucking working at all right now.
yeah, well,
Those degrees, just because you got a piece of paper and you showed up to a place for a certain amount of time, you passed a couple of tests, you might know a thing or two. That
may
doesn't discount people that didn't get those things that might just know a little bit more than you do.
I would offer a different point of
That's do
view.
y'all do you understand that that is the problem
Um,
out in society right now, that people think that's why all these
yeah,
companies are saying that they're cool with hiring people that haven't gone to college, they're cool with
right.
hiring people that don't have a degree. It's because you guys come into these organizations and you
Right.
think that you're fucking better than everybody because you have a piece of fucking paper, man.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Instead
So
of belittling, this is my advice to you. Since you gave advice to me, I'm going to give advice to you.
uh,
Instead of, I've always been taught by the,
I'm
because
not. I
I
wasn't.
have mentors, I have them already. I think that's a very important thing for business owners.
Right.
Okay,
Hmm.
instead
Yep.
of belittling people first, you
Right.
might want to teach them first so that they actually can learn something from you before they check out from you acting like you're fucking high and mighty over them all the time.
Right. Yeah. No. I think what my mentor would say whenever I would respond that way is my insecurities were showing. One. No. Number two. I would say that I there's been billions of people who've existed on this planet before me, and some of them have had some really brilliant ideas. And whenever you dedicate time to something, training your mind, training your body, or training your soul, it greatly improves. This is just dedicating real time in your life. This is what I see how I see college. You can see it all. You can see it however you want. I'm telling you how I see it. When you dedicate real time in your life to work out, your muscles get stronger. And when you work out your brain by challenging it to read different point of views from other learned men of power and of disgrace
Mm.
who have walked this planet before you, it gives you greater perspective. Now, you can take from that whatever you wish, but I am encouraging you, much like an athlete trains before he runs a marathon or a doctor studies before he does an operation. If you want to be successful in business, there have been great businessmen who have left behind a blueprint that if you dedicate time to reading, it is only going to improve your life.
Okay, but you're not teaching me anything. What's the blueprint? What is it?
I cannot give you that. That you're going to have to open up the books and read it.
What books?
There are courses online. I would
No, I didn't
recommend
say
studying.
courses. I said what books. You said I have to open up the books and read it. What books?
So these are business. These are okay.
What are
So
the? Just give me the names. I'll write them down and I'll read them. I'm cool with
I'll
it.
tell you two books. I'll tell you two books or three. I'll tell you three books that I read that I think you could benefit from as a businessman. Number one is A New Earth by Eckhart Tolle. It's not a business book. It's just a way to train your mind. That's a train your mind book. Number two is going to be Steve Jobs' autobiography. Steve Jobs is the greatest man to ever walk the earth. He's so brilliant. just the way he thinks is not like you're not going to make people who think that way. And you have to, when you see it in someone, nurture it, water it, and watch it grow. Last book's going to be this book called Made to Stick. And it's a book about the stickiness of ideas. How do you present topics in a way that encourage people to investigate them further for themselves? Right, Made to Stick. It is a brilliant book, and it
what was the name? What was the name of the first book?
A New Earth by Eckhart Tolle. This is more of a. I would encourage you to read that one first.
Like it's like New to Earth.
A New Earth.
A New Earth.
A New Earth. So it teaches you to decouple the external world from self. It teaches you how to identify who you are as self, and then why you get so upset when people criticize something that you attach to yourself. For instance, when somebody criticizes my favorite sports team, I feel like they're criticizing me. Or when someone criticizes college, I feel like they're criticizing me because I've attached those things to my ego, and I learned to decouple those two items because ego is itself. And I know he breaks it down way easier than I could, but he tells these stories that allow you to absorb the data really easily. So
I just want to let me go back to what you told me. You said that there are things that I can read that are a blueprint in order to make me a better business owner.
Yeah.
If I read these 3 books, will I be a better business owner if I apply the things that I've read in those 3 books?
No, but it's going to make going to grad school a lot easier because going to any formalized university business school a lot easier.
I'm not doing that though. You said it was going to make me a better business owner. You didn't say anything about school.
Yeah, well, listen. There are great TikToks you can find on business owning books. I'm not a business owner. I think owning a business is overrated, but there's plenty that you can do to find that out. I'm trying to teach you how to be a businessman, not a business owner. If you think like a businessman, you can only think in ownership, because whether or not I actually have my name on the title or if I have my name as an employee, I still own it. And it gives you that level of ownership as a businessman because you see everything through the eyes of businesses.
Uh-huh.
And luckily I work.
But you lied to me though.
Well, you can absorb that data however you wish.
No. Like, see, and this is the thing. Like, with my mentors, the first thing that I ever told the people that said they wanted to mentor me is the first thing I said: if you lie to me, I'm done. Because I can't. If you lie to me, I can't trust you. I can't trust some of the things that you say. I have to pitter patter and analyze every little thing that you say to make sure you're telling me the right thing to do. The words that came out of your mouth was, "These are books you could read blueprints that will make you a better business owner." Then you gave me 3 books. I wrote the books down. Steve Jobs' autobiography, Made to Stick, A New Earth. I wrote them all down. Then I asked you if I read these books, are they going to make me a better business owner? Then you said it's going to make going to grad school a lot easier. You lied to me.
Well, so here's what I would say to you, right? You're only going to become a better business owner if you sharpen your muscle. Will these books sharpen that muscle? Yeah. But is grad school the ultimate endurance test? Yes. So you cannot train.
So in your mind, grad school is the way that you become a good business owner or a good businessman.
I would say the best. In grad school, they tell you about the MBA that doesn't make a difference really. But what they do say is that Fortune 500 companies, the best owners or the best businessmen are always marketers. That Steve Jobs was a marketer, right? Donald Trump's a marketer. He's a brilliant marketer. I can't wait to read his autobiography. Because I'm sure it's gonna be very interesting. What's that guy who wants to UFC?
So Top Podcasting said that you couldn't give me the blueprint, but you can give me 3 books.
3 books, yes.
So, you just told me that there's a blueprint that I can read that'll show me.
Is in grad school.
So, what about all the great business owners that didn't go to grad school, that don't have college degrees at all?
Then look at LeBron James. He didn't go to college.
I'm not talking about fucking LeBron James. I'm talking about people that are in business. Those guys are in entertainment and they're athletes. They live a completely different life. I'm talking about businessmen.
LeBron James is literally a billionaire.
God, fuck me.
If you think LeBron James is somehow different than Duncan Hines,
listen, I didn't say that I couldn't listen to LeBron James. I said that's not who I'm talking about. I'm talking about people that made their money within business, within working with consumers. Not
That's
people that
what
made their money
does.
being an athlete.
That's not how his most of his money comes from his like brand endorsement deals when he licenses his likeness.
Because he's an athlete. Because he's one of the greatest athletes to ever walk this planet. So he got endorsement deals.
That's how Donald Trump made all his money, licensing his likeness. That's how like Paris Hilton. I mean, these people who license their likeness, who sell a brand like Oprah, who sell a brand for a living, are if you're discounting that, like I'm encouraging you to sell your brand. That's why you need to formalize training because you're. I think you have this one idea.
You're worried about. You're not even listening to what I'm saying
You have
because
this one
within your
idea.
brain, you think that I'm too stupid to talk to you. You've already
No.
checked out.
No,
You can't
I
say
think-
no. I can hear it in your voice.
That's
Dude.
fine. I think you have one. I think you're a hammer into everything. You're a nail. I think you need to learn how to be a hammer, a chainsaw, a buzzsaw, a circular saw, a wrench, an Allen wrench. You need to learn. You need to learn to be a Swiss Army knife. Right now,
what
you're just a hammer.
about what I just said? Is that listen, dude? They got the endorsement deals because he got an endorsement deal because he's an athlete. It's because he's a great athlete. That's why he got him. I'm not talking
JP has
about.
something to say. I think I'm good
All
luck
right,
to
man.
you.
Yeah, have a good one. I mean, fuck.
Okay.
It's so infuriating talking to people like that, man, because it's just word salad bullshit that nobody gives a fuck about. Like nobody can like it. It's this is the reason why these Fortune 500 companies are coming out and saying that they are opening the doors to people that are fucking high school educated because these college people come into these organizations thinking that they're better than everybody else because they have a piece of fucking paper, dude.
Okay. So on the topic of like minimum wage people being entitled and lazy,
Before you get into that, how old are you? What are you doing? What do you do for a living?
I'm 25 years old. I'm a cloud engineer for an insurance company. I make $130K a year.
Well, I didn't ask how much you made. That's great.
Okay.
What do you have to say on the topic?
What I have to say is that, the way we should build a society is that, people who are essential for a society running should be able to work 40 hours and have all of their needs met. That should be like the baseline.
You said the word should a lot in there. I don't care what it should be like. I need you to tell me reality.
The reality is that it should be. Like, I don't know what you mean by that.
Should doesn't mean anything to anybody. I could say pigs should fly. That's not going to make them fly. I need you to tell me something practical that could be rooted within reality.
When people are creating laws, like the law that established minimum wage, they said people should be getting paid this much per hour. That's the basis of laws. So that's what should means in this context. So the law about minimum wage should be that the minimum wage is scaled such that anyone who's essential to a society running can work 40 hours a week and have all of their needs met.
That law is going to get bottlenecked because essential is subjective.
Well, I mean, kind of, but if we look at like the COVID pandemic, for example, we had essential workers. All of a sudden, we could come up with a definition that made sense. We didn't agree with it then. Sure, and we could disagree on what is essential and who is and is not essential, but I think we agree that essential workers, whatever they are, should be making that much. And we had to come up with a definition for essential in a pinch during the COVID pandemic, and we were able to do it pretty well. So I think like, if we argue about the details about what is and is not essential, that's a whole different conversation from, okay, but the minimum wage is too low because essential workers, even people that I think we all agree are essential, are not getting paid enough.
I don't agree that the people are essential. I agree that the job is. And I don't want people staying at minimum wage jobs for longer than 3 years. I need them to get out of there because I want them to retire.
Okay, so like Wendy's is a great example. I used to work at Wendy's when I was in college. You get paid $7.50 an hour at Wendy's, which is slightly above minimum wage. It's like a quarter an hour above minimum wage. Wendy's thrives under that. Like they get away with that and the business survives with them paying that much. But Wendy's and fast food in general is an essential service. People need to be able to eat. So like the market can say that, I'm allowed to pay you that much and I can survive as a business, but that doesn't mean that the people who are working those jobs. I live in Texas. That one follows federal minimum.
Yeah, Wendy's is not essential.
Wendy's specifically is not essential. Fast food and food in general is essential. Like food services.
Food is essential. Grocery stores, where you go buy food, take it home and cook it, that is essential. Fast food is a convenience. It's not essential.
Then we could say grocery store employees. We could say Kroger. We could say Walmart. Regardless, it's still.
I was just making the point that you had a bad example because fast food is not.
I just looked up Wendy's pay scale, and people there are making $11.50 across the board, and bottom line staff. So
I mean, I worked there. I worked there many years ago.
You worked there many years ago. Why would you say $7.25? Anyway,
because it's still the federal minimum.
It also depends on what state you're in, because the state of California has raised all fast food to $20 an hour.
That's correct, but I'm not even going to get into that just yet. Anyway, Jay, what was the point of what you were saying, man? And then I'll give you my rebuttal.
My point is that just because the market says you can afford to pay these people this much doesn't mean they should be making that much. If I was, like, for example, a single mom and I was raising two kids and I had to
people aren't getting paid $7.25. So what's your point?
My point is that they are, because I remember that
they're not. It's 1.4% of the population, and most of them get a raise within a year. They're not.
Okay, so let's use that $11 an hour, right? And I'm trying to do quick math off the top of my head. I haven't done math.
So we're off $7.25 now. We're not talking about $7.25 anymore. We're talking about 11 now.
Well, I'm using 11 because you want to use 11. But even if we set it at 11, that's still.
I never said 11, dude.
You went to pay scale for Wendy's. What's the number that you want to use then?
No. You didn't listen to what I said clearly. You were saying people are making $7.25. 99% of the country is not making $7.25. You can't make legislation on 1% of the country. That's what I was trying to get through to you. So
people who want the minimum wage to raise are entitled because they're the 1%.
You didn't say that right. Say it one more time.
People who want the minimum wage to be raised are entitled because they care about that 1%? Is that what you're arguing?
No. People that want the minimum wage to be raised are lazy and entitled because they're not willing to do the things that are necessary in order for them to make more money.
Well, if you're working 80 hours a week to make ends meet, right, you can't really go to a night school.
They're not working that.
What reason do you have to believe that people aren't working two jobs to make ends meet?
The Department of Labor has already said that the average amount of time that somebody works is 36 hours a week, 32 to 36 hours a week. They're not working 80. That's a very small percentage of the United States.
The average people, are they including people who are unemployed? Are they including stay-at-home moms? Like, what are they including every work situation, or are they just talking about employed full-time working people? Because the definition of full-time starts at 30 hours a week, so I don't imagine the average is 36.
I will 100% guarantee that the people that work 80 hours a week are not minimum wage employees. They're working in skilled fields or actual
No, they're not. They're literally not even doing that either. People aren't working 80 hours a fucking week. It's not happening in droves.
So go work in the oil field in North Dakota. I guarantee you're putting in 80 hours a week.
Sir, how many people work in the oil? How many people in the United States on a percentage work in the oil industry?
Okay, but I was just using one example, and
No, that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying that most people
that time are not working minimum wage.
Yeah. So anyway, what I was getting at is the reason why I think that they're lazy.
On your side, I agree.
No, I'm talking to Jay.
100%.
I'm talking to Jay. What I was getting at is,
go for it.
Most people don't work in the oil field. that's what I was getting at. Anyway, Jay, the reason why I think they're lazy and entitled is because they're not doing the things that they need to do in order to progress within the workplace. Instead, they want to stay exactly where they're at and make more money staying exactly where they're at. But that's not what the minimum wage is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a spot where you're staying at for an extended period of time. And we've already seen that states that raise their minimum wage is not actually helping people. California has the highest minimum wage in the country and the highest homelessness rate. They're losing jobs. Thousands of them.
There are a trillion factors and variables that go into the homelessness population besides just the minimum wage. But the point I was trying to make though is that like, raising the minimum wage has the effect of giving people more free time. If there are people like you who want to open up 10 businesses and they can't because they're so bogged down by bills and debt and all that, if you raise the minimum wage and give them more money, then they can use that money to invest in riskier decisions.
People that are working for the minimum wage, people that are working for the minimum wage don't typically start businesses. That's not how it normally works. I don't.
They can't. They're not in a position to financially. But if you give them the financial opportunity to,
they're not going to have that just by you raising the minimum wage. That's my point.
Why don't you think that they can? Do you think there's something fundamental about the people who work minimum wage?
They're not going to have it, because when they raise the minimum wage, like, think that, what did you? Let's just make up a random number. What would you think the minimum wage should be raised to?
I'm kind of being put on the spot here. I'm gonna say 15, and the real answer that I want to give is whatever it will take for them to have all their needs met working 40 hours a week. But let's just say
that's not
that
fucking happening, because we don't give a fuck about that. That's their personal decision.
No, I'm talking about based on cost of living. Like, so for example, in Atlanta, to get a 1-bedroom apartment and pay for all of your standard bills that an adult will have, you have to be making $3,100 after taxes every month. So whatever that figure is, working 40 hours a week.
Yeah, no, dude. Like, you can't take it off of the city. That's fucked.
I was just giving a random example of a city. You wanted me to give you an example. What were you gonna do with
you can't take it off of any major
city,
city, brother. Like, you
can take it off a small town. I really don't give a fuck. You can take whatever value you want. What did you want to do with that value now that you have it?
I'm so fucking... Listen, dude. They can't start businesses because they don't have enough money. I get that. But you raising the minimum wage isn't going to magically give them enough money to be able to start the businesses that they want to start, brother. Like, everything else is going to go up with
enough money. That sounds like an argument for universal basic income, then.
No, it's not. Universal basic income is unsustainable. We can't do it.
How do you know it's unsustainable?
I've ran the numbers and did the math. How much do you think? How much do you think the universal basic income should be a month?
You keep asking these questions, and then you kind of go down into a rabbit hole about the number that I give you instead of the principle behind the thing. Dude,
because
about.
if you're trying to get this stuff like put into place, you're gonna have to know the damn number. So give me a fucking number. What do you think?
Actually, I don't need to know the number. I need an economist to figure out the number.
How are you gonna? No, you don't need an economist to do anything. Fuck the economist. You don't need him. No, you don't need him. You can do it yourself. Just learn it. You're the one that cares about it. Just learn it. You don't need an economist to do it.
And you can defer to people who know better than you about a particular topic. And economists know better than either of us.
Why would you want to defer to somebody that knows better than you instead of learning for yourself the thing that you care about?
Because as a grown man, you know that you don't know everything. And I don't know exactly the number for universal basic income.
Then why even talk about universal basic income if you don't know what the universal basic income is going to be? That's fucking stupid.
I don't know the specific number. I know that what it will accomplish.
Give me one. Give me one. Give me a number. Give me something. Please.
I don't know the specific number. I just said
then don't fucking talk about it. I don't give a fuck about you putting out the buzzword universal basic income if you're not going to give me the number associated with it.
It's not a buzzword. And I
literally
did give you a number for minimum wage, and then you said like, oh,
give me a number for universal basic income. What do you think it should be a month?
I don't know, because I don't know what the cost of living is for everywhere across the United States.
It's universal.
So I think it would be variable.
It's universal. It's not variable.
Yes,
it'd be the same for every American in the country. It would be the same number for every American in the country that's over 18 years old.
I understand literally what you're saying, but in the context of like universal basic income and what it's supposed to do, your argument isn't making sense. I'm saying that we should defer to someone who has done the calculations so that they know how it works. This is like, this is kind of like
am I crazy or something? No, it's dumb to pitch something and then not have the specifics that you want to pitch. I don't know if I'm
not
a crazy person.
I'm co-signing someone else's pitch. I didn't.
Yeah, because you guys always want somebody else to do the fucking work. You don't ever want to do any work yourself.
Because that's what they went to school to learn to do.
Before in the Eastern world, and it has never worked. It's never worked. It's a socialist idea, and socialism doesn't work.
Universal basic income has been tried where and when?
In a bunch of Eastern countries. In a bunch throughout history, and it's a socialist idea.
Could you give me one example?
You're making it equal across the board for everybody, and everybody pays in to make it equal across the board. It's a socialist idea, and socialism doesn't work. It's been tried thousands of times, and it's failed.
I agree that socialism and communism have been tried thousands of times. I don't think universal basic income specifically. No, I'm asking you for an example of UBI.
Canada, like a couple of years ago, like Canada. Literally Canada.
Canada did universal basic income.
Canada did. Finland did at one point, I think.
Finland is one of the most prosperous countries in the world. I don't know.
Yeah, I know, but universal basic income didn't last there. It only lasted 2 years.
Let's actually start there. Finland is like way closer to being communist than the United States is, and they're very prosperous and they're very happy.
That's great.
People
dude.
living there.
I'm glad you love it. Move there. Fuck it. I don't care. Move there. It's so great.
I would love to, but the point I'm trying to make though is that like just because something is socialism adjacent, like conceptually, doesn't mean
I didn't
that
say
it's
anything
a bad
about
thing
socialism. I'm just telling you that UBI
well,
is not going to work.
I'm talking to both you
or
and the
UBI,
other person in the
UBI
conversation.
style programs are not really. They haven't really worked.
So the American minimum wage law, the only reason that is implemented is for people that don't go to higher education entering the workforce so that they have a starting point. And it varies state by state, depending on where you live, what the minimum wage is. That the initial or the whole intention of it is unskilled workers entering the workforce have a base to start at. And then you work your way up the chain, or you further your education or further your skills and become a skilled laborer and make more money.
Sure. Do you agree, though, that there needs to be someone working at Kroger? There needs to be someone working at Walmart at all times, because we need a Walmart in order for a society to function. So what happens to the people who are working at Walmart and Kroger? Even if you want them to eventually become the regional manager of Walmart, while they're still just the floor person, what do we do with those people?
Wait. Hold on. Ask your question again.
At Walmart right now, say there are like 20 floor people and like 4 shift managers, right? What do we do with those 20 floor people who are just working at Walmart and not making enough to have their ends met?
What do you mean? What do we do with them? I don't understand the question.
How do we make sure that they can work 40-hour work weeks and still have all their needs met?
They get a second job.
So that is not our responsibility.
If they get a second job, then they cannot also pursue education. They also cannot take care of children.
Of course they can. Stop.
No, they don't have enough time in the day.
I'm going to tell you. They do have enough time in the day. Stop with the bullshit. I'm going to tell you what my plan is. This is my plan. This is my plan right here. If you're working a fucking job making $15 to $20 an hour, which I consider to be low pay, most people would. Hey, if you're moving around, just hold on for a second because you're making a lot of noise. So, if they're working there, okay, let's say they're working there 2 years, they make $16 an hour or so, they need to make more money. They go get a part-time job somewhere because Walmart ain't giving out full-time hours anyway. So they get a part-time job somewhere, right? Let's just say they're working 60 hours a week in total. Got 60 hours a week. Once they're done working their part-time job, they can still go home and do and further their education and their skills. There's online certification programs for people like that.
That was what I was going to say.
There's always a way to do it. It's just sometimes sometimes it can be a little inconvenient because they want to go do the things that they want to do because they consider themselves to be working hard.
Let's say for all intents and purposes, right, that you have 80 hours to play with throughout the week. 80 hours where you're not doing shit like brushing your teeth and sleeping.
We don't have to do that. We can just do the numbers right now, dude. I've done it before on here.
I don't pick your numbers. I really don't care what your numbers are.
Let's just say they're working the 60-hour week, bro. There's 168 hours in a week. Okay.
I'm including sleeping. I understand. Taking care of yourself.
Just walk with me. Okay, they're working 60 hours a week. If they sleep 8 of those hours, right? 8 hours, 7 days. You know what I'm talking about. 8 hours, 7 days. Let's just say they sleep 8 hours. Okay, that's 56.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take 108 minus 56. They got 52 hours to do whatever the fuck they want to do. Take some of that 52 hours and better yourself and better your skills because you literally don't have another option. There is no other way. The only other option that you have.
Why do we work 40 hours a week? Why is 40 hours a week considered full time? Answer that.
Fuck me.
Because it fills up your schedule. 40 hours a week is already a lot of time.
That's the number that they picked and set.
You're not getting it, dude. They don't
I am
a
getting
choice.
It. I'm saying
they're broke.
40 hours.
They don't have a choice, dude. Sometimes you have to do the things sometimes you have to do what needs to be done in order to progress. You don't have a choice. You're going to be a little tired. That's okay. Everybody's been a little tired. Everybody's been a little tired before. Like, you get off work, you go home, you get on your computer, and you grind away on your certifications that you need in order to get into the fields that are going to pay you the money that you want to earn. This stuff isn't going. You working 60 hours a week isn't going to last forever. Your body can take it. It's okay. But they don't have another choice.
That's cool,
your version of it is...
We have seen that over time, that approach doesn't actually yield more creative people like going out and taking risks and starting businesses and going back to school.
I don't care about them starting businesses. I don't think they should. I think they need to get a fucking certification to get into logistics, to get into tech, or go into the trades.
And we've seen that they also haven't gone to trade schools, they haven't gotten into tech, they haven't done any of that. We've seen that over time that hasn't actually yielded that. So how do we as a society incentivize?
We've seen over time that what hasn't yielded that. Them working 60 hours a week, actually saving their money and actually putting their fucking nose into books to be successful.
Yeah, we have a lot of people below the poverty line. We have seen.
What do you consider to be a lot?
Right now.
What do you consider to be a lot? Because it's been less and less over the past 100 years.
It's been less over the past 100 years, yes, because we're progressing. It's still a lot more than it should be.
What do you think it should be?
I'm not giving you an exact number. We're not playing this exact number game again.
You don't like numbers.
I'm saying that everybody.
That's so hilarious.
I'm saying that everybody who works 40 hours a week should be having all of their needs met, and then that is a great basis for you to start everything else. And you haven't told me why that shouldn't be the case.
Because you're saying that they should have their needs met, but you're not giving me anything. You're just saying that you just want life to be a fucking utopia and everybody lives great. Because you want to be nice to every fucking body.
I don't need them to be in, a big ass house with a yard or anything. I just need them to be able to go to their little shoebox and work their 40 hours a week and be able to afford groceries and rent. That's all I'm asking for. For a minimum wage working 40 hours a week.
They can do that.
They cannot currently
They absolutely can do that. You know how they do it? You know how they do it? I'll tell you how they do it. You want me to solve your problem? I'll solve it right now. Right here on live for everybody to fucking see. You want me to tell you how they do it? I can tell you. This is the number one solution. It's going to work. You want to know? Get a fucking roommate. That's how you solve that fucking problem. You split your living expenses. No, but I make over $100,000 a year. I don't need a fucking roommate. My wife lives with me.
Okay, so what about your life? What about you makes you more entitled to living the quality of life that you live? I'm
not entitled to live the quality of life I live. I earned it over time from working hard, brother.
From going to school?
I went to school, but I mean, I didn't get I didn't get a degree in fucking chemistry. I got a criminal justice degree. My degree don't mean nothing. My degree don't mean shit.
So why do you want them to go to a trade school? Why do you want them to
I also have an entomology degree, but it's more of a certification. It took me a year and a half to get it, but it's about instant. I got it for a separate reason. But what did you ask me? I'm sorry.
Mr. Taco, I also completely agree with you. If you're working 40 hours a week, you shouldn't get to live in Malibu.
Don't talk to the chat. We're talking to me. What did you say?
I'm talking to you through him. I think that he's articulating your point better than you are.
That's great. Go talk to him then. Go talk to him and get the fuck off of here. I mean, I don't know where you think.
I'm not saying people need to live a luxurious life. I'm saying they need to have their needs.
I didn't say you did say that. What I'm asking you is. What I'm saying is the solution to that problem is for you to just get a roommate, split your living expenses in half, and then save some money. That's what I'm saying.
I'm drawing. Okay, I think we just draw the line at different places.
As long as you live within your means.
But you have to understand. You are talking about Peter Pan fairyland world. That is not the way.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about a one-bedroom apartment.
Fuck, dude.
I'm talking
you're
about
saying you're saying that they should you're saying that they should have enough money to eat, live, and have their basic needs. That's what you're saying, right? And we currently understand that is not supposed to go. That's not what's going on, correct?
Yes.
So we're talking about something that's not going on. So I want to talk about the reality. And the reality is some of these people don't have enough money to fucking live. So what do they need to do in order to get ahead so they can be a productive member of society and so that they can actually retire? They need to get a roommate. They need to either get into trade school, join the military, or get the certifications that they need to get into IT, logistics, project management, or warehouse work, things of that nature, and they need to go out and be successful that way. Just saying something should happen is not going to actually make that thing happen.
And listen, like you saying that
I'd like
to
to
me
make a point
as like
on
a
one
mentor.
more.
I'm sorry. I know
you.
I know you've been like waiting to say this forever, but I just want to finish this really quick.
I sit quietly most of the time, but there is one more point.
That's fair. Go for it.
There's one more point that people could do to better their situation, and that is sacrifice. It's called sacrifice. You don't sleep 8 hours a day. You sleep 5 or 6 hours a day. You put in the time. You put in the motivation. You show the company that you're working for that you have the drive and desire to better your situation. You apply for them positions, or you go into training programs through a company and better your situation. It's not the government's responsibility, my responsibility, your responsibility to make sure that everybody in this country is in the perfect situation to where they're okay. It's their responsibility, just like it's mine.
Okay. And you know what? Like on a one-to-one level, if you're just like my friend and you're telling me, hey, you're in a shitty situation, I know the government isn't going to take care of you, this is how you get out of it, I completely agree with you. This is great advice. We're talking, when people are having a conversation about we should raise the minimum wage, they're not talking about a one-to-one conversation. They're not talking about general life advice. They're talking about changes to made to the government, and they're talking about policy. And we're saying that if this policy were enacted, society would be better for everyone. This would not just be better for low-income people. This would be better for everyone. And I think like saying, oh, only sleep 5 or 6 hours a week, psychologists will tell you, like doctors will tell you that's not good for your brain.
Of course they're not. Of course they're going to tell you that. They're part of Big Pharma. We don't give a fuck what they have to say. They proved that with COVID. Look.
Okay, you're on some other shit. But what I'm trying to say is that like
I don't give a fuck
5 hours a week.
You can sleep 5 hours a day for a week and be fine. You absolutely can, but you're not doing it forever. That's my point.
The studies show that you cannot do that.
Brother, you're not doing it forever. Just do it for a fucking year. You'll be okay. Like, I don't know why you guys think... That'll still be bad for your brain for the year. But regardless, I don't want to harp on the sleeping part of it. I'm trying to say that just because you can make personal sacrifices... Listen. Every time we present you with a solution to a problem, you're constantly making excuses as to why somebody can't do that. That is the reason why...
You absolutely can.
That is
you
the
can
reason...
sleep 5 hours a week. I'm saying that's not a stable like system for us to build up. We shouldn't rely on people sleeping 5 hours a week.
Listen. You have to. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, dude. For you to just come up here and just and try to pitch your without any substance, I might add, without any substance, for you to just pitch your little fairy tale world as we should have this, we should have that, but you don't have any ideas how we're going to implement that in any way, shape, or form.
I do have multiple ideas.
I didn't get any numbers from you. None.
I don't have numbers because I'm not an economist, but I understand the concept of what it is.
Jay, do you think that you can understand the economy?
Like that's a really broad question. I understand aspects of the economy. I'm not an economist.
Do you have the capacity to understand the economy by reading and learning yourself?
Yes.
Then why the fuck are you worried about an economist? You can do it yourself.
Because an economist already has.
No, I understand that. I understand that. Why, if you
that's why
feel
I'm worried
for
about
this,
an economist.
Dude, if you feel the way you feel about this shit, you should be willing to do the work yourself to understand it and pitch it to people. Because that's the only way change actually happens. You can't bank on somebody else that has the information that you don't have to pitch the idea that you have. You have to pitch it yourself. That's the difference between you and the guys that are out here making all this fucking money.
No, listen, okay. I'm assuming you don't have a website, but let's say that you have a website.
I have a website.
I'm assuming. Did you learn how to build a website or did you get someone to do it for you?
I learned how to build a website.
You learned how to build a website from scratch?
Yes.
How much time and energy went into that you could have just paid someone to do instead?
I paid somebody too. I paid him to teach me how to do it.
Why would you pay someone to teach you how to do something you're only going to do once?
I'm not only going to do it once. I'll do it over and over again, and it's part of SEO.
Why
didn't
you
instead building a website? It's part of doing
someone to do it
over
and over?
Your argument fell over. Your argument fell on his face because I actually did this shit. I'm not telling you to do something that I've never done.
No, actually, it didn't fall on my face. I was about to say that I build websites, and I learned how to do it so that I could do it for other people.
But you just said why learn it. You said why learn it if you're only going to do it once.
Because I'm monetizing it. I'm making money off of it. You're not making money off of it.
expect
you're losing
anybody.
money that you
I'm not
could have
losing
put
money
towards your business.
What are you talking about?
You're,
I'm not
you're
losing money.
time.
What are you talking about?
You lost time.
I didn't lose time. I have employees. They go out and work. I'm not losing time.
You didn't lose time by learning it, so you didn't take any time.
How am I losing time by learning a skill that I can also use to make fucking money? I could build websites for other people.
Because you spent time instead of spending money that someone else has already spent time on.
Maybe he slept less when he was learning that.
I spent $500 to get somebody to teach me a website he was going to charge me $1,200 for. I spent $500 and I was like, teach me how to build the website you were going to build for me. I'll be there on time as long as you show me, like, teach me how to do it. That means I got a fucking skill that I can stop listening. I'm not a dumbass.
Go ahead.
Because I can use the information that I paid $500 for to go and make a separate business building websites for other people. So that's not a stupid thing. You think I'm a dumbass because you don't have the same mindset.
No. You're a dumbass, first of all, because it doesn't cost $1,200 to make a website. You probably just need a static website that should cost you like $200 to $300 at most. You could get someone to do that on.
I don't know if you know this or not.
Charging you for
like
one thing.
Different things cost different prices. Like I don't understand how you're not getting it.
James, you're a dumbass because you don't understand what happens.
You didn't get it. It went in one ear and out the other, bro.
What dynamic elements exist on your website that would necessitate it costing $1,200 a month? Is it running on a server?
He taught me how to do SEO. He taught me how to do a whole bunch of shit. A ton of stuff.
That's a static website. SEO is part of a static website. You overpaid for even the training on it. He could have done it for you for half that price.
You don't get it. You don't understand anything that anybody tells you, bro.
I think you're realizing in real time you got ripped off, and that you can't just
even if I did get ripped off, he spent the time that he didn't have to fucking spend to teach me how to build something. He gave me a skill that I really underpaid for because there are people that go to fucking school to learn how to build fucking websites. I could have learned it from YouTube. Why would they go to school
when they could just find it online? Yeah, exactly.
I could have gone to YouTube and learned how to build a website, right? But I wanted to invest in somebody that also taught me how to market. He's still my marketer to this day. I built a relationship with that.
He stop talking. I need to do everything.
Stop talking and listen to what I am saying. You talk too much.
I am listening.
You're not listening because you're talking over me. You can't do both.
I got the gist of what you were saying.
Yeah, I don't want you to get the gist. I want you to be quiet and listen to what I'm saying. Because I'm not just talking to you. I'm talking to everybody that's in here listening.
I'm being disrespectful. Go ahead.
Even if I overpaid, this man spent the time that he didn't have to spend with the person that he didn't fucking know to learn a skill that he also makes money doing. He taught me about marketing. He taught me about business. He mentored me on how to build a website and what people are actually looking for when they're building a website. He taught me all of these things. He's still my marketer to this very day. I still have a relationship with this person. I can call him at any time, and get information that I need. We have a relationship. So you're saying that I overpaid for something. You don't understand the overwhelming framing of everything that's going on within my life when it comes to business. Okay, I have 7 websites. Like I have a lot of them. My dad's got websites that I helped him build for his business. Like I can now go to people and teach them how to build a website because I paid $500 for a skill. I can use that for people on here that want to start businesses to help them build their websites. Because I don't know if you noticed or not, most people's websites look like absolute dog shit.
They do. I agree with that.
So I'm like, my platform,
economies of scale. Yeah. Can I say
a dollar bill? Have you made
I was
more
about to
than
say
$500 off of your websites?
What?
I was gonna say
you made more than $500 off.
Oh fuck yeah! I've made hundreds of thousands of dollars off my website.
Okay.
Well, so
you know about like economies of scale, yeah? Like
yeah. I don't listen to fucking Jay. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like I don't know why he thinks it was a waste of money. Didn't have all the information.
It was a waste of money because the amount of time and effort that you put into it, someone could have done in like a quarter of that time, and you could have spent like a quarter of that money, and they could have done it.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't have the knowledge. You did learn. I wouldn't have the knowledge.
You did learn how to do it, but you're still not as efficient as someone doing it 24/7.
That turns into a $500,000 profit is not a waste of money.
You can still get the profit and just have someone else do it for you.
It literally had nothing to do with the profit. It didn't have anything. It didn't have anything to do with the profit. I just wanted to learn something that I was interested in. Like,
and that's a beautiful thing. If you just want to learn it, that's fine. But we're talking about economy right now. We're talking about like the best use of your time and your money.
Dude. I wasn't talking about the best use of time for your money. I wasn't talking about that. I told you that I paid a certain amount to get a website built. You're trying to tell me that it's a waste of time because you're in that field and you think you know every fucking thing. Another motherfucker that thinks he knows everything about fucking everything.
But I know things about websites, and you
don't know anything about my website. You don't know what my goals were. You don't know what I was trying to do. You don't know the type of person that I was trying to do.
You were mentioning that he mentioned
the only reason that I even got with that person because I heard that he was going to be a good mentor for me. So I bought my way in. You don't fucking know everything. Y'all need to learn to shut the fuck up.
First of all, you're getting really emotional. We're talking about
shut the fuck up, bitch. I can say whatever the fuck I want. And I can act however I fucking want. You telling me that I'm getting emotional doesn't fucking bother me in the slightest. It doesn't fucking bother me.
You sound really unbothered by it. But like,
brother, I get bothered by people that love to fucking talk and that don't know that. They don't understand the underlying concept of there's a bigger goal here. It's not all about what I fucking told you. I don't have to tell you everything about my fucking life. I don't.
Well, you don't have to tell me everything. I asked you a question and you answered it, so I'm responding to your answer. If you wanted to keep that part of your life private, you could have kept it private. I wasn't like
I wish I could keep this conversation private, but plenty of people fucking heard it. Anyway, Pop, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on? I gave you a follow.
Thank you. But listen, dude, when I'm talking about the minimum wage, and I'm talking about the people that want that want to go out here and they want to be better, okay? Fuck, dude. Y'all gotta stop requesting to come up when you're like on the fucking road, man. The people that actually want to be out here, come out here and be better, you're presenting them an option that you can't even implement yourself, so it's just wasted breath. I'm presenting them an option that they can implement themselves and they can actually get a better return on their investment and go out into the world and be somebody and actually retire. You can't retire off working at fucking Walmart.
Cool. A really important principle of capitalism, and it also applies to tech since you probably know about it since you build websites. Distributed services. You want to get people who are specialized in a particular thing to do that thing for a lot because it saves you a lot of time and energy. You don't have to be a fucking Renaissance man. People who are working at Walmart are valued members of society. I would love for someone who's working at Walmart to also learn how to like code or build a house or whatever. But if they just work at Walmart for their,
they could do that at home.
They can. If they just want to work at Walmart 40 hours a week from now until they're 65, I think they should be able to live in a shoebox apartment.
No, fuck that. And that's exactly what I thought you were gonna fucking say. Fuck that. Yep. No, I don't want the market to stagnate and have people that are just getting the bare minimum done. That's not the
market stagnating because people like you will always exist. People with an entrepreneurial mind will always exist. They exist right now. I'm someone with an entrepreneurial mind, but not everybody is like that. And you know what? We need people to flip burgers, and they should be able to live comfortably. That's my mentality.
So Jay, if the minimum wage is $100 an hour across the board for burger flippers and Walmart stock shelfers or shelf stockers, what do you think is going to get them out of poverty? $100 an hour minimum wage. You think they're going to be out of poverty?
Are you asking me for a specific number again? Because I feel like we've been down this road a couple of times.
Yeah, we can't ask him for a number. You can't ask him for a number.
I'm asking
God forbid.
if the minimum wage is $100 an hour across the board for the people that stock shelves at Walmart or flip burgers at Burger King or Wendy's or wherever, or right out of high school kids working on a farm and they're working for minimum wage, $100 an hour, do you think that's going to get them out of poverty?
Do I think that's going to get them out of poverty, as in do I think they will stop being the poorest members of society? No. But do I think it'll get their basic needs met? Yes.
And how do you...
everything else goes up with that.
I want to know how you calculate that.
Yeah, every time
minimum wage goes up...
Stop. Everybody cannot fucking talk at once. You can't just jump into the conversation because nobody can hear you.
I want to know why Host is so caught up on the minimum wage. Like, what's your issue with the minimum wage? Like, do you not agree that Americans?
Samurai, give me 1 second and I'll answer that question for you. Okay. But Pop and Jay were having a separate conversation.
Hey, Dollar Bill, you got this under control. I'm going to jump down. I just wanted to put in my 2 cents, and then I'll let you have it back, boss.
All right, appreciate it, man. Blaze, what? How old are you? What do you do for a living, man? Dude asked me a question and then
I think he just muted
his phone.
Yeah.
Like, Blazed. Blazed. I don't understand, dude. I thought he asked me a question.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, my alarm.
Okay, I can hear you now. What was the question that you asked me? Oh no, how old are you and what do you do for a living? That's the first thing I need to know.
So I'm 35 and I'm a manager at one of these fast food places, making $20 an hour to serve people like you food who are too lazy to cook for themselves and making minimum wage.
I didn't ask all that shit. I just want to know what you do for a living. How old
I
you are,
just want to know why
God
you are
damn.
so down on the minimum wage. It seems like you have an issue with people who are trying to.
I have an issue with people. I have an issue with people within my generation not being able
with
to
your
retire.
Generation. So what's with your generation?
All right, so check this out. Is this going to be a conversation where you're just going to overtalk me the entire time? Do you actually care to hear my answer to your question?
I mean, I really don't care for your answer.
Okay, if you don't care for my answer, then don't
really
ask me
don't
the
care about
question.
your answer.
It's fine. Like, if you think what you think, I'll let you think what you think. I'm actually up here trying to do something completely different.
Like
I think
you're exactly
talking
what's
about
wrong
something
with
else.
Americans.
No. I'm trying to get people to retire. Blaze, stop. If you listen to anything that I say tonight, I'm trying to get people to earn the amount of income that they need in order to retire so that they're not working at the places you're working at when they're 60, 70, 80 years old. That's what I'm trying to do.
The places I'm working at, the career
There
opportunities.
is because they can't. They're not able to save enough money to retire in the current economy. So there is something wrong with it. That's what you guys don't understand.
You understand why that is, though, right? You understand why?
No. I understand why that is, but that doesn't change the reality. They have to get into fields that are paying them more, so they're able to retire. That's the goal. I don't care. Like I care how we get there. I don't want them to get there by illicit means at all. But I want them to get there by any means necessary. I kind of do. I don't want to see people within my generation. I don't like seeing people working at places where you work when they're 60, 70, 80 years old. They should be chilling on vacation with their wife, hanging out with their grandkids. Like they should be doing that kind of stuff.
Not everyone has.
They work their whole fucking life. I know they don't because they're choosing to do the things that you're doing. I don't want that for people, dude. So I'm trying to give them the resources that they need in order so they don't have to be that. That's it. I don't know what your issue is. I don't know what your goals are in life. My goal is to have people within my generation actually able to retire so that they can relax because they already did their duty to society. They worked from fucking 18 to 65. The least that they could do was be able to have money saved away so that they could chill out. They shouldn't be there at 70. They shouldn't be there at fucking 80. That's not where they're supposed to be.
So you're against raising the the minimum wage, but I'm guessing you're pro capitalism then. You're pro corporation.
What did you get out of what I just said, Blaze? Did you get anything out of what I said? So you didn't get anything from what I just said. You don't understand me trying to get people and give people the resources they need in order for them to retire. You don't get that. That you're not really for that. You don't want that to happen.
Sure, if it was a different system that we're living in, but we're not.
But we're not living in a different system, and I understand that. I'm trying to get them to do it within the capitalist system.
Taking advantage of the workers and
paying them. They're not taking advantage of you. They're not taking advantage. You agreed to the salary when you came in. How are they not taking advantage of us? You agreed to the salary when you came in.
Do you understand what the cost of living is now? Do you understand how much the cost of living is?
Yeah, the cost of living is high, so that means you probably need to get better skills. Yeah.
Even people who are making $15, $16 an hour that's not minimum wage are still struggling in America and are still going hungry. Do you think everyone has the opportunity that you have? Do you think everyone in rural areas has an opportunity to make money like you do?
Yeah, they got the internet.
Well, no jobs
I'm not saying that they have the opportunity. I'm a business owner and I don't believe that everybody can do that. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I do believe that people the first thing you have to do is get them out of the mentality that they're not smart enough to do it. Because that is that's a big thing that I've seen through talking to these people, because I actually do this in real life, not just over the internet. But through talking to them, they believe that since they didn't do well in school, that they can't go out into the world and be successful and make the amount of money that somebody else makes. Because people attribute the amount of money that people make with how like intellectual they are, a lot of the time. So they think that people that make more money, they make more money because they're smarter than they are. That's why you hear people say, well, I'm dumb, so I just work here, or I'm doing this or whatever, right? But when you get them out of that mentality and you teach them, hey, like, you're not within the institution of education anymore. You can go and learn this stuff on a computer at your own pace, and you'll get it the more you practice it. And once you get it, you can get the certifications that you need to get into jobs that are going to pay you $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, and can get up to $115,000 to $150,000 a year. And then you'll be able to save your $1.5 million that you need for retirement.
That's cool, but what about people with kids?
What about them? They need to do it. They need to do it more than the people without kids. In my opinion.
What about people in my area who's there's only jobs in my area are fast food jobs and warehouse jobs. So you get out even if you graduate in my area.
So where's the nearest major city where you're? Hey,
I'm sorry, I didn't know my sentence was in the middle of yours.
Yeah, it was. So where's the nearest city to you? Like how far would you have to drive?
Baltimore is 200 miles away.
So how far would you have to? How long is that? Like an
Baltimore
hour?
Is 200 miles away. Philly is 150 miles away.
I live in Maryland too.
So is it an hour, 2 hours? What would your commute be to get to like Baltimore?
Get to Baltimore would be 2 hours.
Okay, so you'd have to drive 2 hours to work if you work there, and 2 hours back, right? That's unreasonable. I'd say that's unreasonable. Personally, I'd say that's unreasonable, right? That's too much gas. Huh?
Exactly. So in my area, all you have are these big corporation warehouse jobs. You have IKEA, you have Amazon, you have all these other jobs. So even if you get out of high school, even if you graduate high school, you still got to work. You still got to work at one of these warehouse jobs because there's nothing around.
Right. So maybe we look for jobs somewhere else.
Not everyone can look for jobs. Everyone, see, like there you go.
Well, you can. You just apply for jobs in other places. You're living somewhere, correct? Blaze, are you living somewhere?
Yeah, I'm living somewhere.
You're in your 40s, right? So you have an apartment or a house or something?
Yeah.
So you have an apartment or do you have a mortgage?
I rent.
So you have a security deposit?
Yeah.
Hey, what is all that noise?
It sounds like a car.
I fixed it. So you have a security deposit. So how much is your security deposit?
It was $2,400.
So you'll get that security deposit back if you move out of there, correct?
Right.
So you use that money to move to the next state to get your next opportunity.
You act like it's so easy for people to just get up.
No, I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was easy. I didn't say it was easy. Sometimes you have to do the things that you need to do. That's all I'm saying. But you have to understand that in one situation, you're staying in a place where it's not economically feasible for you to take care of your family because you can't progress and move up. When you're trying to move to another, listen to what I'm saying. Your other option is to move to a place that is more economically robust. You can get a job there and actually thrive a lot more so that you can move up. And I'm not speaking like it's easy. I'm speaking it like it's something like you really don't have a choice. Those are your options. Your options are you fucking move to a place that has the jobs or you stay in the place that doesn't. Me personally, I have a brain, so I'm going to move to a place that does have the jobs. Especially if I have a $2,400 security deposit. Go to the South. Fuck it. Fuck it. Go to the South. Find a job in the South that you can work at. Where the cost of living is lower and there are more people that earn the amount of money that you make around you because you'll live a lot better because the cost of living is lower.
You say in the South? That's even worse.
No, it's not. Not worse than Baltimore. I've been to Maryland.
You are in the South. Maryland is a southern state. We are below the Mason-Dixon line.
Congratulations. We don't consider you the South. I'm sorry.
We're a border state. We're not considered the South.
Yeah, we don't consider you the South. If you tell somebody here you're from Maryland, they're going to say you're not in the South.
I understand that. I am from Maryland. I do live here. I understand that. But what I'm speaking is about technicality. When you look it up, you can Google it. We are technically a southern state. I agree with you fully. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but if you ask
let me ask you something. Why did you feel the need to say that?
Because you said you told him to go to the South. He's already here. That's why.
Yeah, no. So clearly I'm not talking about the place he's in if I'm telling him to go somewhere else. Yeah, again, we don't consider you the South. Like most people don't. It's cool. But what I'm saying is go to a place that has a lower cost of living. Go to you can go to Tennessee, you can go to Alabama, you can go to I wouldn't say go to Mississippi, but Georgia's a great place. You go there, you go to Florida, There's a lot of jobs that are there that are going to fit within the brackets that you need to live a lot better than what you're living right now. Now, I know you're saying that not everybody can do it. You could. You could. You've got a fucking $2,400 security deposit that you could use in order to get an apartment down there. You can set up everything. Like, y'all, we have got to get within the mind that sometimes you got to move to where the opportunity is.
Cost of living down in the South is worse than up here. I'm telling you now. Rent's worse.
How much is your rent? How much is your rent right now? Fuck, man.
You're not going to make what you're making up here in Maryland, what you're making down there in Georgia.
Brother, I know you're not going to make that because the cost of living is lower. That's why.
The cost of living is definitely lower. The host is right. The cost of Maryland is one of the
you're not going to make that
most expensive states. Fuck. Yeah, Maryland is consistently in the top 5 usually of the most expensive states.
It's always an excuse, bro. Every time I present you with a solution, it's an excuse after an excuse after an excuse.
You're sitting here talking about people who are unable to do what you're talking about.
They are able to do it. Stop treating them like they're retarded. They're not stupid. They are able to do it. They just haven't tried. Stop treating people that way. Just because they work at a fast food restaurant with you, that does not mean that they deserve to be there for the rest of their life. They should be able to retire. And they need to go out and do the things that they need to do to be able to do that. That means getting more money, getting more skills, and becoming more valuable to the marketplace that they're in. So wouldn't you agree that
the cost of living in America needs to be lowered?
Dude, what are you going to do to fix it? What you going to do?
Lower the cost of living in America.
How you going to do it? Tell me, how you going to do it? Crickets. So what the fuck are you talking about?
What do you mean what we're going to do? We vote people in.
What are you going to do? What is the government?
Vote for fucking Donald Trump, you dumb fuck.
Fuck that. What has the government shown you over your 40 years? Over your 40 if over your 40 years, what has the government shown you? You're
sitting here talking about how the housing market is ridiculous right now and the price of apartment.
Dude, we're not going to talk about politics because I don't care. We're not going to talk about politics.
Cost of living is so expensive.
Dude, if you're going to just talk over me, brother, stop.
At the average,
stop.
Bro, I can keep.
Stop.
We can keep doing.
Stop. Why would you want to keep doing this? Stop acting like a child. Stop and listen to what I'm saying. Yeah, fucking leave. Y'all can't. You can't. I have all of the power here. I do. I can mute you over and over fucking again. If you're gonna continue to talk over people and you don't actually want to hear what's going on, that's on you. Don't even come up. Don't waste your time. I'm not here to talk to you about fucking politics. I don't care who you fucking voted for. I care if you retire. That is all. Don't give a fuck who you voted for. What I was going to ask him was, what has the government shown him over the span of his life that they give a fuck about lowering the cost of living? What have they passed to show that they care about raising the minimum wage? Nothing. So why are you banking your retirement on waiting on another motherfucker that has a history of showing you that they're not going to do something? Why are you banking your retirement on them? They don't give a fuck. It's clear they don't give a fuck. Stop banking on them. Do it yourself. It's going to be faster. You're going to have a higher ROI, and you know that you're actually doing the things that you need to be doing to get where you need to go. Why the fuck are you waiting on a government guy to do it? He's fine. He don't need it. Yummy Tsunami, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm all right. How old are you? What do you do for a living?
I'm 46, and I'm a doctor, a psychiatrist to be exact.
Great. How do you feel about the topic?
I agree with you. I think people are just kind of irritated with your delivery, which I don't think you should change because the right people will understand. You're talking about people who have a defeatist attitude, if I'm correct. And the defeatist attitude is what gets them nothing, because I went from being homeless to Johns Hopkins. And that's because I met someone like you who was like, you're not dumb. You are smart enough. You're totally capable.
Yeah, you met a normal human being.
Yeah. So we enable ourselves, and then other people enable us. And they're like, oh, no, you can't because of this. But here's the thing. You can find a way. If you are working at a factory, so go to your boss and find out if there are programs for advancement. I mean, there's so many things that you can do. Even if you can't move right away, there are things that you can figure out, and the defeatist attitude is what's going to kill us. The government's not going to do us for us. They're not just going to lower the cost of living. It's just not going to happen that way. And As far as the minimum wage, when you raise the minimum wage, guess who else's pay gets raised? Mine. So there's always going to be a disparity, and people don't understand that either. And just raising the minimum wage, isn't going to make people make smarter choices about their finances. People also have to have fiduciary counseling. You have to make better choices with your finances.
I just don't, ma'am, I don't understand what's wrong with me saying, because he works at a fast food restaurant as a fucking manager at a fast food restaurant. If he's not just a regular crew member, he could have been lying. I don't know. But what's wrong with me saying the people that are fucking working with you, that are working under you, should not be there longer than 5 years? They need to be retiring. There are absolutely people that work inside of that fucking McDonald's, whatever fast food restaurant he fucking works at. There are people that work there. The biscuit lady that comes in is normally an older woman. Right. I don't understand what the problem is and why people have such a big issue with people being able to retire.
I think it's just because they feel like you're attacking them and saying that
I am attacking them.
I know, but you're not attacking them. I know, but you're trying to convict them. You're not trying to hurt them. You're trying to convict them and get them to say, you know what? I can do this. I can do better. You're not trying to hurt them. I'm just
trying to get them to understand that if you stay here, you're not going to be able to retire. Just know that.
You're 100% correct. Like, nothing you've said has been inaccurate. You're actually caring for people. You don't have to. You've done the work for yourself. You're fine. You've got yours.
And I do all this shit for free. I don't ask for nobody for no fucking money.
Yeah, because listen, this is a very caring thing. Because listen, I have to have financial advisors, and they are on my ass. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. And like, you really have to make better decisions. You have to get out of your feelings. You cannot make decisions when you're in your feelings because they will not be accurate. Fear-based decisions also are no good. You have to just stand on business, and you're gonna fail, and it's cool, but keep going. Like, I know people think that's stuck, but no one's stuck.
Yeah, correct. That is the culture. Yes, it's the culture. But I'm trying to let
the culture.
I am trying to let the people within my generation.
I'm from Maryland, like that dude. I'm from a tiny little red. I'm in a red county in a blue state. Okay, so it's crazy here. I'm also brown.
Same here.
But so what? You know what I'm saying? Like,
but people, and that's that guy's the type of person. He downloaded TikTok and became a political expert overnight. I don't give a fuck who you voted for. It doesn't matter. None of them did anything. The Republicans didn't do anything. The Democrats didn't fucking do anything. No, they haven't passed a single piece of legislation to lower the cost of living and raise minimum wage. They haven't done it because they don't care about it. They don't need to do it. The market, the free market, has already adjusted itself. People aren't applying for jobs that make $7.25. The bell curve goes $15 an hour. Anything below that, the applications just fucking they down plunge. I've seen the charts. They're not applying for them. So the employers, we know. If we put a job out there for $10 an hour, you're going to get significantly less applications than the jobs you put out there for $20.
Absolutely.
They're not even entertaining it. They're not even taking the time to click the fucking one-click application button. They're not even doing that. So,
yeah, but if you put a job out there for $30 an hour that requires a skill, it's the same thing. I've been an employer. I'm 38 years old. I'm retired now, right? And I still got a second job, just a retirement job, but I mean, I had a gate guard on an oil. I'm out here in the middle of nowhere in northeastern Colorado, right? In the oil and gas industry. It takes a skill, but people just want to come here for a paycheck, and they don't want to learn that skill.
Man.
You know, that's how
people will lie.
People will lie.
They will absolutely fucking lie and say that they have the skills that they don't have. We're going to find out when you come in, dude. Like, you're not going to get away with it.
I didn't graduate high school. I didn't go to college, and I retired at 38. I bought a business when I was 31, sold it at 37. I mean, come on now. It's a culture thing. That's what I mean. This guy's 40 years old working at a fast food restaurant. That's a culture because, you know what? As me, myself, and the people I surround myself with, I found this out a long time ago. If you surround yourself with people that work at fast food restaurants, you know, strictly, and I'm not saying on an economic level, you will become that fast food worker and become complacent with it.
Yes.
Right? If you surround yourself with people that are making the 100K, the 225K a year, you will become that person.
But you know what, Polish, the thing that they always say is, well, what about people that have kids? Well, what about this? Well, what about that? Well, what about this? Well, what about that?
I'm like, 3 kids.
Dude, if you have kids, you should do it. You should want to do it even more. Because clearly,
that was my driver.
Clearly, you decided to have children before you were financially ready to have children. That's why I keep telling y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and say it again because I say it every live. Y'all need to stop fucking.
Facts.
Stop having sex, because you're again, bro. You're getting these women pregnant, and you don't have the financial backing to be able to take care of children. You're leaving these women with children they can't take care of. They put you on child support, and then you go to fucking jail. Now your life's harder, and her life's harder, because y'all decided to make a dumbass decision for 2 minutes.
Amen.
It's stupid. It's stupid. You cannot, like. And I've had people come up here and argue that. Well, bro, what you have against somebody going to get a little piece of ass? Your retirement. That's what I have. You're literally putting yourself in a worse off position than you already think you are. So what's the point? It's the pussy that good. It can't be that fucking good.
But when you look at TikTok now, that's the culture. That's what I'm saying. Everything goes back to culture. You got a woman that's 38 years old and a 21-year-old that has zero life skills. So what do? They get online and they shake it, right?
Well, that's not most women.
It's all
but
about
I mean,
culture.
That's a very small
I'm
percentage
not saying
of women
most women.
No, I'm saying that's a very
But I'm
small,
saying on
I'm
TikTok
saying there's a
with no
small
life
percentage
skills.
of women that actually make money doing that. So it's
Correct.
not, even
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
that, it's like, why are you banking it? 1%, 2% of women are on OnlyFans or some shit. You're gonna, and of that 2%, like less than 0.5% are actually making over 6 figures doing that. That's what you want to bank. You want to bank that?
Because they have no skills. That's because they have no skills. And that young girl coming up is like, well, I don't have any skills either, but I can go shake it on TikTok, let's make 6 figures and it doesn't work
Then
out.
tell the men to stop
Right,
paying
but
for it, boo-boo.
I'm not saying it's a women issue only.
Most men aren't paying for it either.
But why do we care?
Nah.
Why does who care? The
Like,
women?
if that's how their money is getting to their retirement. What's the issue? If they're going to get to their retirement that way, what's the issue?
I couldn't hear you because somebody was talking.
Because it's a small percentage.
Hold on. Say what you were saying, Yummy, please.
What I'm saying is, if that's how they're going to get to their retirement, then what's the issue?
Oh, I could give you plenty of problems with people being on like OnlyFans and shit. I wasn't really talking about that.
I get the morality. I'm a psychiatrist. I get all that.
It's not just the morality. If you're a psychiatrist, you know about the physical too.
Oh, absolutely, honey. But baseline, basic, going just strictly off your topic. If that's what gets them to their retirement comfortably, that's what you're talking
about. Because I remember when I said earlier that I don't want them to do it. I don't want them to do it by illicit means. But you're saying if that's what gets them to their retirement, that's not getting them to their retirement. It's less than 0.5% that actually make money on there. Most of those people are making 20 grand a year.
Doesn't justify it at all.
My point isn't numbers. My point isn't justification. My point isn't morality. I'm taking all of that out. I'm removing my own thoughts, my own feelings, and my own views, and I'm strictly saying, strictly by your thing, if they happen to be one of the lucky ones, and that gets them to their retirement, then so what?
I mean, if I remove all of my morals, ethics, and everything else, then just go be a hitman for a living, I guess.
Exactly
I don't know.
what I'm saying. Sell crack, sell fentanyl.
I mean,
why do you have
as long as you get there, right? As long as you get there.
Wait, why do you have such a problem with sex work when it's generally...
Ma'am, stop, ma'am. Don't do this. If this is what you're going to come up here and argue, this is not the place. It really isn't. Please.
Okay, that's cool. Let's go back to arguing why you think that people who are working in, like, the service economy, like fast food industries and things like that...
How about it's the simple fact that they're settling for what the fuck they getting? They settling for $10 an hour. They comfortable with $10.
Well, is that not a part of the economy?
Listen, I'm 22. I ain't graduated. I got 2 kids, and yet I'm living in Florida doing a good thing for myself. I got my own business. I'm out here doing whatever. I ain't never worked no fast food. I've always did warehouse work.
I have worked fast food.
I mean, it ain't nothing bad with it.
Too.
If you got to do whatever you got to do to get on your feet.
That's what I'm saying.
To get on your feet. But don't be in there for 6 years trying to be general regional manager at the local Wendy's. That ain't it. That's not going to get you retired until you're 83. That ain't it.
You consider, though, that there are just people out there that just enjoy doing that work because they enjoy service people,
and that's fine with them if they want to enjoy being
and all you're suggesting here
but
is
they ain't thinking about their kids that they gonna have the man that they gonna have to marry or whatever that's gonna be coming up in their future because they want to make a quick buck selling their little booty. It ain't if you want to do that, go ahead, but that's on your own.
Who the fuck do you know that is selling their booty at the fast food joint up the street? You're crossing arguments here, my guy.
That's not what he was saying. I understood what he was saying. But you're saying, well, these guys just like doing it, but they don't like the money that is associated with it.
Well, no, I'm saying it is a job in our society that needs served by people. People have to fill that role, and the people who are filling that
I
role
agree.
are deserving of a living
I do
wage.
think a
Nope, they're
16-year-old
not.
should
They're
be
not.
making.
Nope. Hold on. You didn't let her finish. Let her finish what she's saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro. Come on. Thank you. Like, these people are in fact deserving of a living wage. They do deserve to have a minimum of a lifestyle. The fact that the minimum wage is as low as it is not their fault. It's a product of the system in which we are living. And that doesn't make them lazy or entitled. It just means that maybe sometimes they do just enjoy their job. They don't want to move on to another job because they like what they do.
Ma'am.
And that in and of itself does not make them undeserving of a quality of life.
Ma'am.
Right?
Ma'am, I would argue it does, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
It's because they're not willing to do the things that other people have done in order to get that quality of life. So it does, by definition, make them entitled.
How much do you believe a 16-year-old should be making?
Hold on, JD. Let me just have a conversation because I don't want to double team. I don't want to get no more.
Yeah, I feel you.
But
Yeah, because you me.
Kendra, like, you have to understand. While it might not be the nicest thing to say, they do deserve what they're getting because they haven't done anything in order to increase their value to the marketplace. You're saying that these jobs are important. Yeah, they are important, but I don't want to see the same person that there's still people that are that was working with me in high school at the same pizza place. I can go and see them right now working at that same pizza place. Kendra, that was over a decade ago.
No, I feel that. And
I don't need it to be the same people. They need to rotate out, and the people that have been there for 3 years, they move on to bigger and better things, and then have a new group of people come in there and fulfill it. I don't give a fuck who's making the McChicken. I just want the McChicken to be right.
Okay, heard. And that's fair. But I think don't you think that's a little bit of a privileged position to be coming with, to assume that all of those people can in fact move on, right?
Why do you think it's a privileged position?
How many disabilities do you live with? How many disabilities do you have that are keeping you back?
I'm black.
That's not a disability. That's a skin color.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Systemic racism.
Plenty of people will say that being black is just as bad as a disability. So I'm going to use it.
And does continue to be a problem in this country. And I'm not saying that you don't have issues because of your skin color. You do. But racism and ableism.
I don't. I'm fine, but I was just joking with you. But my skin color is just fine. I live in Alabama, and I've never had any problem. It might have something to do with me. I don't know, treating people the way that I want to be treated, but I don't know.
Sure. It's a good place to start, generally. I mean, that still doesn't mean racism isn't around and people don't have to deal with it. But people also have to deal with disability. People also have to deal with sexism. People also have to deal with homophobia.
So check this out. So let's say I had somebody come up here, really big guy on TikTok too, 300,000 followers or whatever, way bigger than me. People in my chat knew who he was. I didn't know who he was. So he said, let's say somebody gets a disability. So let's talk about disability. Let's say somebody loses their legs. Okay. Let's say they are depressed, which is really I feel like that's an appropriate reaction to losing your legs, right? You're in a wheelchair for the rest of your life. They don't have enough money to get prosthetics. So they're distressed. They're depressed, lackadaisical for 10 years. Okay? Do you think that person still deserves to be able to live, to have a livable, wage?
Well, first of all, somebody with 10 years outside of the workplace, you're going to be unlikely to be able to find a job in the first place that's willing to hire you. Likely that person is probably...
I didn't say they weren't working, but they're not doing anything up or mobile. They're just working at a Best Buy or something.
Okay, and what's the question?
The question was, do you think that person, deserves to have a livable wage? Do you think that person deserves to live?
Yeah.
Baseline, the baseline, whatever you have in your brain. Baseline, 1-bedroom apartment, studio.
Yeah, everybody deserves to be able to live a minimum standard of living.
So that's the difference between you and me. I would say he doesn't.
Why? Just because of depression?
I would say he doesn't, but well, that's part of it, but it's more to do with the amount of time, right? Because that same person asked me, he said, what if you had a time machine and you knew that after 10 years, he was going to be a productive member of society, he was going to go and get his degree and all that stuff, and I was just like, he's going to live like shit for 10 years, dude. Like, it is what it is. That is the society that we live in. So if you don't put anything into the market, you ain't going to get nothing out of the market. Nobody cares that you lost both of your fucking legs.
Well, that's not how it works with depression, honey. You're just completely out of your depth here. Because that's not
how what works.
That's not how depression works. Depression doesn't go on your schedule. Mental illness doesn't go on your schedule.
I am aware of that, and I'm telling you that people don't care about it. That's what I'm saying.
You don't have to care about it, right? So when you're talking about minimum wage, is this a blanket statement? This includes everyone, disabled people, everyone, right? I'm just making sure where you are.
No. Typically doesn't. Somebody that's lost both of their fucking. I see people that are in wheelchairs that are actually doing better than the people that have both their legs.
But anyway, but I'm just making sure that I know where you're at with that.
She brought up disability, so I wanted to talk about the conversation that I had with the other guy, because that's the difference. I would say, hey, if you're not doing anything for 10 years, if you're not doing anything for a certain amount of time, you can't expect to get anything just because you lost both of your legs. The world doesn't care that you lost both of your legs. They don't care.
Of course they don't, but that's not how things work, though. I mean, as far as psychological...
When you say that's not how things work, all I said was the world does not care that they lost both of their legs.
I wasn't responding to that part. When you said they're going to live crappily for 10 years, so even if after 10 years they don't become productive, that you think that they should still not deserve...
let me get this straight. I don't think anybody deserves any. I don't think anybody deserves anything. You earn everything you get in the world.
Well, duh. I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor. I know that better than anyone, sweetheart. However, what you're saying is, what you said to her was that
don't push me and tell me to
because of the 10 years time frame, that even after the 10 years, they don't, if they're going to become productive, they still don't, they still shouldn't be able to have a quality of life.
Well, I didn't say a quality of life, but if you don't, again, you get what you put into the market. Like, you can't just expect that somebody's going to feel bad for you and you're going to get more than what you put in simply because you're different than somebody else.
That is categorically an untrue statement. You do not get what you put into the market. There are plenty of people that put quite a bit into the market. Lots of work, 80 hours a week, 2-3 jobs that are barely scraping by check to check, that are getting dick from the market, even though they're putting their entire lives into it. And then you got
they're getting what they agreed to, ma'am.
No,
if they're working 2 jobs and they knew how much they were going to get paid for those 2 jobs, then they're getting what they agreed to. They put something into the market gave them something back. I don't care that they didn't get what they think they should have earned. They got what they agreed to.
What's the alternative? Hold out for the job that's paying twice as much.
The alternative would be
in the 60-day interim, they get evicted from their apartment.
The alternative would be you getting you using the resources that are available within the country in order to make the money that you want to make.
So, do you know what do you know what Maslow's hierarchy of needs is?
Yes. Give me a second though, because I'm not trying to get into psychology right now.
Well, everything we're talking about is based in a psychological perspective.
Just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not trying to get into psychology. I don't want to talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs right now because that's boring as fuck. I don't want to talk about it.
Even though it's directly relevant to the conversation.
I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say I don't want to talk about it.
All right, go ahead.
I don't know. I mean, what the fuck? Anyway,
go ahead, what you gonna say?
What I was gonna say was the when it comes to using the resources that you need or the resources that the country has available for you to be successful, I'm talking about certification programs that you can do online. I'm talking about the plethora of overnight jobs that you can work for part-time so that you could be working 60 hours a week so that you could save some money because most of the country lives paycheck to paycheck. So it will be unreasonable for me to just say, well, just, pay for some certification courses. Well, I can't because I'm living paycheck to pay. Oh, okay. Well, get a second job working part-time, 20 hours a week. 60-hour weeks, you're going to be working that. Get used to it. That's your life now. While you're saving money, you can use that money to invest into plenty of certification programs online, on Udemy, on Coursera, on Code Academy, on Amazon Warehouse Specialist. Amazon has one, Google has one, Yahoo has one, Bing has one as well. It's not as good, but Bing has one. And the certifications that you earn from those places can get you jobs that are making $50,000, $60,000 a year starting out. And once you have those certifications, you can move into those fields and have enough and be making enough money so that you can actually retire. Save your 1.5 million, have a nice day. Now you don't have to work 60 hours a week anymore because you're earning significantly more money a year. And you're going to continue to move up. Hopefully, you're going to continue to move up as you progress in that field. And then on top of that, I'm helping people fix their fucking resumes too so they can get those jobs because their resumes suck.
That is completely sidestepping, though, all of the barriers by which people face in trying to accomplish what you're talking about.
Man, most people are just normal people. Like you're trying to go to the outlier. I'm not talking about the outlier.
Are normal people. Most people are already working past their capacity.
No, they're not. Are you kidding me?
Most people are stressed. Most people have kids. Most people have an elderly parent they might have to be taken care of.
Hey man, look,
most people have other financial burdens
that you want to make up. At the end of the day, if you want to get where you want to go, you do what you need to do to make it happen. If you're going to make excuses why you can't get there in the first place, then don't be sad about the results that you get when it comes to that.
I don't entirely disagree with that, right? You are only limited by what you're willing to put in, blah, 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 blah. But you also cannot disregard the objective barriers to being able to do that and making it sound easy.
Ma'am, do you believe that you can work 60 hours a week and go see your mom and dad, spend some time with your kids, and still get on the computer and do some certification courses to better your life?
Yeah, I've done it. Doesn't mean it's easy.
Nope. And doesn't. Okay. When did I say it was easy? When did I say it was easy?
It doesn't mean that it is accessible to all people.
It's accessible. Everybody's got a fucking computer in there. Do it on your phone if you ain't got a computer. It's accessible. Stop it.
See, the problem is they don't take that money and invest in themselves. They go out and buy the new PS5 and the new Dre Beats. That's the problem with the world. Every person that I know that even makes that money, the 40, 30, 40, 50, $60,000, they don't invest it back in themselves. That's the difference between people that with wealth and people without wealth. People with wealth use that money as a tool to make more money, so right? Not to go out and buy the new computer, not to go out and buy the new Beats or the PS5.
How do you feel about billionaires then?
We're not talking about them. We don't give a fuck about a billionaire. Don't care. They made their money. Worry about you.
Self-investment. Right? Self-investment, billionaires had it.
Tired of y'all talking about millionaires and billionaires and business owners and all this other stuff. They've already done the things they need to do. They don't give a fuck about you. Let's worry about us. Nope. Let's not worry about the people that are already where they need to be. Let's worry about what we need to do to get where we need to fucking be. Y'all put your energy in the wrong shit too much.
Or look at the billionaires and see how they got there and follow that career path.
So you're not concerned with the fact that they've absorbed up the majority of the capital?
That's not how that works. That's not how that works. When somebody gets richer, that doesn't mean that I get poorer. There's plenty of money within our market. You just don't know what you need to do to go make it. You just have to learn it.
That's categorically false.
Ma'am, any economist will tell you when somebody gets richer, that doesn't mean you get poorer. That's not how our economy works.
Okay, except the national cash flow over the last 50 years has,
you know what,
trickled up by $80 trillion or something like that.
You're right. So what's your plan then? What's your plan for these people so that they can be able to retire? What's the plan?
Start by not blaming them and calling them lazy is all I'm saying.
That's not going to help them retire. What's your plan?
Invest in social services that help people with things like...
If you feed the bears in Yellowstone, they become more dependent.
You had me all the way up until there, Kendra.
Keep feeding the bears.
That's just not going to work, honey. I'm so sorry, sweetie. It's just not.
I mean, it can.
Ma'am, every single economist agrees that social services are unsustainable. We have to change them. They're not going to work.
You think things like vocational
we should put time
are unsustainable?
on.
Ma'am, listen to me very carefully. You need to go talk to some economists. They all agree that the social services that we have within the country are unsustainable. They think by 2030, 2033, that we're going to need to do significant change to them in order to fund them the way we're funding them now. So the answer you guys are still trying to bank your future on people that don't care about you.
No, let's go down that path.
I don't understand that.
Right? If social services aren't going to be funded by, let's throw out, say, 2040. No, 2035. That's 10 years from now, right? 10 years from now, those social services are not going to be liquid enough to be funded. Why is that?
Ma'am, it doesn't. Honestly, it doesn't even matter.
I mean, it does matter because it's kind of.
That's not the solution. That's not a good solution because you're banking your retirement and your future on somebody else that has shown a history of not giving a fuck about you. They've in fact showed a history of spending your money on bullshit. So why would you bank your fucking retirement on them?
Facts. So true.
You don't have to, and I'm not. I'm saying
you just said fund social services. That's what you said, correct? Or did I not? Did somebody else say that?
Okay, you ever seen that cartoon? I don't know who originated it or where it originally came from. I've seen it a couple times over the past couple years. It's that cartoon of like the 2 or 3 kids standing against the fence, like watching a baseball game. You know what I'm talking about? And one of them standing on the ground, one of them's standing on a box, and one of them standing on a taller box. And it's supposed to highlight the difference between equality and equity. Have you seen that? You know what I'm talking about?
I have not.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, so if you take that in mind, you can look it up real quick. I don't know how old it is, maybe 5 to 10 years old. And basically what it's seeing is equity and equality are not the same thing, right?
Oh, I have seen this.
You have seen that? Okay. So all I'm saying is the social services comment, I'm not saying rely on the people who don't give a fuck about you for your retirement or rely on them to put you in the position that you need to be in, because at the end of the day, that is still a personal responsibility. And the onus of that is on the person who needs to be moving up that economic ladder. Yeah, we can agree on that. All I'm saying is some of those social services can be the box standing underneath the shorter person, helping them achieve those outcomes.
And you don't think we have that in the country already?
I'm saying we do, but you're right. There's a solvency issue, and the solvency issue comes back to federal funding. The federal funding issue comes back to tax breaks to the rich.
I really just want to get this straight. So you want people that have a very short amount of time to live to bank years of their life on other people to fix their problems for them. That's what you're telling me.
No, not at all. Not at all.
How are they gonna? Because I need you to get. Okay, how about this? Tell me your plans for them to fix it for themselves. That doesn't require nobody else but them.
In a society like this, you can't work like that.
I knew you were gonna fucking say that. I knew it. You were gonna say they can't do that. It's impossible.
Well, I didn't say it's impossible. How are you gonna do that? How are you gonna do that?
I just gave you the blueprint to do it, man.
All
were
by
you
your
listening?
onesie. You've got $2,500 a month in rent. You've got, let's say, a $250 month car payment. You've got $500 additional.
Hey, hold on. I want you to say all of this again. We're gonna plug it into the calculator. Say all of what you just said again.
All right, let's roll it all up.
Just say it. Go ahead. I'm ready, please.
Well, I mean, I can give you the individual numbers. I can.
Where do you live? Where do you live, man? What state do you live in?
Let's say your expenses are $4,000 a month.
No. We're not going to do that. What state do you live in?
North Carolina.
What's the average rent in your state for a 2-bedroom?
For a 2-bedroom, probably $2,000 to $2,500, depending on how nice you want it to be.
In North Carolina, because in Maryland,
I guess I'll look it up for myself.
Depending on where you want to live.
It's way more expensive than North Carolina. Way more. Our cost of living is far higher.
Holy shit. She said
I don't know if is that true? Wow, that's crazy if that's true.
Woo. All right. So the average rent for a 2-bedroom in North Carolina is $1,500. We're going to use that. Christ. We'll say $1,550. How much is
most of my friends who rent are in Charlotte, so I don't know. That's what they tell me.
Okay. That's probably correct for Charlotte. I ain't going to lie. That's probably correct for Charlotte. What is what's how much we paying for our car note?
Let's say note and insurance combined $600 a month.
Oh. Damn. What's your credit score?
my credit score is about 760.
And you're paying that much?
Yeah.
Do you drive
No,
I'm not making
No, girl, I'm not. I'm not.
Do you drive a luxury car or
Yo.
I mean, I'm a doctor. No.
This is crazy. I can't fucking.
Oh my goodness, that's so expensive, honey.
Well, it sounds like you're out of touch with what a lot of people are paying.
We'll use $600. Holy shit! All right. How much is utilities?
All right. As far as Google, according to LendingTree, the average monthly car payment for a new vehicle is $742
for
a month.
a new vehicle. They don't need to be buying new vehicles. How much is utility?
I don't know, $300 a month, $350.
God damn! Why are your numbers so flat? How much do you pay for utilities, ma'am?
Seriously. Well, I have a teeny tiny little house. I barely use any light. Like, I'm very conservative, and mine's about $250. So,
oh my Lord.
The average home is probably more than that.
Okay. Well, most people don't have a fucking home. They have an apartment. So I'm just trying to. So $350. You're saying, or how much? $350, $300? We'll say $275. Fuck it.
For all utilities, gas, electric, water, $350 is pretty fair.
You're paying for gas and electric?
Depending on where you live, yes.
I pay in Maryland. They break it down separate too. I get a charge for my gas, yep, and I get a charge for my electric. It is some BS.
Gas, electric, water, sewage.
Fuck it, man. We'll just use it. Garbage. How much is Wi-Fi? $100 a month?
I pay $50.
I'll say $100. What else we got? Oh shoot. What else we got?
Let's say
food. How much was food a month?
Let's Google it. Average monthly food bill. Average American household, $475 a month. Rounded up to $500 for easy numbers.
Yeah, you said average American household. These guys don't have families, man. Like, come on now. What are we doing? We'll say average food for 2 people. Fuck. Christ. What are they shopping at? Fucking Whole Foods? Golly. All right. So
that's part of what I'm saying is, like, all of this stuff that I'm throwing out, like, I'm throwing out realistic numbers. Like, I'm not pulling this shit totally out of my ass. Is it more than what I pay? Abso-fucking-lutely it is. But that doesn't mean it's not real.
We'll say they're spending. Let's just say it's $600. Fuck it. Let's just say it's $600, and then let's say gas is like $200 a month, right? $200 a month for gas. Okay. So we got what? That's
and just to throw it in there and make it more realistic. Let's say you have a kid and you pay $500 a month.
Nope, not doing that because you shouldn't have a fucking kid. Okay. $3,275. You have a kid, you're just in a worse situation because you couldn't keep your fucking dick in your pants. That's on you. That's not on everybody else. $3,275 a month is what I got on here. Let's divide it by 2080. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't divide it by 2080. My bad. Let's divide it by 160. So you need to earn $20 an hour in order to sustain that for a month, okay? And that's pre-tax. I'm not even accounting for taxes in there. So really, you need to be earning. Nope. Can't worry about savings. You're making $20 an hour.
Well, hold on. What happened to save up so that you can move up that ladder?
Yeah, ma'am, you're trying to jump the process. I need you to just give me a second, please. Okay. So $20 an hour with this the baseline. So you really need to be earning around 25. Okay, you need to be earning around $25 an hour. Okay, to sustain this as one person. All right. Now, let's take this number and let's cut it in half. Okay. Let's take this number and cut it in half. So we'll say 750. Or whatever that. What was it? It was divided by 2. $1,620 for one person. $1,620 a month for living expenses for one person. If we divide that by 160, now you only need to make $10 an hour, so maybe 15. Let's say you need to make $15 an hour to be able to sustain.
How did you get that was for 2 people? Why did you divide that by 2?
Because you're gonna get a roommate, ma'am.
So so you split your rent. That doesn't change. And maybe
your rent, you split your utilities, you split the groceries, you split if you have one car, maybe you're lucky that each person has a car, right? Maybe you're lucky. Raise it by $300. Fuck it. Let's say it's $2,000. Fuck it, $2,000 divided by 160. Right? I mean, let's just use your example. Fuck it. $12.50. So you need to earn 17 an hour. That's a lot better than 25, and you can still put some money away and save.
All right, let's do that. 17.
I mean, I just did it. You're doing it again? Jesus Christ. I mean, oh, somebody says cell phone bill and cable. You don't fucking get cable. What's wrong with you motherfuckers, man?
Not.
How are y'all not getting it? You don't get the shit you want. You don't get fucking cable. You're lucky you got Wi-Fi, motherfucker. You're lucky you got fucking Wi-Fi. And it's the slowest Wi-Fi you could fucking get. You don't get cable. You don't get that. You don't need to be watching TV anyway. You're at fucking work. What you get cable for? What you need cable for? I have never had cable.
But you're not. I don't have cable right now.
I've never had cable.
When I got my first apartment, I don't have TVs. I have no TVs. I have no children. When I got my first apartment coming out of homelessness, I made sure I was like, I cannot afford cable. I didn't have Wi-Fi. Like, I had to bare minimum make.
If you have a cell phone, cut that shit off. You only get to use it when you got Wi-Fi, motherfucker. That's what you do.
Get a track phone.
That's what you do. You're lucky you got the iPhone. Don't push your luck. Damn, man. Y'all want fucking everything when you got fucking minimum
nobody wants
skills.
to be uncomfortable. Nobody wants to be uncomfortable. And the thing about it is
you gotta buy a couch for your apartment, and man, no you fucking don't. What you sit on the couch for? Well, I need at least 3 TVs because I got a 2-bedroom where I need to put a TV in each bedroom and the living room. You don't even need a TV. You don't need that. Exactly. Watch TV on your fucking phone. Yep. Like, y'all don't get it, bro. Like, your life is not going to be great. In the current, your life's not going to be good. It's not going to be great. You're working your way towards that. You're working your way towards that, man. And it's going to feel so good when you fucking earn it. Some of y'all haven't earned anything since you graduated fucking middle school.
Mm-hmm.
And when you finally earn something, you're gonna feel so fucking good about it because you did it all by your fucking self, man. Like you're like, some of y'all haven't fucking earned anything, nothing. You cheated on every exam in high school to be able to get your fucking diploma. You haven't learned shit.
Seems like you're still kind of overlooking the entire disabled community and all of that.
Ma'am, I don't. Oh Jesus. Oh God, dude, y'all always bring up the disabled argument. That's not most people. I'm talking about most people. I had to make a general plan that most people could follow. And pretending that a disabled person can't follow this shit is ridiculous too.
All right.
It's ridiculous. A disabled person can follow this exact same plan.
1 in 4 people in America live with a disability.
Yes, but they're not disabilities to the point where they can't work, ma'am.
But a substantial number of them are. So what about those ones?
I don't think he's talking about
them. Name them. Fuck it. Name them.
Okay.
Name some ones where they can't. Well, let's say they have cerebral palsy, okay? Let's say they have cerebral palsy. Ma'am, you're the doctor. Can people with cerebral palsy move around in a wheelchair? Are they able to do that?
Absolutely.
Oh, crazy.
It's just, there's some that can't, but most of them, and I know people with cerebral palsy who are currently working and doing quite well.
You want to know what people with disabilities that can't like walk around and function like we're blessed to do? They use this.
They're in a facility.
They use their mind. They use their brain, and they're actually fucking better at it, typically.
Yeah, I know. I'm one of them.
So why are you talking about people with disabilities as if they can't do this? Of course they can do this shit. Some of them can do it better than us. Fuck it. I'll say it. But I'm in the lawn care and landscaping industry. I'm in the construction industry. I do real estate. I do shit like that. Now, can a person with cerebral palsy am I going to hire a person with cerebral palsy to come in and put up drywall? No, he's going to hurt himself. But could he do it if I was allowed to do that? Like, if I could do that without fear of him like hurting, if I had somebody watching him, could he do it? Possibly. Maybe. There's people with no legs that are doing flooring on TikTok right now. Like, the people with disabilities are not exempt from this shit. I hold them to the same standard that I hold everybody else to. I told the dude in a wheelchair that he was fucking up before. He didn't like that shit. He was like, I don't have legs. I'm like, the world doesn't give a fuck you don't have legs. You don't have legs, but you still have a brain. Not having legs does not make you stupid. You're not stupid. You can do it.
Yeah, okay.
You got a wheelchair. Some people don't have wheelchairs and they lost both of their fucking legs. Some people don't get wheelchairs. He's got a good wheelchair too. Take the small blessings. Take the small blessings, because you could have a shitty wheelchair that's got rust on it and you're struggling to fucking wheel around everywhere, man. Like, there could be no ramps anywhere. You could not have people out here. There are people out here that really didn't give a fuck you didn't have legs. They can see you fall out of this motherfucker and they'll walk right past you, like China.
What?
Man, that's not funny. That's not funny. I've seen a kid in China fall out of his fucking wheelchair. Nobody touched him. Nobody. They stopped me from helping him because they were like, if you touch him, then they could sue you because blah, blah. I'm just like, what the fuck? So they're just gonna leave him there? How's he gonna get back up in the chair? And he was like, that's not your problem. Come on, keep walking. I'm like, that's some bullshit. I don't know what about that was funny. Honestly, I don't get it. Take the small blessings. Take them. But this is things that you have to do. Not everybody wants to get a roommate. I get it. Some people are embarrassed by having a roommate. That's a problem for me too. You're more embarrassed about having a roommate than you are being a 40-year-old. They're more embarrassed about being a 40-year-old with a roommate than being a 40-year-old making $15 an hour. Make that shit make sense.
I mean, basically,
I'm more embarrassed that I live in a country that $15 an hour can't provide a living wage for people who fucking deserve it. That's all I'm saying.
Why do they deserve it? Tell me why.
Because they are a human being deserving.
We're all human beings, ma'am. We're all human beings. You just get paid for being a human being in your world, in your fantasy world.
But this is supposed to be, right? This is supposed to be the greatest place on earth. This is supposed to be the greatest nation where people can come to rise above their station to maximize. Well, that's the sales pitch. Whether or not that's
I don't know. I know y'all don't like to say it. I've been to other countries. I don't want to live there.
Hey, whether or not it's true and whether or not we like to say it, that is the sales pitch of the USA.
It's the right sales pitch. Ask the Mexicans. They're making it work. But you know why they're making it work? Because they got 8 people living in one house.
Yep. Kendra, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. Are you taking also into consideration people's bad spending habits, their poor spending, their poor choices? I mean, because what he's actually saying is actually quite caring. It's just in a gruff package, and another
I'm just sincere, man. I'm not even really trying to be a dickhead about it. I'm just a sincere person. Like this shit isn't a game. We're trying to retire. You only get one fucking life. You only get one. Why am I banking it on people that have a history of showing that they don't give a fuck about me, man? Why?
Well, and also, most people don't realize that in this life, you're always going to pay something. You can pay on the front end or you can pay on the back end. You should always pay on the front end and sacrifice on the front, because later on, not only you're going to pay, but you're going to pay with interest. So, whatever that tough thing that you have to do is to get to your end goal, yeah, it might stink or whatever. But like he said, when you achieve it, you're going to feel so freaking good.
Like, seriously, like, you understand that there are people out, like, most of these people, you ask them, what was the last thing you achieved? They're gonna sit there and look at you like they're fucking crazy. They're gonna say, well, I got my diploma in 1970. Like, damn, what are we talking about?
And I mean, I don't disagree. I think, excessive spending and all that kind of shit is crazy.
I got my American Express Black card yesterday. Oh, well, good for you.
Yeah, don't even get me started on the fucking American credit system and all the debt and all the fucking shit people can't pay for.
It's so crazy. We're mad that our country gives us choices for things, but when people abuse those choices and do the wrong things and use them for shit that they're not intended for, you're mad at the system, not at the individual. It's batshit fucking crazy.
No, I mean, I would say.
Don't get me wrong. 30% APR is crazy as fuck. That's
I'd be mad at the individual too. Because I don't disagree with you that at a certain point it is about making sacrifices, making smart financial choices. Giving up the coffee, making it at home. I don't disagree with any of that. Okay, all of those things can set you up for a better path. Can help you take steps to get towards a better, more financially secure future. My entire argument, I think, is just based on that inherently leaves people behind in the system that we are currently living in. And I'm not saying that that is the fault of any one individual or any one person that has, been involved in putting that system in place. But that is the reality of the system that we're living in. And I think it's important to make sure that all people are being considered and all people are being given opportunity, not handouts, opportunity to do the work to move towards better shit. And yeah, maybe that is investing something in something like better vocational programs to be able to train people up at a more affordable cost to those people who maybe can't afford.
Not even, but you understand, they're not utilizing the resources within our country now to make it cheaper for them. They're not writing the essays for these fucking grants. That's how I got scholarships into college. Nobody ever wants to write the fucking essay.
There's plenty of people that are doing that. I think it's
not enough. Why did only 15 people apply to a $7,000 scholarship for college when I was in high school? It's because you had to write a 300-word essay. 300 words. That ain't shit. Ask the doctor. Doctor, that ain't nothing.
No, that ain't shit.
Nothing.
I won.
You won the scholarship?
Yes. There was only 15 people I had to compete against. I can beat 15 motherfuckers. I'm good at writing. I love it. Because they made it. You can write about anything. You can write
what was
anything.
The scholarship for? Was it for like a program thing, like a contest?
No, it was from a company. It was from a defense contractor in my town. Leidos, I think it was Leidos.
Oh, that's cool.
But regardless, I mean, other people would look at that and they make excuses not to do it, even though they need it. Oh, well, $7,000 isn't enough. Oh, well, 300-word essay, man. Now, there's another thing that I can do. I could just use my grades from high school. Oh, well, there's going to be too many people applying for this. I'm not going to get it. They stop themselves from even trying before they haven't even tried yet. Mm-hmm. And that's a big problem too that I have when I talk to people. Oh, well, I tried to do that. I tried to learn how to code once and I just couldn't get it. It's like, well, did you quit? I mean, yeah, I just couldn't get it. Well, you couldn't get it because you quit, motherfucker. Like, that's why. You can't stop. Like, that's what learning is. And now I understand why the education system is set up in the way that it's set up. We teach you something, you take a test. If you fail the test, we're moving on. It's on you to learn it now.
Mm-hmm.
But once you get out of that institution of education, it's not like that anymore. And it's hard to get the human being that's been inside of that education system for 18 years out of that mindset. Hey, your learning's not over. You can still learn it. The software is set up for you to get it. You do it over and over again. Repetition. You do it over and over again. And at the end of it, you're going to accomplish something. And the thing that you accomplish could be the difference between you staying at this fucking Jack's, McDonald's, Walmart, or you moving on to a job in data analytics making $50,000 a year. And if you need help with the resume, I'll do it for free. If you need help with the interview process, we'll mock interview over fucking Zoom. I don't care what we got to fucking do. Anything. I'll do anything to help you. I got emails right now.
What about paying for the tuition for the classes that you need to get the certification?
Well, damn, I'm already doing everything else for fucking free. You can't pay for the fucking, I mean, damn.
Well, what I'm saying is a lot of people, that is the barrier. The barrier is the cost.
Ma'am, we're already, like, you know what I tell people? Look, you're talking about spending money to get a degree. That lets me know that you haven't really been listening to what I've been saying. Degree hadn't come out my damn mouth in 2 hours and 20 minutes. I don't give a fuck about a degree.
Okay, degree, certification, whatever kind of.
Well, ma'am, if the certifications, right? I mean, let's just say it's cybersecurity. All in all of your certifications for cybersecurity to take the test. Let's say you pass all the tests first time around, you might spend $1,200 to $2,200 to take the test, and that's being like crazy generous about it, So you should be able to save that money. Because you're not taking them all at once. You're learning, then you take an exam, and then you get your certification. Now it's time to learn something else. You pay $250, take your certification. I think it costs like $250 or something. Top Pod said I studied for 30 days and got his security plus IT cert. He saved $300 and tripled his salary. It's stuff like that. So
there's also resourcefulness.
Now,
there's some
if
companies
you want me
that
to do
pay for the class for you, if you make a contract to work for them.
In fact, I even tell people, look, if you really want the job, tell that motherfucker you'll work for less money. And they're like, what? Yeah. That defeats the purpose of you doing everything you do. I'm like, no. Tell them instead of working for $50, you'll work for $42,000 a year or $45,000 a year. Stay exactly where you're staying at right now, right? Or if you have to move, then get an apartment that's kind of like where you're staying at right now. And just bank that for a year or two to prove to him that you deserve the amount of money that you're about to make, that you say you want to make. Now you're in the door. Now they've already invested money into you. Now you have a leg up on the people because you've already passed the barrier of employment. You're employed. Sometimes you got to do that. But again, that's another barrier where people are like, well, I don't, that's why you see these people out here that are like habitual, like chronic appliers. They've been applying, every time you talk to them, they've been applying for a fucking job. Every time you talk to them, oh, well, I was there for 4 days, but they said you couldn't smoke on the property, and I smoke cigarettes, so, okay, dude, damn. Like, you can't stop smoking cigarettes for 8 hours? You know what I'm saying? Like, I know I'm talking about a specific person, too, and when the people that see this hear me say that, they're going to laugh. But, like, hey, man, like, they won't let me smoke on the property. I'm like, it's a gas station. Of course not. You're working at Buc-ee's. No, you don't get to fucking smoke. When have you ever been to a Buc-ee's and seen the motherfucker smoking in front of the building? Ever. You think the business that has the cleanest fucking bathrooms and the convenience store industry is going to let you smoke outside the building? Why would you think that? Well, they fired me. They should have fired your big ass. They told you to stop smoking on the property. You kept doing it. Don't do that. Oh, well, I went and got a CDL job, but they wanted to give me a CPAP test, and I didn't want to take the CPAP test. Dude, your problems are of your own making. And I see this shit every day. So it infuriates me to see people just destroying their opportunity simply because they can't get out of their own way. Because they haven't had somebody like me come up to them and say, look, man, you fucking suck. You're not willing to do the things that are required for you to be successful within the world. So you're going to continue to be this. And I know you don't like this. Why don't we work on changing this? Let's work bit by bit. First, let's start with putting deodorant on. Let's start with that. Let's start there. If we smell good, we'll feel good. If we smell like shit, we're going to feel like shit. Let's take a shower. Okay? Like, let's do that. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to sit down and we're going to go over this resume. We're going to make sure this resume is looking the way it needs to look and make sure it looks like somebody that wants to work somewhere. Stop sending your resumes in on paper. They don't like that. Send them in electronically. And if you do send it in on paper, that bitch better not have a stain on it. Don't spill no coffee on your resume and then still turn it in. They're going to be like, what the fuck is this? And they're going to throw it away. I've done it. Okay? Like, they're not willing to do the things that are necessary. I don't make enough money. Beans and rice and beans. I don't like beans. I don't really like ramen noodles. I ate them for a while in the time, and I had a business at the time. I just needed enough money to pay my employees. I was scraping fucking by. So I was eating white rice and Brussels sprouts every night. Salt and pepper. Sometimes you just have to, sometimes you have to do it, man. So sometimes that's just what you have to do. Now, this is a person that's used to eating steak 4 nights a week. I could switch that shit like a fucking, on a dime. Like, I'm good. I'll switch that shit. All right, doctor, relax. Okay? Relax. Look, it is a lot of steak I've had to cut down. But I need that protein. I need my macros.
I mean, you do seem like a guy. You look like you might lift or something. I can only see the top half, but
no. So I work outside. I do. I work outside.
Okay.
I got big. But I mean, yeah. Chad said you can have my protein. Ew, nigga. What do you mean by that?
Yuck.
What the? All right. He said, "I've been in your live a few times. You're very full of yourself." Yeah, full is a very good way to describe me. Look at me. I'm a full person. I'm never hungry. I'm full. Shit. Anyway, yeah, I just want people to do the things that they need to do to be successful, man. I mean, I don't think it's too much to ask.
People feel like you're full of yourself because they feel convicted. They feel like you're picking on them, and you're not. You're just talking in generality.
I mean, if you fit the bill, it's you.
Well, exactly, and that's what I'm saying. If you feel convicted, then maybe you should do something about it.
If you fit the bill, and that's what I think. And you might disagree with it. You're a doctor, so you probably can't say what I'm about to say. But I think a lot of you dudes that are out here that are saying that you're depressed, it's because you're living. It's because you're living a life that you know you want better for yourself. You just don't know how to get there. Like the lady that was working at the gas station, she hates men. So, but she came up here and talked to me, but she hates men. I don't know why. She's working at a gas station. She's got a kid. You know, she's got a little daughter.
If she hates men, how's she have kid?
Look, man.
I have no kids.
Look, man. Look. Look. She said when she had a baby, she was skinny, but after she had the baby, she gained 120 pounds. And then she was saying she was depressed. I was like, ma'am, I think you had postpartum and didn't know it.
Yeah.
And that really sucks. You need to talk to somebody. Because that's not and she was like, well, no, it's normal for women to gain 150. I'm like, no. He was like, my doctor told me, if your doctor told you that, he needs to be fired. That's ridiculous. It is not normal for a woman to gain 120 pounds after she gets pregnant. No.
Yeah. Absolutely not. It's not. I'm so sorry. It's really, and honestly, it's not normal to gain a lot of weight during a pregnancy either, to be honest.
Right.
Because you're not eating for two. That's just not true.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, ma'am, I just, Kendra, I just want people to do, like, I know you've probably been listening this entire time and you probably think that I'm like a crazy person, but I just want people to be able to retire. That's it. And if I'll do whatever it takes to get them there, they need to retire.
No, I feel you that, and you know, I appreciate the work you're putting in trying to help people, you know, take that step. I just want to make sure you're considering that not all people find that easy.
None of them do. I don't think a single person that I've talked to has had an easy time doing anything that I'm saying to do. But I came to the realization that there's no easy.
But like you were saying earlier, though, right? Like, as a black man, you understand the concept of privilege.
No, that was a joke. I don't. What do you mean the concept of privilege?
There's fucking white privilege. Able-bodiedness is a privilege. Male privilege. There's lots of privileges in the world, and not everybody has access to all of those.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty fucking sure. Ask anybody.
Most of the people that I help are white dudes.
Okay, then those guys are not the ones that have the marginalized identities by and large, but that doesn't change the fact that there are lots of people.
I again, I don't like talking about politics, but I tell some of the people that I tell some of the people that I talk to that speak the way you speak when it comes to the privilege and all that stuff. And I tell them, I was like, you know, I think your life would be a lot better if you stop worrying about how other people got where they got and start worrying more about how you can get where you need to go. And then I had to say it again because they didn't really understand what I said. It's not really privilege. Most people aren't really privileged on this earth. Most people, white people, have the same struggles that some black people have. Most men are going through some of the same things throughout life. Learning that people don't really care about the excuses that you have is part of that.
Yeah, everybody in this world has struggles. I don't disagree with you there.
But the privilege that you speak of, I could put 100. I could bring 100 white guys up here to say that, hey, like, I worked for what I have.
Okay, that doesn't mean that they don't benefit from the privileges of the system in which they live in.
What privileges of the system do white people benefit from that I can't also benefit from?
The fact that there are people out there that are racist that because of your black skin would look
black. I know black people that are racist against white people and don't like them either.
Yeah, I'm not sure that a black person can be racist against a white person because of the power disparity.
Okay, you don't have to be sure about it. There are black people that want to hurt and kill white people. Believe that.
Well, sure, there's hatred, but I'm not sure that that would be classified as
if you
racism.
hate somebody simply because they look different than you, that's racism.
And you're completely discounting the inherent power dynamics and
Fuck
imbalance.
The power dynamic. You hate just ignorance. You hate somebody because they don't look like you, or you hate them because of something that their great grandpappy did.
Do you realize how many of those people are in this country?
How many of what people are in this country?
People like that, racist people, hateful people, people that hate other people.
Ma'am, I have a racist customer that doesn't like black people. I have one. I service him every day. Well, not every week. I've sat on his porch and talked to him.
Okay. I don't know what that really has to do with anything.
I bet you don't.
All I'm saying is there are lots of biases and there are lots of hurdles, and not everybody has the ability to do what you're suggesting.
Ma'am, racism is rare and rarer every year. Like, there are not the amount of racist people in the country now that there were in the 1960s. I'm so tired of using that.
And I'm not even suggesting that that is the most, problematic among them. I only brought that up because you said something about having black skin earlier.
But you thought I was serious, so that lets me know, like, you believed me. I was just joking. It was a joke.
Well, bro, I don't know you. This is my first impression of you, my man. I don't know. I can't tell when you're joking or when you're not.
I didn't. Yeah.
Now that you said that, I get that you're joking. But, like, my point still stands.
So, the privilege,
include everyone.
The privilege that they have is what?
Who? The people that you're talking about being able to just
no, ma'am. The
go out
that
and work
you're talking about.
I'm saying that the people that I'm talking about lack the privilege that make it.
What is that? What is that privilege? How is that? What does that look like in society?
I mean, okay, for the third time, the entire disabled community might have problems with what you're saying.
So I'm privileged because I was born with my legs and my arms and nothing wrong with me.
Yes. Okay. Physical ability is a privilege.
Physical ability, right. So what about people, let's try to compare apples and oranges. Let's just take men that have all their arms and women that have all their arms and legs, like they don't have any disabilities. Where's the privilege there? Because that is the majority of people.
I'm so sorry. It is not a privilege to be born with all your limbs. It's just not.
I knew she was gonna say something, man. The doctor, you couldn't hold that one in. I was hoping. I was like, ooh, the doctor, just don't say anything.
Sorry, I'll just stay quiet. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine now. You done already said it. You done already said it. Go ahead. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead. Explain to her why being born with all of your limbs is not a privilege.
I don't. She didn't ask me to explain. I was just responding to her, and if she doesn't need the explanation, that's fine. But it's just not.
Can you explain to me why it's not, and the rest of the chat, why it's not a privilege to be born with your arms and legs? I want to see if me and you are on the same wavelength.
Sure, because generally most people are born with arms and legs.
Okay, so we are on the same wavelength. Okay.
And we're supposed to be born with our arms and legs. It's an unfortunate to be born without. It absolutely is. But it's not a privilege to be born with.
Woo! Man, dude. This is rough. So, listen, I understand people think all these other factors are at play. If all of that stuff was and I have black friends, not a lot of them, but I have black friends, and because I typically only keep company with people that are like me. Not a lot of my black friends in high school wanted to acquiesce to that, and I have a different meaning of friendship. So my friends, the people that I call my friends and that know that they're my friend, know it. And they are out here doing great things. And one of them's a white guy, one of them's a black guy, one of them's a little Chinese man. Hispanic. I got some Middle Eastern friends that are out here doing great things. Uh, we all found a way to make it work despite despite the adversity, and we've all dealt with barriers and problems. But I do think that a big portion of the reason why people aren't getting where they need to go, especially among Black people, is this hatred, man, that they have for white people and for people that don't look like them. It's cool to be like in tune with your own culture. Mexicans do it all the time. And Mexicans also have this problem when it comes to white people, but they know how to turn it off when it comes to business. Black people kind of have a problem turning it off when it comes to business, and I think it hurts them more than it helps them. So I try to kind of talk them through that. But I kind of use it. I use it against them, man. If you truly are racist and you don't have high expectations for me, typically your expectations for me are far lower than my white counterparts. So if I do the mediocre shit, if I just do the bare minimum, you'll think I'm going above and beyond. So I just use that to kind of combat some of that stuff. I mean, you go out there, you treat people the way you want to be treated, no matter what, and you know, that's the method that I use to do that. Anyway, yeah, Kendra, it's not a privilege to be born with your arms and legs. Like you guys talking about privilege and all this other stuff, I see that as you making an excuse for being inadequate within the world.
You don't think health is a privilege? Being a healthy person?
You should be a healthy person. No, I don't think it's a privilege.
You should be, but there are lots of people that are born not that way.
That
has nothing to do with privilege. It really does. I'm not trying to be smarmy, Kendra. I respect your opinions, but it's not a privilege.
Anybody in the chat that has a question for me can come up here and ask me. I'm not answering the questions in the chat. If you have the balls to ask a question in the chat, then you can hit the fucking multi-guest and get your ass up here. I ain't playing with y'all tonight.
Yummy, I agree with you from a medical perspective that, yeah, it's not a privilege, but don't you think that we live in a society that does, whether intentionally or not, reward health?
Wait.
What are you talking about? I want to know before you. Yeah, what's the reward? All right.
What was that?
What is the reward? What was that? CSD, whatever. I just want to know what is the reward? It's a genuine question. I really don't understand what you mean by reward.
I'm sorry, my words are getting mixed up.
Take your time, just go slow and think about what you want to say, and then you say it.
The society in which we live is set up not by any of our doing, right? A lot of this shit was set up long before any of us were on this planet. But the society that we live in the United States in specific, is set up to reward straight, cis, white malehood.
Oh my
right?
Lord.
And able-bodiedness.
Oh my God.
Anything outside of that is considered
oh goodness.
Different, right?
I mean, I'm gonna
no,
talk.
No. I don't think black people are different. I would listen, man. I can see you're on a different type of time. I don't.
Yeah.
That the victim shit. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but it's not working. The whole being a victim and saying, well, I'm a little different than you are, so you're gonna treat me as if I'm different. Well, if you show up to the workplace with blue fucking hair, I might treat you a little weird because you're showing up with blue fucking hair. I mean, come on. We can't. You're trying to make things normal that aren't normal. So it's of course you're gonna get backlash for that.
Normal by whose standards?
The world. People aren't born with blue hair, so it's not normal. You see what I'm saying? Like people aren't born with no legs typically, so it's not normal. Does that mean that it's inherently evil? No. But you can't like human beings are going to treat things that are abnormal as if they're abnormal. They're only treating it like what it is. Like for me in my life, it's not normal for me to see two dudes holding hands in a restaurant, right? Kissing in a restaurant. That's not normal for me. For a high schooler though, that might be normal for them. They might have seen that a lot more than I have. Again, does that mean that it's evil? No.
So you're saying that exposure to something can normalize it. Being exposed to something repeatedly can normalize it in your world, is what you're saying.
No.
Well, in my world, no. It's already, what's normal is already normal for me.
Well, but I mean, that's what you just said, though, right? Like,
yeah, what's normal for me is seeing
with two dudes holding hands. That's not normal in your world because you're not normally exposed to it. But for somebody younger that's in high school, that's more into those circles or whatever, right? That might be more normal to them. But
yeah, like I went to a high school down. I went to a high school down here. I went to a high school down here, and it was a woman walking around with a full beard. I was like, what the hell's going on with that? And I just kept on chugging. But I mean, is that normal? Nobody would say that's normal. Nobody.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm saying. I don't care how much exposure you've had to that thing. I think by a certain age you'd realize, hey, most of these women out here don't have beards. So maybe when I saw that person, it wasn't a normal thing for me to experience. You know what I'm saying? So, is it a privilege for women to not have beards? Is it a privilege for a man to be born straight? Is it a privilege for a man to be born gay? Like, what when you're talking about privilege, I don't think it really relates to the conversation that we're actually having. Because we live in a place where it's kind of a meritocracy, kind of. Gay people can be just as successful as straight people in this world. And some of them are.
Okay.
All right. I guess you don't have anything to say to that.
I mean, it doesn't really seem to matter what I'm going to say. I don't think you agree that there are just inherent systems in our society that naturally reward certain aspects and don't reward other aspects. White men.
Name something that they don't reward. Let me do that. Name something that we don't reward.
Okay. White men are generally more rewarded than black men. White men are generally more rewarded than white women.
Okay. When you say rewarded, I'm assuming you're talking about like money, maybe? I don't know what you're talking about.
A straight man in society is going to be more rewarded than a gay man. Right?
And why is that?
I don't know, because society is set up this way, because of the patriarchy, because of white supremacy, because of fucking colonization, because of a lot of different reasons.
Oh, Jesus.
Right? Oh, Jesus, what? Like,
you think that the reason is just inherently because of the person that they are, ma'am. You don't think it has anything to do with how they live their life and the decisions that they make. That's a flaw.
No, I think that a person should absolutely be judged based on the basis of their character.
I'm saying that is probably why their lives go the way they go.
What is?
Ma'am. Oh God.
The fact that we live in a system with inherent biases is the reason that people's lives go the way that they go. Is that what you're saying?
The fact that we live in the system that we live in today is the reason why we have the system that we live in today. Men have ran every society for thousands of years. Like, I don't know why people have a problem with a system called the patriarchy that basically breeds itself to protecting women at all costs.
You know, there were like dozens of societies historically that were run by women where women were considered.
None of them stood the test of time, ma'am. Not a single one.
What?
Sorry, I mean, the reason why they didn't is because there were men that could come and conquer.
You're right. We've moved on from like the Vikings and shit. That doesn't mean it wasn't a thing historically.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't, but they haven't stood the test of time. None of them have.
Okay, so if that's the what's the word I'm looking for?
Narrative.
No, not narrative. If that's the starting line by which we're kind of coming from, like, no, that doesn't make sense either. What am I trying to say here?
I don't know, but what I'm trying to get to you is preaching these things is not like trying to hide behind I'm not as good as these other people simply because of who I am is not going to get you far in life. You're going to have to come out into the world and say I am as good as these people are regardless of who I am. But you can't be like I don't understand why it's a surprise when you are not acquiescing to the societal norms for the society to treat you the way that they treat you. Like, if you're not acquiescing to the societal norms, don't you think the society is going to treat you as if you're not acquiescing to the societal norm? Like, yes. If you constantly go around and people have to be they have to walk on eggshells when they talk to you, then your results are probably going to be worse than people that, like, they're easier to talk to. You know what I'm talking about? Like, and maybe I'm not saying this the right way, but most of the people that have some of the worst stories about like the workplace and operating within the world are people that like are fucking orange haired, you know, part of the LGBTQ community, and I just don't understand why. I don't understand why they can't get it. I don't know.
So my bad, bro. I'm kind of curious. So what is your what is this live all about? Like, what is like the main basis?
You came up here to ask what the live was about?
Yeah, because I've come across your live several times, and it seems like you just kind of like to critique other people, but don't ever spit your ideology. So I'm kind of like
I speak my ideology all the time. You just haven't stayed in long enough.
Who can I hear it?
Can
we all hear it?
You want to hear my ideology on the minimum wage?
But I guess it's an issue if I ask you it, even though you're inviting people to ask you questions. You can get offended.
Are you done talking? Did I say I was offended?
Yeah, you're good.
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you to clarify what you're talking about.
I just said it, bro. You can understand that.
But you want to know my ideology on what?
Everything. What is your lives about? Because you seem to just be critiquing every single person every time I come across your live. So what is your outlook on everything?
Interesting. Well, it says people that want the minimum wage to be raised are lazy and entitled. Okay, that's what it says.
I know that.
I believe that people that want the minimum wage to be raised are lazy and entitled.
But we're sitting here talking about feminine people and how we're talking about gays.
The conversation moves. I'm sorry that you don't like. I'm sorry that you don't like the conversation moving.
I don't not like dude. I don't have an issue with the conversation. I'm trying to understand your ideology. Bro.
Yeah, well, it'd be easier for you to understand if you were to let me finish talking.
Then talk. You're not talking.
I was. You cut me off.
Okay, you're good. You're good. My bad, bro.
Hey, yo.
Say ain't gonna talk? Thought you was talking, bro.
Bro, everybody heard that, right? Everybody heard that shit.
Yeah, leave me alone. It's not my fucking cancer.
I just want to say, everybody heard that. Okay, anyway.
Hey, Kendra, me too either.
Anyway, so, my ideology behind it is that the people that are working these minimum wage positions for an extended period of time, I think it's laziness. And the reason why I say that is I think over 5 years is laziness personally. Over 3 years is like you're in the danger area, bro. Like you're in the red zone. And after 5, it's like, all right, dude, like you're just being lazy now. You're not trying to actually progress in life.
I agree.
And,
right. Okay.
When you're not trying to progress, the entitlement comes right after the laziness. So
right.
What is all that noise? I don't. Okay.
You ain't never heard of a notification, bro?
Yeah, turn that off. It's hurting people's ears.
You're good. You're good, bro. You're good, bro. It's all good.
So, what I'm trying to help people do is be able to retire. So I'm giving them the resources that they need in order to get into positions where they can make more money so they can save towards retirement.
Okay. I see. So why was it when I came in we were talking about how women couldn't
because
rule
the conversation shifts.
Like what? But like, what's your outlook for that? Because now I'm kind of confused on like what was that whole argument?
I don't understand why people pretend like, look, dude, like I was talking to a completely separate person. Maybe it's not exactly what's up on the screen, but it's a conversation in and of itself. I don't know why people come in and they're like, well, why are we talking about this when the conversation?
Because it makes people curious. That's why you're live.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You could be curious. I've always been told if you're curious about something, sometimes the best thing to do is to just be quiet and listen.
You're not speaking about it though. You're avoiding the.
It's because I'm talking to you. I would still be speaking about it if I wasn't talking to you.
I already asked about it, bro. What do you mean? You keep avoiding it and just talking about what is on your screen, but that's not what you were just talking about, bro. Come on, dude. Don't do that, bro.
Okay, listen.
I don't know how you're not comprehending what I'm saying. Maybe I'm not saying it the right way.
Bro.
Yeah, you have this kind of like snotty attitude, and you're really what you're really doing. What you're actually doing is you're coming at him, but you're trying to frame it as though you're innocent.
You sound goofy.
Yeah, I'm super goofy, Aura boy. You're so edgy. You're such an edgelord. Oh my god. Grow up, bro.
I think most people are missing your point because they don't really understand the way the United States actually works.
Well, yes. I mean, they don't understand the way the United States works.
Cause like it's common sense what you're like saying to me.
Yeah, and see, typically since it's such common sense, people don't actually like. What's up, Dwayne? How you doing, man? Since it's common sense, the people that get it don't tend to stay very long until it gets funny. So, what I'm typically referring to, like he's asking about the feminist stuff. What I'm saying is those people tend to not get good results out of the society that we live in because people think that they're annoying. So if they're walking, they have to watch every single word they say to you because they're walking on eggshells the entire time. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So,
bro, so you couldn't just say this from the jump? Like you could have just said that from the jump.
Somebody just fucking break something? The fuck was that? Did you just break your bong? There's no fucking way.
Nope, not me.
That's crazy. Anyway, you said why couldn't I say that from the jump?
Yeah, that's what I was asking, bro.
Shut up, bro. I was trying to tell
you.
Bro,
what do you mean, bro? I literally fucking asked you several times.
You're still talking, dude. You're still talking? That's crazy.
Bro, are you fucking kidding me? All right, coach. Let me know when I can speak.
You can speak.
Oh, now I can speak.
Yeah.
What? You just got mad because I interrupted.
Dude, you're still talking?
Bitch, you got issues, bro. You got issues, dog.
I'm just playing, bro.
I know you is, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. You got issues, bro.
Damn, bro.
Satisfaction, bro.
Anyway, Kendra, do you kind of understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I mean, I do. And like I was saying earlier, like I don't totally disagree with you on a lot of these points. You know, as far as taking shit upon yourself and doing the work and all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't disagree with all of that. Mm-hmm. I just think the way that it comes across and the way you're explaining it, from my perspective, just leaves out certain people is all I'm saying. Or like, doesn't necessarily acknowledge that there can be, for some people, additional challenges that make that harder than what you're making it sound like it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I work with those people individually on whatever challenges they have. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. A lot of the people with disabilities understand that they're gonna have to do extra stuff in order to make it within society, so they work harder. And they don't. I haven't really helped out that many people with disabilities. As far as the people that I've helped out that don't have anything wrong with them.
Hey yo. Hey yo.
What?
That's fucked up, bro.
What? That's the truth, dude.
He said what? I never fucking heard that. That's crazy work.
Yeah, the people that have disabilities understand that, like, that I think for the most part they understand that nobody really, like, they understand that people care, but they're not going to get a lot from the people that care. So they have to go out into the world and they have to present themselves as better than other people. Because when you see somebody in a wheelchair, the first thing you want to do is kind of like, hey, you need some help? You want me to push you? Like, you know, you want to help them. But in a workplace, it's not really conducive. So they understand, like, hey, if I don't have my legs, then I have to use this. If I don't have my arms, then maybe I have to use my mouth in order to make money. You know, like maybe it's stuff like that. They understand that. So I don't really have those people hitting me up. The people that I have hitting me up are people that there ain't nothing wrong with them.
So just let's expand on that a little bit, because I think what you just said kind of feeds right into what I was saying earlier, as far as that is one of the barriers, right? People with disabilities have additional barriers. Because of that, people with disabilities end up having to work harder, learn more skills, do more, blah, 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 blah.
Not necessarily learning more skills. That's not what
necessarily
I'm saying.
Learning more, right? But like, if you don't have your legs, like your example earlier, you have to learn to move without legs.
Right.
Right? You have to learn to move through the world in a world that you are categorically not meant to fit into, right?
No, I don't agree with that. I think that we fit handicapped people pretty well within the world.
We do our best, right? We do our best. There are ways that it could still be better. Like, I know accessibility in my area.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Could be better.
But that's what I'm talking about. I don't think it'll ever be the people on that side of the aisle have a mindset where they say that they want something, but in reality, it'll never be good enough for them. They'll always want more. And you have to understand that irritates people. Hey man, we did what you wanted. Like, we did what you wanted. Well, no, I want this now. It's like, okay, well, we did that too. Yeah, but it's not enough. I want this. And it's like, all right, motherfucker, you're starting to piss me off. Like, fuck you. Fuck it.
I can't really satisfy humans.
But I mean, in the same way though, right? Like those same people that have to work harder to get the job to do the thing and have to make accommodations and do all that shit, right?
Well, I want to be a woman. It's like, all right, cool. You're a woman now. It's like, well, I want to wear women's clothes. Okay, cool. You can wear women's clothes. I want to go to the women's bathroom. It's like, all right, motherfucker. Like, we didn't give you all this other shit. Relax. We didn't give you all this other shit. You got parades. You got a whole month. Calm the fuck down.
You got a whole month, he said.
I was wondering, I have a question, sir. What is the definition of lazy to you?
Like a lack of effort. That's the definition of lazy.
So if you see someone that's homeless, not knowing, their background story, because we're not just like physical beings, we're also spiritual beings.
Oh,
too.
Christ.
And I think if we look at things in a holistic manner, and we don't just look at, the physical aspect that society forces us to, then we'll understand why people are going through what they're going through. That doesn't give them an excuse to not, take care of their responsibilities. But calling it lazy and saying that they're entitled, I don't know. I think that's a bit harsh. But I also think that I think that minimum wage does need to be raised because, I mean, a lot of people are working like 3 jobs.
Yeah, because it makes you feel good. It's nice. It's nice if people were able to like live the life that you might live, right?
Why not? Why not?
Ma'am, hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you have to understand the world isn't a nice place. World sucks.
But we're society, like we're the one who creates.
Yeah,
the
y'all genuinely believe genuinely believe that your little fucking Disney story is gonna happen in real life. It's not happening.
Okay,
I'm so sorry. Like I wish that everybody was just happy-go-lucky and nobody was fucking homeless. But I understand that that's gonna happen because some of those people want to be out there. Some of those people did things in order to get out there. There's a reason they're out there. There's a very small percentage of them that just had really, really bad circumstance back to back to back. A lot of them are out there because of decisions that they decided to make. Now, should I feel bad for them because they made bad decisions? Or should, like, what do I need to do about it?
No, I'm just saying, like, bad decisions and stuff like that. Like, people that work minimum wage didn't go to college and develop a career.
Oh,
just because they didn't develop a career or become an entrepreneur doesn't mean that they should be forced to.
Man, I don't know why y'all put so much onus on college. I don't get it. You don't have to go to college to not be homeless. There's plenty of people that are homeless that didn't go to college. They don't have to go to college to get out of homelessness. All they got to do is figure out a way to get a job and get. Their first priority is getting a place to live. That's what they want. I mean, they want to.
I was just giving the example of someone that's mentally ill. Now I'm referring to just like in general people that work minimum wage and working paycheck to paycheck and just wanting to exist and figure out where they're going. I think that should be a thing. I don't think that people should be forced to work 3 jobs just to get by. And
Ma'am, why would somebody be forced to work 3 jobs to get by? Is it because they made a decision to have children before they were financially ready? Is it because they're a single mom? Is it because they decided to buy things that they couldn't afford? Are they trying to live a lifestyle they can't afford? Like, why would they have to work 3 jobs? You tell me.
My apologies. It's because minimum wage doesn't take care of day-to-day expenses. That's why it should be raised.
Well, where are you from? It's not supposed to.
Where does your minimum wage?
From California.
Oh,
I'm from
Jesus.
California too.
Oh, Jesus. You're in the worst fucking state in the damn country.
You gotta move it from out of California.
It's literally the worst. It ain't that bad, my ass. They're robbing from you.
It ain't. I get paid $20 an hour plus tips.
Fuck no. They are robbing you. Robbing you.
$1,700.
Robbing you. They're robbing you.
They can rob me all they want. I mean, if you I'm born and raised California.
They can rob me all they want. The most unintelligent statement I've ever heard in my life.
I still have a savings account. I don't know how that's robbing.
But how old are you?
I'm 24.
You're what year were you born?
What do you mean? 2001. What do you mean?
Okay.
Why would you? What kind of question is that?
She was trying to make sure you weren't lying. Anyway, it doesn't matter how old he is. California's horrible. The game plan was take their guns away and then steal from them for the rest of their life. That was the game plan.
Hey, I got guns. As long as you're registered and you're not a felon, you can have a gun.
Oh my motherfucking God, dude. Okay, man. Whatever you believe, you're outgunned in your own state. Stop it.
What it is.
You're outgunned in your own state. Stop.
Say that again. What did you just say?
You're outgunned in your own state, the state you pay taxes to.
Hey, take a minute out for a second. Meaning what? In what aspect? Who are we outgunned?
What do you mean out? Hold on.
Because I can guarantee you. Man, you don't even know.
I don't know what. What are you talking about?
What do you mean, bro? I don't know. I think you're more focused on like L.A. or something. Nobody's outgunned. I'm from NorCal. Ain't nobody outgunned. We all own guns.
Keep thinking that shit, then. You're ignorant.
What do you mean? I'm from California. You're not, bro. It's a fact.
I don't need to be from California. I know more about the gun laws than you do, dude. I got explosives. I have explosives in my house.
I don't give a
like I literally talk to the ACF right year after year after year after year. I know about gun laws in other states. I don't have to be from there to know about them.
Why would I want an explosive, bro? Why would I want an explosive?
To make money. What do you mean?
What? Bro, what are you talking
What do you think I do with the explosives? You think they just sit here? I sell them to SWAT teams.
Oh, yeah.
See, this is what I'm talking about. People just say shit. Like, they talk about shit that they don't fucking know about. Well, why would I need that? Well, why would you pay that much to build a website? Hush. Why would I pay that much to build a website? Blah, blah, blah. They don't even know what you're doing with it. They have no idea. They have no clue that the different ways that you can make money within this country. But they want to talk about you, though. It's ridiculous. Anyway, so back to the conversation. Jay, is it Jay?
Jay.
All right. Young boy, how you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Good. How are you, man?
I'm all right, bro. Yeah. Moses, did you understand what I was kind of getting at, or did you not really get it?
I mean, I get what you mean by the state, but that's like the whole point. Like, if it's a bad state, then maybe we should work on improving that. Like you're saying,
but
oh,
you'll
I'm in the
keep
worst.
voting in the same people. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this.
Bro,
I'm
honestly,
gonna lose
I don't
it.
even
I'm
think,
gonna fucking lose my mind.
I don't even think we have
Bro,
control
you're
at this
getting
point.
mad. You're not even from California.
I don't want this for people, bro. I care about human beings. I hate the fact that they are doing the shit that they're doing. I don't like the fact that there are businesses moving out of California in drove. I don't like the fact that it's hard for y'all to get fucking insurance. I don't like the fact that I keep getting people in my fucking email from the state of California because they're homeless and they can't fucking live. They're renting out fucking rooms in other people's houses to be able to take a shower and shit. They're having to borrow soap.
I got zero credit. I had nothing, bro, and they accepted me like that.
Congratulations. So the people in your state don't have that same life, dude. Just because you're living fine doesn't mean anything.
Bro, I never had that life. If you try and you make the effort, you will get approved.
Just making sure. Are we all on the same page here that, like, California does, in fact, have the 5th largest economy in the world?
Who gives a fuck? Nobody can buy a fucking house in California. It doesn't matter that you have the biggest fucking economy. You have the most homelessness. You have the most homeless people.
I mean, it's like, come on.
The highest taxes. The most businesses leaving your state. You burn year after year after year. Your forests look like my skin. They're burned to a fucking crisp.
You're tripping.
They don't want to. They don't want to regulate it. They don't want to do anything as far as the forestry in your fucking
California,
town.
born and raised, bro. The forests
California
are not burned,
is the worst fucking state in this country. I swear to God. I get more. I get more emails from motherfuckers in California that aren't doing well than any fucking body because it's so expensive to fucking live there.
It's like one of the worst.
We're all entitled. We're all entitled to our own opinion.
This motherfucker, dude. Why are you gurgling California's balls so much? Why?
I'm born and raised California.
I don't give a fuck where you were born and raised. California is a horrible state.
That's not.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
All these bums, they want to live here because it's a beautiful state, and they want to not get a job. Then they're not going to get a job. That's just how it is.
Get their balls out of your mouth, bro. Wake up. Open your fucking eyeballs. I've been to California multiple times.
You've been there. Have you?
I don't want to live there.
Nobody asked if you wanted to live here.
Nobody wants to live there with all them wildfires. Trust me, nobody.
All those wildfires? What do you mean, bro? There was one wildfire in LA that everyone now wants to talk about.
What are you talking about? There was one wildfire, bro. What do you mean?
Bro, what are you talking about? What do I mean?
Y'all have a fucking wildfire every year. You have a wildfire season.
In northern, if you're talking, where are you talking about? SoCal or NorCal?
Who gives a fuck? It's the same.
You're tripping, dude. You're tripping.
I'm tripping? Chat. Am I fucking tripping? Am I losing my fucking mind? Or does California burn multiple times a fucking year?
Everything
bro,
you're saying is true.
You're bugging out, dude. You're crashing.
Yes, because it's so fucking retarded that you're even saying this shit right now.
What does it affect you to get that hot?
I live in the same country as you, and hearing you not see it is infuriating. I don't like stupid people.
I've been through the wildfires. I'm from NorCal. We see more of them than SoCal. So what the fuck do you mean?
Then why are you trying to sit here and pretend that y'all don't have fucking wildfires? Why are you just acting willfully ignorant about it?
Bro, you're sitting here getting hot-headed over something that doesn't affect you.
Fuck it, dude. Yeah. I can only care about the things that directly affect me. That's the type of human being I want to fucking be. So that means I should just shut this whole fucking thing down. Don't give a fuck about people that can't fucking retire. Don't give a fuck about people that are homelessness. Don't care about people that don't have fucking legs. Cause that shit doesn't affect me. It doesn't affect me, so I shouldn't even fucking care about it.
If you were from California, you'd understand that these bums out here, they don't want to do anything. I go out and I'll help the homeless wherever I can, and they'll reject money. They'll reject food. They'll reject blankets. They only want money, bro, to go get high. That's just how it is out here.
Do anything. They can't.
What do you mean?
Do you think they were born homeless? Do you think that's how that works?
You gotta come out here and you gotta actually try and help some homeless people and see where you get.
I'm not stepping foot in California. I'm not stepping foot in California until y'all fix your shit.
The homeless don't have anything to do. They have everything to do. The whole world is literally in their hand.
Honestly, I just wanted to come up because I just wanted to understand your perspective and speak to you, but I don't really have anything of logic to say. I appreciate you.
You don't have anything of logic to say? You've been speaking about... Wait, hold on. First of all, and this is what I don't like, too. Of course you have things that are logical to say. Use your brain. Why do you want the minimum wage to be raised? Really think about it and tell me why you want that to happen.
Honestly, it makes me emotional, but I just really want people to not want to wake up and kill themselves every day. Because literally, if you're like working a 9 to 5, there's this like this notion that it's like the common notion that you're suicidal and that your life is in shambles if you don't have like an entrepreneurial career or a regular career.
I don't know why social media has got y'all fucked up, dude.
Instead of
most people are just normal people. They just go to work and come home. There's nothing wrong with that. I just want them to be able to make the amount of money so they can not do that for the rest of their life until they die. I want them to go out and get the certifications they need. I want them to go out and go to trade school, go to the military, blah, blah, blah. If they're waking up in the morning and they want to hurt themselves, I mean,
because you're just surviving. That's not living. That's the thing. I don't believe that it's living.
But you're only surviving. You're only surviving for a little bit, though, ma'am. Just a little bit. You're working your way into living the life you want to live. It doesn't happen overnight. I know y'all see that shit on social media all of the time, and people like they see the guys with these super expensive cars and these really big houses, these beautiful women. That stuff doesn't happen overnight. They had to work for that. They don't get to y'all. They don't show y'all the work that comes with getting those things. So then when you grow up and you don't have them, now you think that you're not where you're supposed to be at a certain point in your life. That's really young. Like, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Yeah, like they'll be 22 to 25 years old. They don't have a Bugatti. Now they want to hang themselves. It's like, dude, you're not supposed to have one. You haven't been in the marketplace long enough to be able to accrue it. That doesn't mean that you're not going to get one. You just have to do the things necessary for you to get to that point. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not... I don't think raising the minimum wage is going to curb suicide, okay? I don't think that's the way to do it. But because at the end of the day, their buying power is going to be the same, okay?
Like, well, because it's like... I was just going to say that, like, yeah, it gets to a point where you have to work towards, like, you know, getting on your feet and being able to get that Bugatti or whatever. But most people can't afford to work towards land because they're so drained. Because
they can't afford to work towards what?
They can't work towards like buying land and getting their own home because they're so drained working their regular job, and minimum wage barely helps them get by. And then you want them to do more work just to get by and to become better. How are you supposed to become better when you're below the survival rate?
No, you're not below the survival rate. That's where you're best up at. You're not below the survival rate.
You can't set your head at that mind space because you'll be stuck there forever.
Yeah, you're gonna be like you're not below the survival rate. You can survive. Absolutely, you can survive. But you're 22. What are you doing right now? Where are you working at?
I don't work. I'm currently living with my mother.
Why don't you? If you're living with your mom, then why don't you work? Are you in school?
I'm trying to educate myself. My sister and my brother-in-law, they were telling me that I should get a job, and instead of like trying to become an entrepreneur, I should work on getting a job.
Why are you trying to oh man, dude. Oh,
with that mindset,
it's backwards.
No. I want everybody to please. I really do want everybody to be quiet on this one because this is a sensitive. I'm about to tell you something, and I don't want you to get upset. But it is the truth, and this is coming from somebody that owns multiple businesses and employs multiple people. There's a reason that they're telling you that. Okay? Have you shown them that you have the propensity to be able to manage a business? Have you shown them a business plan? Have you showed them what you want to do and how you're going to get there? Have you showed them a 5-year plan where you're going to get the money to be able to do your business? Have you shown them any of those things? Just yes or no is fine.
No, I've only had side hustles that haven't turned into actual jobs.
Okay. Now, listen to what I'm about to tell you very closely. Just because those other side hustles are not turned into something big for you does not mean that can't still happen. But your family is looking at you, and you're not showing them that that's what you really want to do. Okay? So you need to, if you like, learn how to make a business. I can send you I have a PDF that I can send you to teach you how to make a business plan. It's on the SBA website. You can go on the SBA website right now, and it'll show you how to make a business plan to be able to get business funding from the SBA. Have you started it? What business are you trying to get into? What do you want to do?
I want to go about things in a creative way. I have been painting curbs for a while now. I can make probably like 120 a day only.
It's art. It's art.
Yeah, sort of.
Oh.
And I want to like yeah, it's I feel like it's kind of over my head considering it'll take a while for me to actually create something of value. But I was also thinking of getting into real estate.
Like real estate school, but that's understand, like, most people aren't successful when like, you might be a great fucking artist. You know what I'm saying? I know plenty of people that are great fucking artists that don't make any money doing art. They had to do something else. And I know plenty of people that make tons of money doing art that aren't as good as the people that I know that aren't making money. That market is so fucked. It's so bad. And I know you really, like, nobody's saying that you can't do art. Do art. Make custom cribs for babies and stuff. Put their names on it. Put the date they were born. Their little, fucking paint their feet and their hands on the crib if you want to. I don't care what you do. Make murals in the bedroom. Like, you can start a whole business doing, like, nursery wall painting, like, in people's, like, where the babies sleep. You, like, paint all the walls and make it like baby-ish kind of. I'm not good with art, as you can tell, but you know what I'm talking about. You could start a whole business doing stuff like that, right? I think they'd be a lot more comfortable if you had a backup. What's your backup?
Becoming a carpenter.
A carpenter?
Yeah.
Are you a woman or not?
I was born female.
I'm a woman. I know carpentry.
Gotcha. Now I'm here. Okay. So, you want to do carpentry? What kind of, you want to do flooring, painting?
Specifically joinery, like Japanese, Sashimono. I don't know. That's pretty. This shit's so complex.
Dude, Japanese joinery is actually hella cool. You should look it up.
Japanese what?
Jointery. Jointpery.
Oh man.
The carpenters in Japan are so fucking, they're so amazing because
that shit looks cool as hell when they put it together.
But we don't build our houses like this though.
I know. If I were to do carpentry, if I were to like work a job that's like building a skill, it'd be that. Like, I really like it because...
But you can't have this as a plan B because we're not Japanese. You'd have to move to Japan and do it. And you already know what's going to happen if you move to Japan.
What? Oh, yeah. I won't know anything.
All right. And do you speak Japanese?
No.
Okay. So, I mean, if you want to be a carpenter, that's a good backup plan, but you're going to have to build the way Americans build.
Okay, yeah.
Like, what I'm saying is they're probably just looking out for you. They're not trying to, like, bring you down. They're just looking out for you because they don't want to see you like the people that I'm talking about. Like, one day you realize that this isn't something that you're going to be able to be successful in, and now you got to go get a job at fucking Burger King. They want more for you than that. And you don't have to. You're 22. Who fucking cares that you don't know what you want to do? Like, even if you didn't know what you wanted to do, you seem to know what you want to do. But this isn't just. It's just you can't make money doing this in our market. But you're 22. Just go out and try a bunch of shit. Who knows? You might like doing flooring. You might be able to do like custom flooring for like some rich person one day or something. Maybe they want a Japanese fucking. I don't know. You know. But and I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to let you know that I'm not saying that what you're doing is unattainable. I just want you to have a plan B, and you need to prove to your family that you want what you say you want. Otherwise, they're not gonna believe in you because the alternative is you can't live with your mom forever, you know?
Yeah.
So
I want to work towards getting my own land and being in an environment I want to be in. And I appreciate you being up here and just helping people out, man. You're a really good person. And I appreciate everyone else in here.
Most people are good people, and I don't. Now, if your brothers and sisters are being dickheads about it, you get in their face about that shit and let them know that this is what you want to do, and they're not going to fucking stop you. That's what you need. That's what I tell people to do, because I don't like people shitting on other people's dreams. But you still have to be realistic to the point where you need to be able to make money to be able to survive here. So find something that you want to do to be able to make money here. Use the money that you're making here in order to fund your dreams. That's how that works. And then if your dreams become a reality, now you got options. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you.
All right, cool.
Thanks but hell yeah, learn that Japanese culinary because that's cool.
Shoot me a Jesus Christ. Shoot me a DM. We're gonna talk. I'll help you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Peace.
No problem. All right.
I've been waiting for them to finish talking, but I gotta go take care of my dog. My dog doesn't feel good, so.
All right. See you later.
Appreciate
you. Yeah.
Instead of increasing the minimum wage, why don't people just like protest for the basically tell the corporations to lower the prices of goods? For the people that like believe in protesting and all that nonsense.
You don't have that power.
If anything, it'd have to be healthcare before anything.
Yeah, you don't have that power. That's the only thing. You don't have that power. Like if all of the workers and the corporations got together and said lower the cost of goods, they're basically telling, because you guys have to understand that, like, you have to understand how the United States work. Public corporations are not for the employees; they're for the shareholders. And the shareholders invested tons of money into this company, and they want to see a return on their investment. So if y'all get together and try to lower the cost of goods, they're not making the money they want to make. So that ain't gonna fly.
I completely understand all of that. It's amazing to me that people really sit here and cry about upping the minimum wage, though.
Well,
like that's not fixing anything.
What they're really crying about is them having to do it on their own, and they're crying about it because they don't know how to do it on their own. Okay,
I agree.
That's what they're really crying about. So I mean, I can't even really be mad at them because they don't know.
So what state are you from, Bill?
Me?
Yeah.
Sorry. My normal account is No Excuses Podcast, but it's suspended right now, unfortunately. But so I didn't register with you that you were talking to me. You said where am I from?
Yeah. What state?
I am from Alabama.
Alabama, damn. You got some crawfish down there or what?
I don't eat those. I don't eat those river cockroaches. I don't.
Come on now, bro. You tripping?
Crawfish look like water bugs. I don't.
They are, bro. They are like bro.
Insects of the sea. I'm good. I don't want to eat that. Too many legs.
What about you, J.E.? Where are you from?
I'm from Missouri.
Missouri.
Damn, that's a show me state, ain't it?
It's supposed to be.
Young boy, where are you from?
I'm from West Virginia.
Are you young, bro? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20.
All right.
Damn, y'all all Midwest.
Missouri's the South.
Yeah, I guess Missouri did kind of tap it right there.
Especially if you, well, we're not gonna get into that anyway. Yeah. So I tell people, you've already heard me say what they need to do in order to fix it, but they want to put it on somebody else to be able to fix it, because they're trying to be. They want to be activists instead of. They're more interested in being an activist for something so they can get attention than being a productive member of society so they can make money. That's what I've come to find out.
Where do you see like society moving towards in probably about year 2030 or 2040ish, based off of the things that's going on right now?
What do you mean by where do I see society moving to? You give me an example, or like what do you mean by what kind of answer are you looking for from me?
Like finance wise. Like, do you think the wealth gap is just gonna keep increasing, or do you think like?
I mean, yeah. I mean, the wealth gap's gonna be. It's gonna be wider than it's ever been in 2030.
Do you think it'll be like scarier for like the average person?
The middle class will shrink. and the bottom will stay paycheck to paycheck, until they scale up. And then I think there's going to be a new class in the United States.
What would that class be?
The asset ownership. So people that own stocks, people that own businesses, people that own land. So like if you don't own like income producing assets by 2030, then you're going to be working for somebody that does own income producing assets.
I see. Yeah, I agree with that.
But I think we're going to shift into that employed but broke even more then, because you're going to see people that are earning that 60 to 80K and they're still broke because the cost of living is going to outpace the income. If they get what they want and the wages rise and the cost of living is going to outpace the income, and rent, healthcare, food, and insurance are going to cost more money, and then you're going to see people that are earning $60,000 and they're still broke. So like it's like the key difference between thriving and surviving ain't going to be the income. It's going to be the financial literacy and the discipline of people. That's why I'm trying to get people to earn that amount of money now, so that when they get on later in life, they can be above the curve. You're trying to beat the fucking curve, man.
Yep, most definitely.
But you need a side hustle and some digital income, man. I do believe that. I mean, I think there's gonna be more people on welfare, probably. The national debt will probably be $50 trillion by then. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff.
So as a Californian, what job would you recommend out here? What would your best
job?
job?
Professional walking, so you can get the fuck out of California.
No, like on a real note, like what's your best?
I'm serious.
Like, what would
Okay, professional running, professional biking. Get the fuck out of California by any means necessary. California is going to we're already talking about pushing y'all out to sea. You're about to be Russia. We'll just take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else. Get the fuck out. It's rough, man, because the cost of living in that state is so high.
It's not rough, bro. I've lived here my whole life, bro.
All right, man. Congrats.
Lived here my whole life.
Congrats, dude.
My whole life.
Highest homelessness rate in the fucking country.
Bro,
it's not rough.
Because they choose to be homeless, dude. That's how it is. They choose. I go out by my own will and offer help all I can, bro. And half of them don't accept it unless you give them cash, because they want to get high again. There's not much you can do.
Have you only lived in California your whole life?
Yep.
Okay. I think the problem here is not really the fact that I haven't lived in California. It's that you haven't lived anywhere else. I've been to all 50 states and multiple countries, dude. California sucks. You're paying, your average home price is like $800,000.
No. Well, yeah.
See, you were so reactionary. You didn't even fucking think about it. Get California's balls out of your mouth, bro. Get them out of your mouth, dude.
I thought you were talking about
balls
rent,
out of your mouth. No, I wasn't talking about fucking rent.
For rent.
No, 800,000. I said what I meant.
That's what I'm saying. Calm down. It's all good, bro. It's all good.
Man, it's not all good. They just stop robbing y'all, man.
Bro, what do you mean, bro? I pay $1,700 for a single fucking bedroom. And I make $20 an hour. Me and my girlfriend.
The fact that you don't know that's a lot is so crazy to me.
That is
bro,
a
lot.
Bro,
what do you guys live in, bro? What do y'all live in, bro?
That's a lot.
I pay $650 for this 2-bedroom apartment. It's 1,200 square feet.
$650, bro. Like, what the fuck, dude? And I bet you got fucking roaches in other people's houses and shit too.
No.
Nah.
Literally no. That's the crazy thing. See, a place for $650 where you live will have that.
Exactly.
Well, you wouldn't get one for $650. That's the thing.
I know.
You're tripping.
Priorities fucked up.
Oh man,
like, dude, I don't know, bro. If you guys, honestly, the way I look at it, bro,
everybody in here agrees that California sucks. I don't know why you're intent on defending it.
Well, dude, if your mindset is stuck at like, oh, I'm gonna pay $500 and live around nothing, absolutely.
Dude, I live. Listen. I live in the biggest city in the state. That's the crazy. You've never been anywhere. You can't say
bro.
These
what
things.
do you mean? I've been to Kansas. I've been to Kansas one time.
Congratulations. I don't. You've never been to Alabama, bro. You've never been to Alabama.
I haven't been anywhere.
Never been to Alabama, bro.
Why would I go to Alabama, dog?
Because you'd have rent for $650. Duh.
Why would I want rent for $650, dude?
It's not
that
like
makes no
man,
sense.
you're an idiot. I can't talk.
The opportunities out here outweigh your guys'
you Californians. You Californians think that the only opportunity is in your fucking state. Grow the fuck up.
Dude, there's so many. Dude, come on.
Do you understand? Listen, let me tell you something. I'm gonna educate you right now. Stop. I'm gonna educate. No. I really want you to listen to what I'm about to say. I really want you to listen to what I'm about to say.
You're good.
In the city that I'm in, NASA's headquarters is here. FBI's headquarters is coming here.
Let's go work at fucking NASA.
Bro, relax and just listen. I'm trying to tell you.
I said one thing, bro.
I know. Don't say anything. Just listen. NASA's headquarters is here. FBI's headquarters is coming here. Space Command is coming here. We have Redstone Arsenal. We have the most defense contractors in any other state per capita. Okay? It's a very big STEM city, so it's science, technology, engineering, and math all the way. We also have a very big proponent for logistics because the U.S. Army Material Command is here. We deal with all of the material command for the entire United States Army. We also have the missile defense sector here. That's huge. Blue Origin is also here. Amazon's here. Like, they have a big Amazon facility. Mazda Toyota built their like $2.3 million plant here for jobs, manufacturing jobs, entry level that are paying over $21 an hour. Like, there's more. The music scene's coming back here. There's a big business. There was a fucking Sweet Home Alabama bill. They were literally paying people's rent to come here and start businesses. It was a grant from the state of Alabama.
Yeah, because it's dead.
No, you're not getting it. It's because it's growing. It's growing to an exponential level.
To pay people's rent to move there,
dude, listen. It's not dead. You're not listening, and you're not using. You're not using your brain.
He don't get it.
He don't get it. I don't understand how else to explain it to him.
If a state's paying you to move there, it's dead, bro. It's dead. They want people. They're striving for people to move back there that bad, so they gotta pay people's rent. That's terrible. That is literally terrible.
Why would you want to live somewhere where you can't afford it and you already got expensive ass rent?
What do you mean, bro? I have a savings account. What are you talking about?
Oh my god,
I've been had a savings account. If you know how to manage your fucking money, bro, and you're not some goddamn.
You're a child.
What, bro? J.E., what's up?
I said, who want to live in California when rent is that expensive? Then out that they already can't survive.
Well then, honestly, bro, I think y'all just have like different like y'all
bro,
might like
I
that,
live
like
in the
doing
Midwest
nothing
and I
and
pay
having nothing to do.
$1,500 a month in rent.
Bro,
what are you talking about?
Can I finish, bro? But y'all might like setting your fucking standards that low, but
what do you mean?
Bro, especially coming from California,
our taxes are lower than yours. Our taxes are lower than yours. Our forests aren't burning down every year, so we can actually go to our forests.
And I guarantee you, bro,
we have a beach. We've got a beach. I don't care that you're working hard. You're paying $1,500. You're paying $1,700 for a 1-bedroom apartment.
That ain't nothing, bro. What do you mean?
Okay, man. Congratulations.
That ain't nothing.
He's equating $600 to equal that it's in a poor, dirty area. He doesn't know, because you're right. He's never been anywhere. $600 in Alabama is different than $600 California dollars, honey, because everywhere has different costs of living. So it's not a terrible area to live. That's what he's thinking, because in California it would be, but not in Alabama, not in Maryland.
I never said that. I've been to Kansas.
That's
I've
what you
seen
just
the
said,
apartments
dude.
out
You were
there.
like, oh, it's a crappy
I've seen
area.
the apartments out there. I've seen the $600 apartments out there.
You totally implied that.
I've seen the $600 apartments out there, dude. You go out at night, bro, you see the cockroaches falling on the ground.
Knock it off, kid. You're just a child. You think you know, but you'll learn.
He's trying to play the South.
Because,
take a mile.
You really don't know.
Bro, your heart's
you really
racing.
Don't know. And you said he would have roaches at $600. That's how we know you're being classist. That's how we know you think he lives in a terrible area. You actually are.
I live out in the county because I understand that living in the city is not the way to do it. You don't live in the city. You work in the city. You work in the city and live on the outskirts. That's how you do it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Californians don't understand that, bro. They don't get it. People that live in Atlanta don't get it.
Yummy's a crash out.
You mad because I'm not crashing out. I'm actually
people. It's crazy, out, bro. Dude. It's crazy. People will say stupid shit and then they'll say the person is crashing out when they're saying, "I can't believe you just said something so stupid."
Bro, she's just yelling obnoxiously. She's not saying.
I'm yelling at you.
Like any
what you saying? You said that I would have had to been living with roaches and rats just because I'm paying a lower rent.
No, I did not. I did not say you would have had to be living with those. I said that.
I hear very well. You absolutely said that.
Oh my god.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Bro, it's $600, bro.
Why do you know? Why do you think that? I don't live in Kansas. I don't live in Kansas. Why do you think that?
I just said, bro.
Why do you think that? Because you've never been to my state.
I literally just said, bro. I don't have to repeat myself, doggy.
Man, dude. This is why people don't like Californians. Y'all suck, dude.
Bro, you're just judgmental.
You've never heard anybody say, "Yeah, man, them Alabamians are horrible," but they say that shit about your state every day of the week.
The only thing I've heard about Alabama is that they're cousin fuckers. That's it.
Excuse me?
What? What happened?
You're the worst. You're a disgusting, obnoxious little twit.
Bro, what are you?
Twit? What does twit even mean?
Exactly. The California school system's not doing too good for you, huh?
What does twit even mean? Bro, that's some Alabama stuff, huh?
Twit?
Yeah, twit. That's some Alabama stuff.
Twit was a word before Alabama was even a state.
It don't even matter.
Thank
bro.
you. Oh, wow. How embarrassing for you, sweetheart. How embarrassing for you, sweetheart. Maybe you should go pick up a dictionary, a book.
Oh,
you know,
I'm gonna get it.
When did Alabama become a state? Like 1870 or something? Like
let me look
that
up
was
the meaning
a word
of twit
way
real
before.
quick. Let me meet up, bro. Come on now. I'm not a vulgar person, so I'm not gonna fucking know what twit fucking means, and I'm not sure, so I'm not gonna look it up.
Okay, man. Congrats.
Like, come on now.
Just so you know, just for reference.
What's up?
The U.S. The fucking what's the name of that? What's the name of that thing? The U.S. News or something like that. I want to say it's U.S. News and World Report. 2022, Huntsville, Alabama was acknowledged as the best city to live in the United States.
That's awesome. Hey, that's
the city that I live in.
That's up for you.
But there's plenty of fucking there's plenty of fucking jobs here.
But see, that's the thing. Like, I mean, and like at the end of the day, bro, we're all entitled to our own opinions. And like you even said too, you know very well. Like I was born and raised.
No, but your opinion can be absolutely wrong. Like saying that somebody has roaches because they pay less rent than you do is ignorant as fuck. Like that's stupid.
No, dude, I went down to Kansas. Hear me out.
Why do you keep talking about Kansas?
Bro. I went to
Why do you keep talking about
one
Kansas?
One of my buddies was trying to move into.
Does anybody in here live in Kansas? Anybody?
On the goddamn ground near the garbage cans and everything for $500, $600 a month.
Dude, listen.
So that's why I say that.
Listen. You gotta let that go because I don't live in Kansas, and every apartment that's $600 in Kansas isn't gonna be like the one that you went to. Okay.
Exactly.
You gotta let that go. People are gonna think that people are gonna absolutely assume that you're. And honestly, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've heard of what people say within my own state. We want y'all to stay exactly where you are because y'all cause problems when you go and live in other places because you think like you're laughing, dog, dead ass.
Dude, I've had problems, dude. I'm the least dude.
Yes. Y'all don't understand respect at all.
Bro,
Californians think they can say whatever the fuck they want to people.
If anything, you're the one that's come off harder than anybody in this goddamn group.
Look, bro. I'm not even saying it's you. I'm just saying. I'm just letting you know what other. No. I'm just saying. I'm telling you what people within the state and within the South say about people that are from the fucking West Coast. Okay, when you come from fucking California and you move down south, you don't act the same way you acted in California. And some of y'all had to learn that shit the hard way. I've seen it with my own eyeballs. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's you. I'm not saying it's you, but the people from your state.
Referencing right now.
Shit. Y'all be doing crazy shit, and then, but see, in California though, it's different, bro. In California, it's different. Y'all do something crazy to a dude in California, and it's a different type of aggression than you doing something crazy to somebody in Tennessee.
That's what I don't understand,
Georgia,
bro. I don't know if it's
Alabama, like it's a little different.
I don't know if it's because, all right, so like to be totally honest, I don't know if it's because like I'm not involved with politics or anything at all. But I don't know, like, the ideology behind, like, oh, Californians, you guys are automatically fucking just fucking, you guys want issues, you guys create issues, don't come over here because we won't like you, this, that, and the other. But I wouldn't say that.
No, it's not because we don't like you. We don't want you to come over here because you're raising our cost of living.
What do you mean? How?
Exactly.
That's what you guys want. That's what you want.
No, that's what you're used to. We don't want that. We don't want that.
People, bro, you said your fucking state paid people to live there. What do you mean?
They paid people to start businesses here.
Yeah.
They do that everywhere. They do it every state. They do it in California, dude. They do it in every state.
Major corporations from all around the state.
You're not getting it, dude. You're not listening. You're acting like a Californian right now.
That's a fact.
It's not a fact.
What are you talking about? You said it yourself.
Dude. It's not. They don't want people from California coming into their markets because you guys start buying houses in cash. Because it's the cost of living is so different.
Richer, dude, if the economy is more rich over here, then dude, fucking join the party.
We don't want it to be. You ignorant fuck. We don't want it to be.
And that's the thing.
God damn, how are you not getting it?
Bro, you can sit here and punch your pillow, but it's
like
inevitable.
our low cost of living. We don't want to be like California. That's your fucking problem. Y'all think everybody wants to be like you. Nobody wants to be like fucking California.
Nobody said that. You literally just now said that they were paying people to bring businesses to the goddamn state.
You're not listening. They were paying people to leave their states and bring business to the United States to increase job growth.
It's literally inevitable for California to bring it down there. It's gonna happen.
You're not getting
it, dude. Fuck it. I'm done with the conversation. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with the conversation.
No, like, ask me. Like, please ask me. Like, what am I saying?
I've been trying to talk to you for the last 30 minutes, man. I don't think you're ever gonna fucking get it. It's fine. You're right. California is the best fucking state. Stay there. Don't fucking leave.
Nobody said that.
Anyway,
nobody said
young
that.
boy, how you doing? What do you have to say on the conversation?
How you're gonna say that?
Hey! You talked enough, Aura. Damn, bro, you still talking?
Now, when I say that,
damn, bro, you still talking?
Gonna be brought over.
Bro, can I talk, bro?
Damn, bro, you still talking? All right, young boy, go ahead.
Oh, that's cool.
I just wanted to say, man, I support everything you do. I see you almost on here about every day going live. And I just want to say, man, I support everything, man. And working a 9 to 5 is a trap unless you have a plan or a goal to succeed in your future or whatever. But yeah, 9 to 5 is a total trap. I mean, if you're working a 9 to 5, your whole life, I mean, it's horrible because I mean, you're not gonna be able to retire that way. It's just it's that easy, man. You're not going to retire.
You can retire with a 9 to 5. You just have to be making enough money.
You're going to live miserably. Like you're going to live miserably.
Why do you think that, bro? There's people working 9 to 5s that are making $100,000 a year.
I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, you're right, but I'm saying like if you're working at 9 to 5 and like you don't have no goal or like you don't have a plan to like, you know, actually like make more money than minimum wage, then there's no point to even.
That's true too. But I mean, well, I wouldn't say they need to start businesses either because they don't have the skills to do that either. They need to. I mean, yeah, just like RDG said, nobody wants to work until they're 70, man. It's some people are going to be good at business and some people are going to not be good at business, and they got to find what they're good at somewhere else, and that's okay.
Yeah, nobody wants to do that. I mean, unless like you. I mean, some people do. I can't say nobody wants to do it because I mean, people do. I mean, like you said, you see people working till they're 60 years old in McDonald's or Taco Bell or something. I mean, some people like it.
That's true. I don't give a fuck if they like it though, because they're not gonna like living. They're not gonna like working there until they die. So, they need to be able to retire. I mean, come on, man. Anywho,
yeah.
So what's the minimum wage where y'all are from?
Holy fuck, dude. Holy shit.
Well, you talk about how the rent's $500, so now I'm curious on what the minimum wage is.
Our state doesn't have a state minimum wage. We go off of the federal.
So what is that?
$7.50, I think. $7.50.
$7.50, bro.
Yeah.
So imagine you're a server though. They're gonna pay you less because you're a server.
No, not in our state. You're gonna make money if you're a server. You're gonna make about $12, $13 an hour.
But the company's not gonna pay that for you.
No, you're a server. You get paid on tips.
Not including tips. What's up?
What do you mean not including tips? That's your income if you're a server. Have you worked before?
Why? So you have to rely on the goddamn fucking business to their customers to pay your minimum wage.
Correct. That's how being a server works.
That makes no sense. So you're gonna work at a business. and they're not gonna pay you, and you're gonna fucking like what? That makes
Dude,
no
that's
sense,
literally
bro.
how being a server works. They get paid
it's
$2.13
not.
an hour, and they
Bro,
get tips.
Bro, I get $20 on top of tips, bro. I'll pull out $300 on average with $20 an hour.
Brother,
All right,
can
man.
I get a?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Where do you work? What fucking what restaurant do you work at?
Smith Flathouse.
Smith Flathouse.
Locally owned. It's probably some locally owned. Brother, time out, brother. Time out. All right. What the hell?
Bro,
is y'all
calm down, BTF, bro. Come on.
What the hell is y'all talking about, bro?
Wait a second, bro.
Hey, suck my dick, nigga. Fuck you.
Hey,
talking
yo,
about?
hey, yo.
Oh shit, nigga.
Bro, come on now. Take a mind out, bro.
That's what. Give
Nobody
me
was
some
talking to you,
fucking
bro.
background.
Come on now. We're
He
having
said,
a
give me some
conversation.
background, bro.
What the fuck
You're
is you
good.
talking
You're
Let
about?
me
good.
know what y'all
Hey,
talking
listen,
about up in
listen,
here,
bro.
man.
It shouldn't be hard to listen,
Listen,
bro.
what, nigga?
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Bro,
He's a
relax
crackhead.
yourself, bro.
So you see BTF, bro. BTF, this dude is from California. Now you see how you got BTF on fucking tilt immediately because you didn't know how to be respectful? That's exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Brother, look, I don't know about where nobody from, but I'm from the South, man.
Thank you. That's what I'm talking
That's where I'm
about.
from,
I
man.
literally, bro, I just told
I'm
this
from the
dude.
South, brother.
I just told this dude that the people
All I
in the
wanna
South.
know is, what is y'all yapping about, bro? Let me hear it.
Well, you're about to fucking find out, dude, because he's got California's nuts in his mouth. He thinks California is this great fucking state, and it ain't. California is dog shit.
Is
I
what
already
we
told
talking
you, bro.
about
I don't
people that
follow
want the
politics,
minimum
bro.
wage to be raised
I live
or
where the
lazy.
fuck I
Is
fucking
that even
belong,
what we're
bro.
talking about, or is it
Technically,
no,
yeah. Technically,
no,
yeah.
we're
But
past that.
We're not talking about it, man. It's
It
California,
sounded like
dude.
a rant. So what is the conversation right now, bro?
well, I was just talking to Young Boy because he was saying that he agreed with what I was saying about the minimum wage and stuff.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you.
That's
Everything you're
bullshit.
saying is
So
everything
what
you're saying is true.
bullshit. But let's continue.
What's bullshit?
The thumbnail is bullshit.
What?
But
people that want the minimum wage to be raised are lazy and entitled?
yes, sir.
Oh, I'm
Bro,
about to.
what?
No, let me
BTF,
tell you.
bro,
Let me
you're
tell
coming
you
here
what.
dick sucking,
Continue
and
with
then
the
you're
Hey,
talking
yo,
shit about
yo, see
conversation,
that your California
What are you
showing.
talking about,
Your
bro?
California showing. You don't know how to shut the
That's
fuck up.
crazy wicked,
And
bro.
see that right there, bro. I'm telling you, bro. That right there is the reason why y'all can't come to the South, because you're gonna get a 9mm in your mouth, dude.
People in the South not tolerating that.
We're just not doing it, dude. Y'all
Yes,
talk
man.
too much, bro. You talk
Don't
too
talk
much.
too much. Look, but you can talk right now because you're on the internet. You know you internet. You know.
I mean, shit. But look, so this is why I say they lazy and entitled, BTF. Okay, this is why I say they lazy and entitled. So I think
I understand why you say that because you think that people that work minimum wage are people that cannot go to school. They can't go to trade school.
No, that's not what I think. No, that's not what I think at all.
Okay, what is your opinion on
that? What I'm saying is the people that are working these minimum wage jobs that are advocating for the minimum wage to go up are advocating for the wrong things, because and I believe the reason why I say lazy and entitled is because if you're there for 3 years, I'm like, okay, what are you doing in order to get out of here? Because you've been here for 3 years. Are you actually working towards making more money and getting better skills so you can get out of here? Cool. 5 years comes around, they still there. It's like, all right, man, now I think you're lazy. It's a lack of effort on your part.
Yes, you're right. There is some people, and that was just what I was gonna say. You do have a point,
right?
But the thing is,
my point is 5 years. Somebody else's might be like 10 or something. You know what I'm saying?
It's not really a how you say it, like a set time.
For me, it is. I had to put something on it because I'm just like, look, man.
If you work at Goodwill for 2 years, you're not, or not 2 years, but 3 years, you're really not trying to improve yourself, right?
Right.
That's not how I feel, man. I feel like a lot of people when they work a minimum wage, not a lot of people. Actually, all right, I'm gonna start with the majority. Majority, I feel like you're right. I feel like a majority of people, they is not trying to improve themselves. They probably got a kid. They probably just fucked up.
I'm glad you said that shit. Stop fucking. I'll say it again. Stop fucking. Something wrong with the pussy. Something wrong with the pussy.
They probably look, and that's majority, but there is majority for me is only 60%.
Nah, majority is 51, bro. 51% is majority.
60%, 51 plus, so 60%, and then 40% up. I feel like a lot of those people are like me. I'm in college, right? I work at Goodwill. I make minimum wage, and I would love to make more money because everything else is I'm young, bro.
What
so
you
it's
in
a lot
college though, bro? What you in college for?
I want to be a dentist or a radiologist.
You want to be or you're going to be?
Well, I'm either going to be one of those two. I want to be a dentist. I'm gonna want to be I want to be a dentist. That's my goal. But if I don't turn out to be a dentist because of my GPA, I'll be a radiologist.
Hold on. Because you gotta go to medical school to be a dentist, right?
No.
What's your GPA got to do with it? How's that work?
There's certain programs, if you don't want to pay for them, because I'm not rich, you gotta rely on financial aid, and financial aid relies on a GPA. So.
Does it?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh,
yes.
You're talking about like post grad.
Financial post grad, yeah, high school, yeah. I'm in college.
Nah. My financial aid that I got to go to college didn't have anything to do with.
It relies on your GPA, yes. If you have a low enough GPA, they will drop you from financial aid.
Oh yeah, no, okay, no, I understand what you're saying now. Yeah. If your GPA is lower,
I'm not the smartest.
Hey, yo, let me get that. I saw that money. Let me get some of that.
It's dollars, nigga.
I want them.
$3. But anyways, guys, look, I would love to go to school and do all that, but like I said, I also, because at Goodwill, like as a good instance, they have to keep a minimum wage paycheck, but there's a lot of people in that workplace that are really, even older people, bro, old grandmas.
Yeah. They
can't work anything but minimum wage.
But that's my point, bro. That's the whole point of me starting this, is I'm tired of seeing 70 and 80-year-old people working at fucking Zaxby's and McDonald's. They should be retired and living, like, sipping iced tea in a rocking chair somewhere.
They didn't try hard enough.
I don't know if they didn't try hard enough. They might not have fucking realized how long they needed to be able to retire. Like, you know, just like some people.
Yeah, no, they didn't make any smart decisions for their life.
They didn't realize.
Okay. No, so let me ask everybody on the panel something. Yummy, you're the only doctor up here, and I don't know if you want to kind of help BTF.
Doctor. Actual doctor?
Yummy's she's a doctor.
She has a doctorate in what?
Yummy, I'll let her. Yummy, are you there?
You have a doctorate in what?
I do. I have my PhD in psychiatry.
Okay.
My main focus at first was going to be sports psychiatry, but then I got into general psychiatry. So I had to go to University of Maryland College Park.
Remind me exactly what psychiatry is. I'm sorry.
So it's like, you know, the study of the mind, things like that.
The psyche. Yeah, the study of the psyche. Yeah.
That's different than psychology.
No. It's not. They're entangled. I can prescribe medicine. That's why I got my PhD. So I can prescribe medicine because I'm a psychiatrist. A psychologist can't prescribe medicine.
Okay. So you're a psychiatrist. Okay.
Oh, hold on. I just learned something. What? Hold on. So a psychologist can't prescribe medicine?
No.
A psychiatrist. Yeah.
A psychiatrist, it can, because we also went through the necessary medical training.
Yeah.
She's basically a doctor.
And so what did you?
I didn't know that.
What did you go through your doctorate program to do?
Pardon? I'm sorry.
What did you go through your doctorate's program, your schooling? What did you do that initially to go for?
So initially, when I started school, baseline, I wanted to be a dermatologist.
Word.
Me too. I would love to. Yeah. Well, I'm not a dermatologist, but I would love to just be a dental hygienist.
Right. So I have a cousin who just did all that, and she just became a dental hygienist. And you're right. Like, it's way different than medical school. It's different programming.
It is. It's not the same. Yeah.
But you can totally do it. You can get.
The issue is my GPA is a little low. And
what's your GPA right now, bro? You just said GPA 4 times.
I don't know. My GPA is. It's not. I mean, in order to have financial aid in Florida, you have to have a certain GPA.
Is it a 2 something?
No, you have to. I think you have to maintain a 2.0 or a 2.5
in Florida. I think.
Are you passing with a 2.5? You can't be, right?
No, that's a C average.
That's
so
a C average.
It's not about if you're passing. It's about bro. Imagine if you fail one class in high school, in college, right? Because bro, I failed anatomy 2. Okay. Well, I failed anatomy 1, and then I passed anatomy 1 the next year. Okay. So this year I'm taking anatomy 2. I'm about to fail anatomy 2.
Damn.
And and it's for me. I'm struggling. Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
he said that.
Does your school offer tutoring, especially since you're on financial aid?
My ego, my personal.
Nigga, no way, bro. No fucking way you about to say that, bro. No way, bro.
You gotta put that to the side.
No, I swear to God, I'm not going to go to a library and like ask for, oh, I think I need help with studying for this.
Hey man,
you gotta put that to the side.
Okay,
we talking about a future, bro.
I get
exactly.
it. I
bug in your ear.
I don't heard it 100 times, bro. I don't.
But just let me put a bug in your ear.
But listen to her.
Hold on, yeah. Listen to what she got to say about it.
What you got to say, baby?
First of all, you never know who you're gonna meet that way. You never know who you're gonna meet that way. Okay.
I understand.
But more importantly than that, your ego is gonna get you messed up in the future. See,
right now, I might be a fucked up nigga, but
it's not. No, I'm not saying you're messed up. That's not what I'm saying.
But I stayed in my ego.
Like, you have to think about the long game, honey.
About your morals.
Like, what's your ego? What does that mean to you?
About your morals.
You have to look cool. I mean, what is
my morality?
Okay, well, so your morality states that you can't get help.
Random motherfucker.
From a random person.
But you're getting taught. But you're getting taught by a random person, though.
So it has to be someone you know.
I could choose whether or not to accept or reject their advice, but I'm not gonna go out in my own physical life to go and ask for people's help. And then
you have a job.
Yes, no.
Okay, so you did ask for somebody's help. You had to go and fill out an application to get that job.
I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to prove with that, but
well,
it's not really a one-on-one example. Asking for tutoring is not the same as interviewing for a job. It's very
Why
different.
does it hurt your pride though?
Yeah, why does it hurt your pride?
I feel like I don't need nobody to fucking do this shit.
But you do, bro. You got a 2.5.
All right,
exactly.
That's what you think.
Oh, come on, dog.
I'm gonna keep going through this shit. I'm gonna keep going through this shit, and I'm gonna keep doing what I gotta do, bro.
So you want to do it on your own, so you can say you did it on your own, and you didn't get no help.
That's not what it's about, bro. My mama always helped me, bro.
Your mom?
Yeah, that's the only one that ever gonna help me, bro. My mama always.
That's just not true, honey. That's just not true.
But I ain't gonna have no tutor. I don't feel right sitting down and just. Oh yeah, okay. So, okay, all right. Yeah.
Turn my mic off.
Why not, bro? If they got something to teach you.
I ain't never studied in my life, bro.
Okay,
you never studied.
You want to be a dentist? Dentistry is a very fine art.
Bro. To this day.
Hey, listen, that right there is why you got 2.5, my boy. You got to study.
Exactly.
Right. But I'm still
forced to.
Hey, I just want to let you know. I want to let you know. Draco said you might as well drop out, bro.
You better do exactly what happened to me.
I swear, bro. Right? Yeah.
You better do exactly what happened to me. Next thing you know, my financial aid wasn't taking care of my stuff no more, and then I get forced to get kicked out, bro. You better pay attention.
Bro.
Go get that tutoring. I'm trying to tell you, man.
Tutoring, nigga.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. I wish I got tutoring. I said the same shit. I said fuck tutoring too, bro.
So you trying to be an autodidact, huh, BTF?
I said fuck tutoring too, and now I'm out of school, bro. Now I'm trying to figure it out on my own.
You don't know what an autodidact is?
No, I feel like most people don't.
I wish I could get tutoring now.
Does the doctor know what an autodidact is? Yum.
Bro, just say what the fuck it is, bro. You're trying to be smart. Yeah, just say it. Just say
nobody?
it.
Seriously? Nobody?
Bro, you.
No,
bro,
I don't.
Again, say it again.
An autodidact. That's basically what he's trying to do. He's trying to be an autodidact. He wants to learn it all. He wants to learn it on his own.
He wants to do everything independently, so he can just be like, "I did everything by myself."
I'm telling you, I'm the same way. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that.
That's not how it works, though, man.
You're gonna end up in a bad place, and you're gonna be like, "Shit, I wish I asked for help."
Yeah, I just want to ask a question real quick, okay? Like, all this stuff aside, and this weird pride issue aside, for real, do you for real?
You putting your hoodie on, bro? Like, come on.
Dentistry. Like, do you want to? Dentistry is a very fine art. You can't play. You can kill people. So
this is something serious.
Is that what you really truly want to do? Because if it is, and I'm not even joking with you, I'm not making fun of you, and you're talking over me, and that's okay. But if that's what you really want to do, because you don't seem serious.
I've been thinking about this since I was 8, man.
But you seem obtuse on purpose.
So yes.
You're obtuse on purpose, though. Like it's like you're arguing with me, and I'm not even arguing with you. You're arguing with yourself. You're talking back for what, though?
There's no talking back. That's how you feel.
Okay,
bro.
That's
why
not how I
do you
feel.
not want to take advice from her?
Bro,
and she didn't went through.
Bro,
all
he
the
don't want to
schooling.
take no advice.
Bro,
not even from a tutor, not from a
advice. But the thing is, y'all can tell me whatever y'all want, but it's really the matter of fact that if I choose to accept it or reject it, you know.
And that's what's going to determine if you fail or go or not.
Yes, sir. You're right.
I'm
Pat.
being real, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
You know what it is, Pat. You know exactly what it is, Pat.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, dude.
Cook, bro.
Go ahead and get that full time at Goodwill, bro. This is what do y'all do in life, bro? I mean, people that saying this, what do y'all do in life?
I'm wishing I was still in
one of them. Well, one of them is a fucking PhD, and you're not even listening to her.
No,
it's
she
crazy.
Didn't say that.
It's crazy.
Let's tighten up because that's not what I was talking about.
I'm an entrepreneur, bro. I own multiple businesses. That's what I do.
Sure.
I mean, real shit, bro. I wish I'm over here sitting here trying to take
your main advice, bro.
Is given in stride. You ain't even trying to listen to me.
What the fuck all of y'all main advice was? It was to go and get tutoring. So go and rely on somebody else for their knowledge, which is really bad.
But
the opportunities that you have is what people are saying.
Y'all trying to rely on somebody else for somebody's
at the right level.
You can't even be quiet long enough to even hear anybody out.
All right. Please example.
No, I mean at the end of the day, bro. Like at the end of the day, you're playing the game, bro. At the end, the only thing that matters is you getting that piece of paper at the end. So if you gotta fucking get a tutor in order to get the piece of paper at the end, then fucking do it.
Bro.
You're paying for that tutoring anyway.
Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about, bro?
You're paying for that.
You have to get a tutor. You won't understand what you're talking about, bro. Fuck a tutor, nigga.
Okay, then go use the library. Go study. Go study. Go use the library that you're paying for. Like you're paying for that.
You're right, bro.
I'm trying to be real, bro. Like I'm about a year out of college, bro. I had to drop out.
That's all financial.
Drop out.
Yeah. Why the fuck would I drop out? That's my pathway.
I'm telling you what I had to do. I'm not saying you.
I'm sorry that you had to drop out, nigga. But the fuck?
I told my car I took a semester off and they wouldn't accept me back. I'm just trying to tell you, bro. And also my damn GPA wasn't shit either, bro. But I was on track to damn having to drop out anyway because my shit wasn't good.
Yeah.
And I should have gone and got tutoring.
BTF. So let's just say
you wouldn't have saved your ass.
Does not.
I'm trying to be real, bro.
I swear to God, bro.
Let's just say your plan don't go right.
A tutor don't do shit but take your money, nigga.
If you
can get tutor for free,
you're
bro.
Already paying for it. You're already paying for it. You can
but they getting paid by the fucking school system.
You can get it for free. You can get it for free. You're already paying for it.
Nigga, they there to get paid, bro.
No, you don't have to pay them again. They're already paid for it.
The tutor is another student just like you that just knows what he's doing better than you do.
Paying these people to sit there and do their job.
You just get another student to teach you, bro.
Exactly.
That's what you do. You don't have to pay the student.
It's not a damn teacher that's teaching you. It's a damn student that knows what he's doing better than you do.
That's too much pride. He don't want the help.
Exactly. That's crazy to me.
Bro, I don't need
and I honestly, it's not that crazy because I was the same way, bro.
I don't need nobody to fucking tutor me.
So if
that's the crazy part. I ain't never.
What are you doing again? What are you studying?
I don't ever need nobody to tutor me.
What are you studying? What are you studying again, bro? Do you want a mentor? Would you take a mentor? Bro, I'm the same way. I'm trying to tell you. I'm in the music industry. I'm trying to make it on my own, dude.
So I don't need a mentor.
Let me ask you.
I'm asking for help.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Be quiet. BTF. Would you be willing to humble yourself to get a tutor if it meant you could pass?
What the fuck? I can pass by myself, fool.
So that's a no.
It's good. My generation
could. Right. I would never ask no random for help.
Damn.
What school do you go to?
Why?
Do you hear our
I go to Florida Southwestern, bro. Florida Southwestern.
Is that a hard school to graduate from?
It's a community college, nigga. It's a free ass college.
Right. Do you hear this?
Yeah, so you hear this.
I understand it, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I understand it to a certain extent, but you just I'm the same way, bro. I'm just trying to get. I feel like, how old are you again? You say you was 20?
20 years old, fam.
That's what I'm telling you, bro. I'm 23. I'm literally like just 3 years ahead of you, bro. I wish I was in your situation.
So you're a sophomore right now, then, dude.
Whatever the fuck that shit, man.
What?
That shit's all, bro. It's all based.
At this point, you might as well not even be in college, bro. You might as well go be working and doing training for something, bro.
What's your backup plan, bro?
What's my backup?
Yeah.
That's what I need to
See what
hear.
I'm saying, bro? You might
What's
as well.
the
You'd
backup?
be doing way
Hold
better.
on, bro. While he was talking, what's your backup, bro?
You're right.
I wasn't talking, but honestly, bro, my real backup, I got like 3 plans. All right, my main shit, go to college. My second shit is do YouTube videos and TikTok streams. Try to blow up off that. I feel like you think that's funny, but all right.
No, it's not. It's not, bro.
Who you talking about? You talking about me?
Yeah,
that's a side hustle, though.
God, and all extra hard and shit. So
I mean, I heard you, bro. I'm listening.
Yeah. That's my second fucking plan. And then my third plan, if I'm really a fucking loser and I never blow up on that, then I'll just go to trade school and do fucking AC, bro.
Oh, all right, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with the plan. I'm cool with the plan. That's the smartest thing, bro. That's the best thing. As long as you got a plan for this shit don't work out.
That's the smartest thing he said all night.
I said, yeah.
You're taking multiple paths. That's
you got multiple paths, bro. Most people don't have 3. They only got 1.
Bro, y'all see, bro, you think I would be on here live if I wasn't trying to blow up? Nigga, this is all promotion.
You should be on here trying to learn, bro. That's what we all
feel it. That's why I got quiet. I peeped his profile. I peeped your profile. That's why I got quiet. Because I was like, oh, I see what he's doing.
We're on this earth to keep learning and grow wiser.
Yo, like, come on, bro. This is my account, bro. Like, this is all trolls, man. Like, I really do some crazy shit.
I got quiet.
I whip my dick on this bitch, start jacking it.
That's crazy.
You feel me? Like, man, I feel like
nah, that's crazy to say.
I'm not funny, but I'm a comedian, you know?
You're not going to blow up off
you
that.
You owe me for my services now. You owe me for my services.
Oh, I owe you.
She going to send you a bill. That's crazy.
She needs $50 right now.
747.
She needs 3 galaxies.
That's insane, bro.
Hey, look, I don't like how y'all was coming at me, bro. Like
nobody's coming at you, bro.
Nobody's coming at you, dude.
Nah, bro. A lot of y'all on this.
Everyone on this panel, not even just you, bro. I want the best for everybody in here right now, bro.
A lot of people on this panel, they feel like I'm just like some fucking dumbass that needs tutoring. What the fuck do you think I need tutoring for, bro?
You must be off a bean right now.
You said you were failing, bro.
You
said you were failing.
One class.
Oh, you said you had less than a 2.0.
Exposed yourself, gang.
Classes every semester.
You're failing more than one class if you got a 2.5.
Yourself, bro.
That's not true.
He doesn't even have a 2.5. He said it was less than
both your other classes and get an F in your other class and your shit gonna drop. That's what's been happening to me, bro. I've been failing. My anatomy been fucking my ass up, bro.
But that's a hard class, though.
Anatomy is hard,
bro.
though.
You have to learn every bone in the fucking body. Nigga.
I did this shit in high school, though. No cap. I'm not even trying to play.
I had anatomy and biology in high school too.
Anatomy and physiology.
It's AP, anatomy, physiology.
No, I had biology and anatomy. That's what I had.
What'd you say you're going to school for again?
Dentist.
This was in high school. This was in high school, nigga.
Oh.
But this was like pre-Rex, nigga. So I thought
I took health and shit too in high school.
Yeah, I was straight, nigga. Yeah, nigga, learn every bone, nigga. Oh, suck my dick. Like, and the problem is, it's not even learn the shit, it's the test. Cause when they put a little blank I'm like, I don't know what the fuck the answer is. Give me A, B, C, D, B, nigga. Fuck me.
C is a safe choice.
Like, you gotta give me, bro.
That's what he getting C's.
I've been grown up, like I've been raised up on multiple choice. You can't pull up in motherfucking
college is different, bro. You gotta know it.
If you ain't got
but you see what that happens to a nigga that was raised to do something gets hit with some other shit, and I was like,
that's why the education system's screwed.
Let me ask you something, bro. What made you cut your hair?
The education system is fucked. But that's not what I'm talking about.
Let me ask you something, BTF. What made you cut your hair, bro?
The hair is fire, bro.
You fuck with it?
Nah, I fucked with it before when it was an afro, bro. I fucked with it before. What made you want to cut it?
Wait, what do you mean you fucked with it before?
When I met you out in Florida when you had the afro?
You know this dude?
Yeah, that's my dog. I seen that boy out there in Miami.
I didn't know y'all.
That's really
funny.
Yeah,
this nigga funny, bro.
Now you're just trolling, I guess.
This nigga hilarious, bro.
Nah, he's actually serious. He actually thinks he's seen him.
What are you talking about?
Nah, I don't. I looked at your page, bro. You got an afro on here.
No, we knew each other.
We might have seen each other in Miami when I went out there. I don't know, but
Rolling Loud 2019.
No, I wouldn't be caught nowhere near that. Got him.
I'm trolling y'all. I'm trolling. I don't know this nigga, bro. I don't know this nigga.
Got him. Anyway, yeah, but what made you cut your hair, bro?
Bro, my grandpa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you what you getting the 360 waves?
My grandpa got diabetes, man, and he always be talking shit every time I go to my house that they live in. Every time I go to my house, he's always talking about, "Oh, we ain't gonna do something with your hair. We gonna do something with your hair." I'm like, all right. You know what I'm saying? I went ahead and cut my shit off because I don't want to give a time span on it, but in a couple years, I feel like he gonna pass, So I want his last memory of me to be of me how I was when I was younger, because he liked that. It makes him smile and shit.
Did you tell him you got a 2.5?
It may not have been the best time. Ain't no way he's gone.
Nah, I had to boot a bolt off of there, bro. I just wanted to see if he told him he got a 2.5. He might not want to tell him that. That might send him right back in there, man. I don't know. Oh, is he back? He back. Hold on. You back?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you kicked him at first.
Yeah, I told Gramps whatever classes I failed. I don't need to tell him I don't know my GPA, to be honest with y'all. I just assumed 2.5, but I don't really know.
You don't check your GPA.
Bro, not even in college, man. We just need to stop at this point.
No, God, swear to God. Yo, if you really if you talk to me and really had a conversation with me, you'd be like, oh, this nigga don't even, he's in high school. But yeah, no, I'm really in college. I just don't. I feel like God gonna do what he gotta do,
God don't like C's, bro.
Huh? No.
Faith without work is dead.
God gonna do what he gotta do.
He's gonna do what he gotta do.
Yeah,
you gotta work though.
I'm gonna put in the work, and God gonna give me the grades. And if I pass, I pass.
God's in control of karma.
God, but look, what does Proverbs say, bro? A man's pride shall bring him low, but honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. Come on, man.
He don't know the Bible.
Can we get a repeat on that? Amen, baby.
That's Proverbs 29.
What's that you drinking, man?
No repeat on that?
No, I said a man's pride shall bring him low, but honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. Yeah, that's what you drinking, bro?
In spirit.
What you?
I'm on that spirit, man.
Yeah, what is?
I'm on that spirit, man.
What does that mean, man?
What is that?
Oh, I'm on the spirits.
Oh, no.
I'm high. I'm high and live.
Right.
Fuck you mean right? I'm drinking on some Tito's, nigga.
Oh
no.
That's why you got a 2.5 right there, man. Whatever you say, yeah. Man.
Whatever you got to say, brother. Yes, sir.
Yeah, whatever you got. Man.
Not Tito's.
Put the fries in the bag.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Patrick, I appreciate you. Hey, man, Patrick, how you been, man? Patrick, are you there, bro?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What you mean? How I've been? I found you on gaming TikTok like 2 or 3 days ago, and I followed you, and all of a sudden you on this kind of TikTok.
This is what I normally do. This is what I normally do.
I didn't even know that. That's awesome.
BTF, don't tell me that's a vape you just hit.
I don't smoke.
Okay.
Cat.
That's
Who said cap?
That's sin.
Not the cap. Pure cat.
That's fucking sin.
That's
hey,
the
Dollar
worst
Bill
thing.
Dukes, this is my first panel I've been on, bro.
I'm being serious.
I've been on lives for like since September.
Damn.
Like watching lives. So that should say something, man.
Yeah, you caught me while I was trying to play that fucking gauntlet, didn't you?
Yeah.
Man, why you laughing, bro? See, this is shit I'm talking about, bro. Man, this should be pissing me off.
That was stressful for me too. I was just watching.
Am I confused?
Yeah, you weren't there, bro. You weren't there. You don't need to play video games, bro. You need to play an anatomy video game. You know what I'm saying?
That wasn't funny.
Yeah.
You're right. It ain't funny.
I hopped off 2K just to tell this man that he needs to straighten up and start tutoring.
You ain't good at 2K anyway.
No, I'm not. I'm not really that good.
Okay, you need to get better at 2K.
I'm kind of mid, but I'm all right.
We both got to get better at some. So how about that?
Yeah, right about that. Anywho, guys, I'm about to shut it down, man. I'm at 4.5 hours on this thing, man. I need to shut it down.
Hey, you know what?
Right,
I got something.
The grind.
Yeah, no. I'm on YouTube, but I ain't about to get a copyright strike. Nope, I'm good.
All right, Bill. Have a good night, man. I'm gonna get off here myself.
I'll see you, man.
I'll
be back on my normal account in 3 days, bro.
You gotta make sure you add this account to the panel so I can see it and I'll follow you.
At what account? Oh, the Dollar Bill Dukes account?
Yeah. Do you have like a second phone or something?
No, my normal channel is the No Excuses channel, but it's
the one that you do gaming on?
Yeah.
Okay, I followed that then. We good.
You'll be good. You followed it. You're good. We just hit 13,000 subs. 13,000 followers, bro.
There we go. Do you normally have like over 100 people in your lives?
No.
There we go.
No, I don't. I'm trying to build it up to where I do have that many, but it's hard, man. People got their own lives. You know what I'm saying? They doing their own thing. So
as long as you stay consistent, you'll be good.
Yeah, exactly. I recommend just maybe dip into like, I don't know. I got some pretty educated people on here that I follow, I believe, and they got some very open-minded views. So maybe if you just hopped in there, you know, just a couple different lives, you probably start getting crazy amount of followers, and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be doing on my YouTube and stuff. I got an MLB player that I'm gonna be interviewing here soon this month.
There we go.
And then I got another guy that's around our ages that he just bought a hotel, bro. He just made $30,000 off buying a hotel.
Bretta's in here. Bretta, that's one of the people I follow. He got one of the best lives on TikTok.
Bretta?
Yeah, Bretta. I think it's 7. Bretta 7, or no, it's 9. Bretta.
9 Bretta.
Yeah, he's one of the. If you should follow him. He talks. I mean, I know you said earlier you don't really like get into the politics too much, but he talks about a lot of like the tariffs and stuff that Trump's implementing, and he's really educated on that stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay away from political TikTok.
Okay. I mean, I do follow another account that talks a lot more about social issues and stuff like that. And Bretta, he'll hop on there every once in a while too, but you know, not too often. Bretta tends to talk about more of the economic issues in the United States.
Yeah. I'll check him out. I'll check him out for sure. I'll check him out.
Okay. I might send you like one other live or something. Maybe see if you like it or not.
Okay. All right, y'all. I'm heading off of here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yomi, thanks so much for being a part of the conversation. Is it Jay?
Yep.
Thanks so much for the conversation, man. Young boy, I'll see you later. Patrick, I'll see you later, man.
Have
a good
one. You have a good night. I appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, man, no problem.
Take it easy.
Yeah, that guy that was on here, man, he gonna have a rough time, bro. He gonna have a rough time. It ain't gonna be good for him. Anyway, that's the end of the show, bro. W show. Yeah, make sure you guys are subscribing to the YouTube channel. Make sure you guys are hitting up the TikTok as well. No Excuses Podcast official backup on TikTok. Follow us on Kick at No Excuses Gaming if you want to see some gaming content as well. And that's the end of the show for the day. We had some good conversations, but I mean, at the end of the day, man, it's some people are gonna get it, some people aren't gonna get it. Okay. Some people are going, like I say, the message isn't for everybody, but it's for somebody, you know. It's I think people really and truly believe that being an activist is more important than I think they think it's gonna be more beneficial to them than actually going out in the world and doing it on their own, because they're scared of doing it on their own in general. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't see it. They can't. I don't really know how to say it, man. It's just really weird. It's really weird. Because like you don't have anybody that's shown you that that's something that's going to happen. If it does happen, it could happen when you're 40, and now you got to wait. Now you got to try to save up 1.5 million by the time that you're 65. You know what I'm saying? You only got 25 years from that point. Middle age is 38, dude. I just. It's something else. And then you got a guy that's like, dude's got a fucking 2.5 GPA. He's about to get it. Fucking California guy thinks that California is one of the best states in the fucking world. Apparently, that's crazy. Ridiculous, man. I don't really know what else to say about that, to be quite honest with you. Anywho, we're going to end it there, man. We're going to end it there. We'll be seeing y'all later. This is the No Excuses Podcast. We are out of here. Peace.